you want to talk to the boys, you can just talk to them and you can talk to them, but make sure it's muted. And so what I do now is as long as here it's on there, I check it so I don't have to run Australia by something else. So here and here we can never unmute because that will play the sounds through. That needs to be muted, and that one should already be muted. Don't unmute because otherwise anything that plays on the computer sound wise goes through the system. Yeah, so what I do is just normally grab a different tab on the computer. It's all good, man. Have a good play. It's very bad. Very bad.
All right, thanks for joining us, guys. Sorry if you haven't heard anything that we've said so far. We've been having a couple of things that we need to adjust as far as the audio settings, but we really needed to tune back in for this hand because this flop is gigantic. We've got Queens for Linsky with the chip lead, but it doesn't really matter when he's against top pair for Cooper, but that doesn't really matter either when John Rodden flops a set of sixes. Pretty ridiculous board to have, as well as Dan Johnson having the jack high flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, somehow Linsky goes from hero to zero here. He's got the best hand pre, and he's the only one without a hand on this flop 4 ways. This is going to be an exciting one. Pot's already got 200,000 in the middle going to the flop. we can definitely see some stacks going in here. The two guys with the biggest hands are the two shorter stacks in here as well. Of course, Johnny with the sixes, that set, he's going to love to get as many chips in as possible here. Cooper with the ace queen, he's going to be reasonably confident with his hand. Now, it is 4 ways and it's just one pair, but I mean, it's a big one pair. Do see a raise out of Johnny now to 180.
And a cold call from Dan. Dan's not going anywhere with his flush draw. I know for a fact that he definitely likes to try and run it as easily as he can with flush draws. He loves to get in there and gamble quite a bit with hands like this. So not surprised to see the cold call from him here. Now it's a pretty weird spot for Cooper because it's a pretty weird spot for Cooper because he bets and then he sees a raise. Oh wow, what a disciplined fold. That's a really great fold.
That's a massive fold there from Cooper. Very impressive for him to get away from that.
Have to imagine that he played quite a bit with Jonathan yesterday. As we see the jack on the turn, which is very bad news for Dan. Don't really see what he's going to do here, though he must assume that John's pretty strong after the check raise on the flop. Have to wonder whether or not Johnny's just going to find the rip here.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect the jack to be the best hand on the turn here, but of course he's got that flush draw to go along with it. It was enough for him to call on the flop. So imagine now that he's caught this jack, it might just be that little bit of inspiration he needs to maybe take one more card here. Could come down to the size that Jonathan decides to bet. It looks like he's gone for a smaller bet here. I don't think this is going to be seeing Dan let go.
No, I don't think so. I definitely think Dan's just going to fire a snap call out, and he does. So we're going to see a river. This is an 890k pot, guys. There's around 45 big blinds in the middle. And the deuce giving Dan 2 pair is not good news.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
But depending on what John does here, he may feel like his hand is good enough. Like, what's John going to do with a hand like ace-king? Like, is he just going to raise that pre-flop? Is he going to check raise the flop? If Dan thinks that this is just 2 pair or better, then he can't really call this river, but it's very hard to get away from running 2 pair here. Especially if John chooses a non-all-in size, like it looks like he may.
Yes, there is less than a pot size bet behind. It definitely would make sense to see an all-in here, but who knows?
And he
does look like he's going to go for that all-in size. This is a pretty brutal spot here for Dan, actually. If we break it down, the way that this has been played, this jack deuce is basically just a bluff catcher.
Yeah.
However, it's still 2 pair. We've got to think about what our opponent can actually have. And I mean, the only things that really make sense to me are 6s and 4s, the way that it played. Dan does decide to make the call with his 2 pair, and he's going to get the bad news. That's going to leave him not short, but it's definitely a big hit.
Yeah, and I think Dan probably should have thought about that for a little bit longer. You guys can see the cubed time, the time system in the middle of the table there. He definitely had quite a few time banks at his disposal to be able to think this one through, but doesn't look like he wanted to think about it for too long, and he just clicks in the call and does see the bad news. And just like that, we have a new chip leader, which is a very quick change to what was at the start of this table. Alex was clearly ahead. Now it is neck and neck with Mr. Rodman in seat 9. And all of a sudden, Dan goes from second in chips to one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, that's a big shift in power early on this final table here. A bit of a nasty beat there for Dan, but again, maybe that shot clock putting him under the pump a little bit more than he needed to be. The tough spot that definitely requires a bit of thought on that river there.
Yeah, definitely.
Quick decision. I will just quickly touch on that shot clock, Jordan. So it's a 30-second shot clock. So you have 30 seconds to make your decision. That'll refresh every action. So each decision you have, you've got 30 seconds. Now the players do have a reasonable number of time bank chips that they can exchange for an extra 1 minute of thinking time. So those chips are going to get refreshed every couple of levels. So what this shot clock is doing, it's basically preventing any stream tanking of the sorts, but these guys still definitely do have the time to make the decisions and spend the time that's required on the decisions, considering how much money they're playing for. So while that shot clock definitely can have some impacts, it's not really turning this into a crapshoot of any kind.
No, definitely not. I'm sure they're going to be having some slightly tougher decisions, but those time banks are definitely going to be able to allow them to make the correct ones. Now, I'm not sure if you guys were able to hear what we said at the very beginning, but firstly, thank you for tuning in. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined as always by Corey Van Jarsveld. We are phoning into the APT series here at Southport Sharks for the $2,500 Goliath event. We touched before that there is a combined $5.5 million worth of earnings at this table. If you go on Hand Mob and search everybody up, you will find that there is a standout in that bunch, and that was our final table chip leader, Mr. Alex Linsky, with $4.1 million in earnings. So if you guys have come to watch a show and you want to see what you should do with a chip lead on the final table, he's probably going to be the man to watch, but he is no longer in the chip lead, as we mentioned, as Mr. Rodden in seat 9, winning that pot off of Dan, has taken that lead. So it's going to be quite a lot of fun to watch. You got any picks for who you want to try and see win this one, Corey?
Now, my usual pick is Mr. Liam Murray. Now, he's a little bit further down on the leaderboard than I would like. I've also picked Ben Turner a couple of times in the past 12 months or so. I think I'm going to take a new pick this time. This time I'm going to throw it the way of Namar. He's got a little bit of work to do, 420,000, a bit over 20 big blinds, but we know what Namar's style is like. We've seen him on a couple of final tables in the past, and he's going to go for that win. I'm going to back him to succeed today and take this one out.
Alright, that's a pretty good shout. As for myself, I would love to see Liam get another result. Him winning a trophy at the start of this week was a fantastic way for him to start the series, but I'm going to have to go with the experience here. I mean, 2 Aussie Millions main event final tables, World Series of Poker main event final table, and the chip lead at this table. I think Alex is going to be the player to beat in seat 6.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid pick there, Jordan. He's going to be a tough one to run down. Over 2 million in chips already, so he's playing 100 big blinds deep at this final table. That's a lot of room to maneuver, a lot of chips to work with, and there's a lot of poker knowledge in that mind of his to put those chips to use. Like you were saying before, Jordan, if you want a masterclass on how to play a final table chip lead, you guys are in the right place.
Oh, definitely. If you guys want to learn to know what you need to do from an ICM standpoint in tournaments, look no further than that guy. He's going to be putting people in the literal and figurative blender over the course of the next few levels in this tournament. As we see Naman opening up the 8-6 of diamonds from the button, just to 40k, just a min raise. And I can't see a world where Alex is not going to be playing this hand. I think he's going to want to try and play as many pots as possible. And it looks like that's what he will do, flicks in the call. So we're going to see a flop here.
Going to take a post. Man with the betting lead pre-flop and the positional advantage, but Linsky with that chip lead. He has picked up a gut shot here, so has Naman.
We see a gutter for both. There are a couple of very interesting turn cards that we could see here that would give quite a few more outs to both players. We're just going to see how it all pans out. Looks like Naman is going to reach for c-betting chips. Looks like he's going to cut out the same bet, 40k. He does, fires it into the middle. Sorry, 50k. My mistake. Betting roughly half pot on this 10.95.
Just below half. Still don't know that we'll see Alex folding his jack high plus a gut shot here.
Alex is in a relatively interesting spot though, given just how short Naman is. This hand is a nice check raise, and he does decide to take it even though Naman is shorter. He can fold out better hands like his ace high c-bets, his king high c-bets. And also with that equity of that gut shot and 1 over card, it plays as a very nice check raise, and he does just get the job done. Very nice check raise there from Alex, and probably a pretty good example as to how he's going to proceed on this final table. Just going to keep the aggression up, take these pots down. That's why he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
You look like super villains.
Yeah, we see that nice, relatively small sizing he's used for that check raise as well. He doesn't have to go too big, given how short the man is. If he's going to commit another bet to that pot, it's going to be a pretty huge percentage of his stack to be committing. So if the man doesn't have a made hand here, he's pretty well handcuffed up against this check raise from the chip leader. So great sizing adjustment there from Alex. Nice little check raise to pick up the pot, and he's kind of just letting the man know that he's the captain at the moment.
Yeah, what size do you think Alex would have taken if it was against somebody like John in seat 9?
So I was trying to keep it up.
I imagine we'd probably see a bit bigger than 3 times the bet that he was facing. We saw you go to the 2.5 times size. So he played Naman a pretty good price, almost 4-1 odds on a call actually, which would be a pretty pretty attractive price for a straight draw in position should he have had deeper stack. So I think we're probably going to be seeing at least
Maybe
3
by then
times,
you
if
can
not a bit
organize
bigger,
an actual real
against the
monocle.
deeper stack.
C5 fold.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Probably, if it was better 50, I probably would have looked to around that 200 to 225 mark. As we see, Jonathan does open it up. Queen Jack suited. Cooper going to flick in a call. Another very accomplished player in his own right. So we're going to run to a flop here, which is more favourable towards the big blind defender, but he is going to check it over, see how John continues.
9 bets 80.
He is going to fire a continuation bet.
So I can bet a 55k, or 80k, wow, that's a pretty chunky bet. 2 overs, back to a straight draw, back to a flush draw, but I don't think Cooper's going to go anywhere with his middle pair and all of the back doors that he has. So we are going to see the pot build pretty quickly here. There's already over 13 bigs in the middle. As we see 2 pair on the turn now for Cooper, that's a massive turn.
Huge turn card. Probably not a bad spot for Cooper to actually come out with a donk lead on the turn. This card massively favours the range of the big blind. Flop already doing the big blind some favours, but this turn card even more so. And we're probably going to see a lot of check backs from Jonathan on this turn card when he's got stabs just like he has. Even if he has some kind of middling strength hand, probably not be loving this turn card to be checking back. We can make a donk lead on the turn with a hand as strong as this to not allow our opponent to take to pot control and take the river card for free. See, he is going to go ahead and bet his hand on the river now. Imagine this is just getting through. Not much more to think about here.
I don't think we're going to see, I think this is just posturing from Mr. Rodden. I don't really think he's going to be doing anything other than folding here. If the board was something like 7, 8, 10, you could have some reasons to make it raise on the river, blocking Jack 9. But in this situation, your hand doesn't perform well enough to try and get somebody off one pair, so it does elect to just fold versus the large bet on the turn. Just want to shout out to a couple of people tuning in on Facebook and Twitch. Thanks for tuning in, Dean, Dan, and Ben. Mr. Leeds FC 08. I know exactly who that is, watching from over in America. Hope you're doing well, Nathan. Thanks for tuning in. Feel free to send any questions or any comments or anything that you guys have through those chats. We'll do our best to answer them or give you guys any feedback as to what you might be after as we continue our coverage here of this $2,500 Goliath event at APT at Southport.
Now guys, if you are tuning in, make sure to let us know your picks. Jordan has taken Mr. Linsky. I've got Naman to win this one. If you're in the chat, get in early, let us know. Don't wait too long. You got to pick before anyone busts to make it a real victory, a real win if you pick it. So get in now, let us know who you're cheering for.
Hey now, I just want to make a clarification. Just because I said I thought that Alex was the front runner to win doesn't mean that he's my pick. I still want Liam to win. Liam is my pick to win this tournament. He's got a bit of a mountain to climb in the position that he's in right
7
now.
raise, 95.
Yeah, there's definitely some work to be done, but we have seen Liam do similar already this week in the 2K Turbo that Liam was able to take down earlier this week. 2K buy, and he took it down for about $19,000 for the win. On the Stone Bubble, he was the short stack. He was the one on the chopping block. He managed to make the recovery, spin it all the way back up to a chip lead, and he managed to ride that chip lead through to the victory. He's done it once this week. Let's see if he can do it again.
I've got many great stories of Liam having incredibly short stacks and managing to spin up a very deep run. Over in the World Series of Poker last year, he was playing a PLO tournament and he had 1.5 big blinds on the Stone Bubble. Made the money, and then within an orbit he had 35 bigs. So he's definitely capable of finding a spin when he wants to. We've got a shout out from Joseph in the Facebook chat saying that Josh Foster is going to take it down. Well, we're off to a good start for him as he's got Ace Queen against Mr. Linsky's Ace Jack. And given the way Alex has played so far, I have a feeling he may take a bit of an aggressive route here. Josh needs to play very snug given the other short stacks at the table. Have to see whether or not that's something Alex is going to try and capitalize on with a 3-bet here.
And look, if Alex decides to take the aggressive route here, Josh's best option
raise.
is probably even to just give it up.
150.
Against the chip leader, ace queen from under the gun. It's going to be really tough to navigate post flop. And we're going to have to see how Josh decides to navigate this here.
And he does just let it go. Wow, that's what ICM can do to a poker player. He's got 2 short stacks on his direct left. He's got Alex putting the pressure on, as we see Alex with 2.3 million. And Josh has got 3 players with less chips than him. He can't really afford to get into a big battle with Alex and potentially lose out on a number of pay jumps or kind of his stack value at this current point in time. So very disciplined fold, but also a very good 3-bet from Alex as well.
Yeah, we saw Josh lay that down very quickly as well. Shows a pretty good understanding of the situation that he's in and the limits that are sort of placed on him at the moment. He knows what he can get away with and he knows what he can't. See, great disciplined fold there. And yeah, like you say, just credit to Alex as well for knowing that he can just keep his foot on the gas. And also knowing what he's able to get away with and knowing the strength of the situation that he's in.
I just want to make a quick mention, all you guys in the chat. I don't feel like we've got a real consensus here. There's a number of different people getting shout-outs in the chat. That's amazing to see. Everybody's got a bit of a supporter here in the chat, as we see Ben opening the king-queen suited and Alex with deuces in the hijack. Looks like he's flicked chips in. Not sure if it's a call or a raise. I think it may just be a call. Yeah, it is a call. So we're going to see a flop here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Alex, we do see both the other deuces hit the muck before the flop. So this might look like a race, but this is actually going to be in Ben's favour. Although he is out of position against the chip leader, and he hasn't paired up yet. And get around to Josh in the big blind. He's going to decide whether to defend the ace-4.
All in. C1 all in.
Wow, he decides to rip the ace-4-0. Oh, this is spicy. Maybe he sees weakness in Alex's flat call versus Ben. Probably doesn't assume that Alex is going to have many traps given the blinds aren't very shallow, so they're not going to potentially take a rip. 32 bigs with ace-4-0 is a 3-bet rip. Now, I'm not as adept to your jamming ranges from that size and stack depth, but it feels a little bit wide, especially given just how short Liam and Naman are. What do you think?
Yeah, while I don't know that I would be making that rip there, I reckon that's definitely going to be a winning jam. I think Alex is going to have so few hands that can actually call this off. And even Ben, he's got a deep enough stack that he can afford to be opening some of those bottom parts of his range still. He's not so handcuffed. Of course, it'd be a shame if he busts, but if he ends up tangling with Alex and getting a double, then all of a sudden he's in a really good spot to win the tournament. So Ben still has some room to maneuver and open it up a little looser. Alex probably capping himself with that flat call. Like you say, doesn't seem like a spot where he's going to be going for many traps given the situation. Josh has an ace that's got good removal to the top parts of his opponent's range, and he's got a bit of equity in case he runs into it. I'm pretty confident this is actually going to be a winning jam, but I also am pretty confident that it's a very high variance, very high risk jam. So yeah, like I say, Jordan, don't know that I would take it, but can definitely see it being a nice move.
Yeah, it seems pretty adventurous. I mean, I don't really think that I would ever do it. It seems pretty suicidal going in a spot like that. But I mean, Ben is in a similar spot to Josh in that instance, where Ben can't really afford to call off. Like even Ace Queen is in a pretty gross spot there for Ben. Ben can only really call Ace King and maybe Queens plus. Jacks is even gross as well. So I mean, it's definitely a good jam in that instance, but I don't really think it's something that I would find myself doing. It seems like it'd be it'd be a very tough spot.
Yeah, very high risk. I mean, it's for sure winning chips. The question is if the presence of these pay jumps and the ICM implications are going to be too heavy that the extra risk he's taking outweighs that. I can't say for sure. It's a lot of big blinds to be 3-bet jamming. It's a bit of a unique spot. And oh wow, this is This is not good news for Naman.
330.
He's found the open jam under the gun with the A7 suited. This is probably a bit loose ICM-wise, but we do know that Naman just likes to play for the win.
16.5 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a bit on the looser side from under the gun specifically, but he's going to get looked up and he's going to have to catch an ace.
C5 calls.
Or some spades. He's not even going to make it past one player here, which is a pretty demoralizing thing when you jam the bottom of your range.
And I think when Ben finds the call here off of the 1.1 million stack that he has, I don't think Alex is actually going to get involved. I think he may... I mean, it's gun 1, so I don't really think you can even be calling 10s. I mean, Ben is basically saying that he has queens plus, and he does make this one lay down, and he's going to be stoked. I'm curious to see Alex's reaction when he does see the queens of Ben, because I think he's going to be pretty proud of himself for laying that one down so quickly.
Yeah, we've seen one big pocket 10s fold from Alex in the past. Some of you guys will probably remember that one as well. We see him make another one here, and he's been correct in this case as well. See, Liam also dealt a pair. Here's a bit of an easier fold. And Naman's going to get the bad news here that he's going to have to find some help. Not a lot of it on that flop. Some extra outs on the turn. Oh, and the ace on the river. Naman going to catch the ace to get himself into this game.
Just Barry, never a sweat there. Just Barry from absolutely nowhere.
There's almost actually a little bit of a slow roll from the deck with that gut shot on the turn. There was only 1-3 remaining in the deck. But that doesn't matter when he's going to catch that top pair. Unfortunate beat there for Ben. Because Queen's not going to hold up. Man going to make a loose jam from under the gun there, but he's going to get rewarded. And it's just like I was saying before, he's going to go for the win. He's not going to sweat these pay jumps too much. We've seen in the past, that's Naman's style. He wants that trophy. He wants that 60,000 plus for the win. That's what he's going for, and that ace is going to set him on the right track to do that.
6 raise, 50.
Wouldn't have got through me if he folded as well.
Bit of Tasco rivalry here.
Yeah, it's not a bad time to find Barry on the river there.
9 fold.
As we see, Alex is getting straight back into the mix with ace jack. Oki just calling 10s. I don't hate it at this stack depth. Alex opening from under the gun. Oki with got short players in both lines. Don't really want to get yourself into a situation where you have to put in a number of chips against Alex. As we see that he is going to stay in the lead. Alex with just the ace high. So 6 outs going to the turn as we see only 3 are left. Looks like Oki is going to be checked too, and he's going to fire out 55k, just a third. Alex does not even have a club in his hand, so he may not even see a turn card here. As we see, he does just let it go. Very disciplined fold against Oki, and looks like Oki is saying that he had exactly the same hand that Alex had last hand. Yep, it does show it.
Yeah, those 10s have been going around. And they've not been doing Alex any favours, that's for sure, but he still sits top the leaderboard with 2.3 million chips. I'm sure he's not sweating it too much.
Sorry? 1224, yeah.
Let us know where you guys are watching from. I know for a fact we've got a couple of guys tuning in from the southern states in New South Wales and Victoria. We've also got, I know, at least one person tuning in from America. So let us know where you guys are all watching from, and as always, let us know who you guys are supporting in this one. We've got a long way to go, hour-long levels. It's going to be quite a lot of fun watching how this final table plays out.
See 9 fold, see 1 fold. See 2 raise, 100.
Another race 7 suited now, this time for Dan. He's going to like to just bump it up to 100.
See 4 fold.
He doesn't really care about this min open stuff. Let's just 4x it. Get it up to 100k.
Yeah. This is a pretty big open. Going to get around to Ben and going to get it through. Pick that one up nice and easy. We do see Liam currently at the bottom of the leaderboard, 210,000. He's got some work to do, but like we said, Jordan, he's spun it up before. I believe he's actually been down to less than 2 big blinds twice in this tournament already. He's run that stack up twice.
Not really, but
See if he can do it a third time here.
too far away.
I see a message in the Twitch chat saying, surely that there's lots of Liam fans that also support Leeds. I'm going to be honest, mate, I don't think there is a single person outside of Leeds that supports Leeds. So I don't really know what you're talking about. I definitely wouldn't want to be seen dead supporting, wearing a Leeds jersey, so I think you're solely alone in that one. As we see it fold over to Dan once again, decides against the 10-7. Liam's not going to be folding this hand. This one's going clean into the middle.
Yeah, this Ace King is not going anywhere apart from on its back or in exchange for those blinds and antes.
3 raise.
As we see the chips go in, looks like he has kept a couple behind. He's not going to be putting his entire stack in. Bit of a new wave thing these kids are doing, keeping a few chips behind in case of action. As we see Ben with 9s, don't think he's going to be getting away from this one. I think we're going to see chips going in as we see all in and a call.
Yeah, Liam's going to have to win a flip to stay alive here. Ben already been unfortunate with one Barry. Liam's going to look to do it to him again.
Pretty classic flip.
And the flip king strike again.
Almost
6
20 bigs
outs.
in the middle.
That is not a good flop for Liam. He needs to find an ace or a king. 3 is no help. And the 5 will not improve him either. We do lose Liam in 9th position. Not much he could really do on this final table. He didn't really get any opportunities to make any hands. He found a disciplined fold from the blinds with a pair earlier when Ben did have queens against the ace-7 of Naman. And unfortunately, he's already won 1 trophy this week, but he's going to have to keep hunting for his second. We do lose Liam in 9th position here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liam only going to get a cash out of almost $7,000 for his efforts. I'm sure he'll have some wounds to lick for that.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that Liam is not going to be phased by that. He's just going to jump straight into another tournament. As I heard a rumor that the other night he won the 2K shot clock event for 19,000 and instantly jumped into a flight of the main event. So he absolutely lives to play this game, and I'm sure he's going to be a little bit disappointed in his result, but equally as stoked to be able to make the final table.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a huge week already. He might even be able to make the end of the late registration for the Drakakis, which I believe is running in the background as well. That may still be open. Otherwise, I do believe we have the grind, which will be starting either today or tomorrow. But nonetheless, plenty of poker still to be played this week. Got a jam-packed schedule at the Southport Sharks.
As we see Oki opening the ace-jack-O from under the gun, Alex is going to find a call from the small blind with the ace-2 suited. Cooper does have to put 1 big blind in to defend his big, but he's not going to, letting go of the natural 9. As we see these two guys head to a flop. No connection for either player, both of them with some equity in future streets on this hand. Alex with an over and a backdoor flush draw, Oki with the gut shot. Doesn't find the gutter on the turn, and have to wonder whether or not Alex is going to fire at this, trying to get a fold from a hand like 6s, 8s, and 9s with 2 overs. Perhaps a bet of like 75 to 110k might get it done. Nope, just check back, and he does find the winning card on the river.
Yeah, Alex actually going to pick up some showdown value on the river, and he may just try and take this pot down for no additional cost, and it's going to work out for him. I imagine that if we were seeing a blank river card, we may see Alex take this one down anyway. Once he calls out of the small blind, that's a board that he's going to connect pretty heavily with, considering the range that he'll be defending the small blind with.
It is interesting, however, he may feel like he has some showdown against Oki's hands like Jack-9 and Queen-Jack. However, you have to wonder whether or not Oki would have c-bet those on the flop, but Alex probably assumes that Oki may have c-bet his Ace-Jack and Ace-Queen on the flop with the gut shot. Anyway, as it played out, Alex does river a pair and does show it down and win.
You're not folding once the flop comes.
And things just keep getting better and better for him, unlike that moustache. Not sure what his choice around that one was. Doesn't seem to be working for me.
A temporary loan, I believe they call it. 1 fold, sit 2 folds.
See, even Dan is
Temporary
laughing at
loan, I
Alex's
believe they
mode.
call it. Sit 4 folds.
Fold around to Ben.
Bridging
Jack
loan,
6-0.
5
The
folds.
worst starting hand in short deck. Going to get rid of it.
6
Alex
raise,
with King
50.
Queen. Going to find an open from the button to 50k. Could put Ace 4 in the small.
6, 7 folds.
Does decide
from the
against
big
the
blind.
defend.
Sit 8
The
folds.
big blind did for
Heads
sure
up.
flicking it in, but with a player still back behind and not such a good price, he's not going to play it against the chip leader.
Sit 8 check.
As we see a king for both. Better king for Alex. Maybe it is Oki's turn to find a deuce.
Check.
Oh no, another king.
Ooh.
That is
This
danger
could be
for
dangerous.
for
Sit 8
Oki.
bet, 50.
As we see, 14% of the time he's going to be able to win this one. He's going to find the donk on the turn. I don't think Alex is ever going to think that Oki's going to have 5s or ace king here. So I think he's just going to bump this up to try and get calls from the heart draws and worst king X that Oki's going to have. As we see that Alex doesn't have a heart in his hand,
Six
so he
raise.
quote-unquote unblocks
25.
all of the flush draws. He does find a raise, looks to be to 225k. Don't think Oki's going to be going anywhere, as still quite a number of hands that Alex is going to use to try and put pressure on a big blind defense here.
Tricky spot here for Octavian. We've got the trips, but I
Sit 8
mean,
folds.
we're actually only really beating bluffs at this stage. We've got no kicker. We wouldn't really expect to just a naked ace to take this line. We'd expect it to probably either c-bet the flop or just call the turn. Now there's Jack on the river. This could actually spell even more trouble because now a lot of King X are going to be chopping with 3 kings and an ace and a jack. For example, the King Deuce would be chopping with a hand like King 10, King 9. But that's not the case here. Alex with that Queen kicker is going to play, and he's in a good situation to pick up some more chips here.
And it's really interesting the fact that it's the Jack of Hearts specifically. So a lot of Alex's flush draw bluffs like 7-8 of hearts and stuff like that have just improved to a flush, and also I don't really think Alex would go too polar on this river because there's a lot of flushes that Oki is going to have that bet turn. And Alex does just go for 250k, which is a very milky bet, going for thin value from an ace or a king, even though the flush draw has gotten there. I would have been very curious to see what size Alex would have chosen on like a 7 of clubs river. But as played, he does just go to 250k. And to be honest, on this exact river card, Oki's pretty lucky because I think he may either get away from it. Wow, he shows a king and folds, yeah.
That's a great fold there. Manages to save himself another sizable bet on the river.
Yeah. And
Spot
it's
where a lot of people would have just would have flicked in the call and got the bad news. That's a great save.
It's a very good turn for Alex in the state of the hand, but as it played out, it's a very bad river. Because I have a feeling there were going to be a number of rivers where Oki was going to have to pay quite a hefty sum. But that exact river card is just not good enough. And he does find the fold and holds onto his chips, but Alex is going to be building his lead. I think he's up over 2.5 million now. So he's got a very commanding chip lead over the remainder of the table.
1 fold, 6, 2 fold.
So we've got a few regular people tuning in. Ace is cracked, recognize that name. Thanks for coming back in.
50.
Obviously, I've already been making fun of Leeds FC. Nathan, thanks for tuning in. I think you're in Colorado at the moment. Hope you're doing well. We've seen Naman opening the King Jack O. Freshly doubled. And Alex with Queen Jack. He's already applied pressure to Ben once. Let's see what he does this time to Naman with this Queen Jack offsuit.
6 raise.
Looks like he is going to keep the pressure firing out. 150k.
Sit 8 fold. Sit 9 fold.
Now, Naman did some spicy things yesterday. We saw him 3-bet the 9-4 Oblavi blind and then 1.5x rip on a King 3-4 board, a King 3 deuce board. But I don't know what he's going to do against a player like Alex, who has a lot less fear in him.
Yeah, I mean, I know Naman definitely likes to try and play a lot of hands and really put the pressure on when he feels he has a skill edge against his opponent. Now, ego's a big thing in poker, but I don't know that it's Naman's going to have quite an ego to think that he's got a skill edge over Linsky.
I mean, I think that...
Quite the accomplished foe.
Not
Looks
to,
like a time back chip there.
Yeah, and not to kind of inflate his ego anymore, but I think there's probably only a handful of people in the world that have a skill edge over Alex. It's definitely been there, done that as far as tournament poker goes. As we see, Naman's giving this quite a lot of thought, probably considering a 4-bet rip or a fold. As we see, the 4-bet rip would work. Alex does only have queen high, but he does elect to just fold, taking the less aggressive route. Probably not entirely sure how out of line Alex is getting, but I reckon in half an hour when he sees this footage, as we are on a half-an-hour delay, he's probably going to start widening it up, realizing that Alex is just bullying him.
And Naman probably got a pretty good idea that Alex has the potential to be making these sorts of moves. But it's a tricky spot. Naman's not really got the stack size to be getting too fancy. He's basically just got to decide whether he wants to play for his tournament life in that spot or give it up.
C2 fold, C4 fold, C5 fold, C6 raise, 50, C7 fold. Like 700. C8 call, C9 fold, C1 fold. Heads up.
See, Alex is going to keep opening it up. 6-4 suited, called by the A7. As you see, that ain't a good flop for Alex. Right colour, wrong suit. Oki in position with top pair. Alex is just going to check it over, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Oki just check back on the monotone flop. Nope, I'm wrong again.
50.
Just going to fire out 2 bigs.
Alright, welcome players and viewers to the APT PK Open. Please pay attention of all the PKO players to this Open. We're going to explain
Absolutely nothing.
and explain
Not going to get that
how
one
it's
this
going to work
time.
out. In the progressive knockout, we're going to start with $500 as a bounty. If you knock out another player, $250 will go onto your own head, and $250 is going to go into your account out the front. If you keep continuing to add to your bounty, 50% of that is going to go on to your head.
Now, Beaver King in the Twitch chat's asking how long do they get to act. Fairly sure it's 30 seconds with a 1 minute extension per shot clock, per time bank.
On one of the screens.
Actually thinking about leading river or just trying to get me slow?
When you are in a live hand,
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many time banks they get, but they do refresh each couple of levels. So there shouldn't be many situations that someone is actually pressing the time unless they're sort of excessively tanking. The shot clock kind of puts a fail-safe in place to make sure that players aren't wasting time. But it's also not really handcuffing them too much.
Yeah, it definitely gives them the ability to make the decisions that they want to make. On the topic of making decisions, looks like Johnny's had enough. He's opening the 8-7-0 from the button. Dan's not going to have anything on it, does defend the Jack-10. As we see, very close for both of these guys, but doesn't quite connect with either of them. Just a gut shot for Johnny and 2 overs for Daniel. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Daniel doesn't really like folding all that much, and John has been pretty aggressive with his c-bets so far. Looks like he is just going to c-bet 80k once again like he did before. Just going to get the job done.
Reasonably big size, but that might be what's necessary to actually get Dan off a hand. Like you say, Dan's got one that likes to give up too easily. He's willing to battle for pots. Johnny really just wants to get that taken down. He maybe elects to go a little bit bigger to ensure that it works.
It's not really worth it, FT, you know.
Yeah.
200k for 15 blinds.
Right? Yeah.
Not really worth it. Might as well
Making the trip, right?
might as well just go home.
I thought about not coming today. Decided I probably should.
The bottle of wine was so good. It's the hell of
You guys in Twitch and Facebook chat, let us know if you're going to be coming down, what events you're going to be playing here at the APT series in Southport. There's a number of events. Still quite a lot to go. Still got another 3 days. We've got multiple flights at the main event. We've got the carcass that you can late register. We've got the grind. We've got the beast on Sunday. As we see Oki here with Ace King facing the Open of Cooper. I think the price of poker is going to go up to around that 150k mark. I feel like that precedent has been set as the size, but he may go a little bit larger.
Cooper actually getting a little bit loose here. He's been pretty snug so far on this final table from what I've seen. From the +2 seed, he likes to open up the King 7 suited, and he's immediately punished.
Yeah, and Oki does like to go a little bit larger, 175k. Something to definitely keep note of to see if that size changes at all. 3.5x. Wonder whether or not he's going to make a different size. And the King 7 does go into the muck, and to be honest, I actually think this is a fine open. Not really any short stacks you want to worry about too much. As Liam did bust already, and Naman did find that double, so there's no 12 or 15 big blind stacks that are going to be ripping straight onto you. But there is an Ace King hand on your direct left that isn't going to let you play, so...
Yeah, definitely makes it tricky.
Once, please.
Right, guys, now that we are in to the top 8, the next payout is $8,100. So everyone here remaining on our final table have locked up at least $8,100 for their efforts. Of course, $67,500 is going to be the payout for our eventual champion. So a lot still to play for. With 1 hour levels, there's a lot of poker to play. Hope you guys are settled in for a big day of action.
Seat 9 raise. 135.
That really was good for folds.
Yeah, make sure you're comfortable because we're going to be here for quite a while. As Oki decides to open the Ace Deuce O +2. What do you think of this?
Yeah, this one's a bit loose. It seems like the +2 seat's the new button at the moment.
Yeah. Don't try that one at home because you'll get 3-bet by Ace Queen and you're going to have to fold. As we see Mr. Rod picking up another pot. At the moment, Alex has been the most secretive with his holdings, only going to showdown 12% of the time. Ben's had to expose every hand that he's played. So these guys have no info about how wide Alex is getting. Only time he's shown a hand down was that Ace Deuce against Oki. So he's a bit of a silent assassin so far. Also, a quick shout out to Jacob dealing at the moment. He's an absolutely fantastic dealer, one of the best. Great to see him operating the cards today. Operating the cards. Oh my goodness. I need to come up with better phrases, Corey. Naman here with the Ace Jack. It's not a poking machine. What am I talking? Naman here with the Ace Jack.
50.
Putting those newfound chips to use.
5 fold.
And Alex with the 7-3-0.
Yeah, so now this is the testing point. Is he going to be playing everything?
Yeah, he's going to be playing everything.
Looks like everything.
Knowing Alex, it's probably just a 6-5-4 flop, right? Just a 6-5-4 flop?
He's had a few things go his way in his career. He's going to improve to the best hand here.
Does outflop him. I don't think he'll go with the check raise here. As actually, Naman just goes with the check back. I like the check back as we see an inconsequential deuce on the turn. Badoogie board, totally rainbow. Wonder if Alex is going to fire out a bet of like...
pretty confident, I think.
Does just check. Probably going to try and get Naman to stab at it. Naman doesn't fall for it, does just try and show down his ace high.
And once Naman's come this far, just taking his showdown, I imagine he'll just take that free showdown if given the opportunity. But I don't know that Alex is going to be giving him the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of ways that Alex could go here. He could either go for a very small bet of like 1 or 1.5 big blinds, or he could go for a more polar bet, trying to make Naman think that he is just stabbing at it, trying to get the pot 1, and that's what he does. He bets 175k, 1.5x pot, and Naman snaps him, beats him into the pot. So, Alex, that is exactly how you get it done. You just get people to think that you have nothing, you're trying to absolutely wreck them with one pair. So,
yeah, I was actually about to. I was about to say this is a spot where Naman is basically face up. He's got exactly what he's representing, and Alex is going to know exactly what he has. An overbet's going to put him in a really tricky spot, and at the end of the day, Alex has second pair, but he still manages to take it for an overbet for value on the river and get it paid. Naman having a really tough time with such a difficult couple of opponents on his left, but especially Alex has not been making it easy for him.
And MJ is making a very good point. Unsure of that call, that range, that whole board nails a defending range. It's a very good point, but also Alex chose a size that Naman probably didn't think that he would take with a one pair hand. He went 1.5x the size of the pot, which is, as we say, very polar. He's either going to have, as in Naman's eyes, he's either going to have a 9 or he's going to have a total bluff. But Alex went thin with a 7, got the max. As we see, Oki's going to try and get the max here, opening aces. Mr. Rodden is going to find the 3 bet with King Queen.
I'll just quickly add to that, Jordan. We see that Alex is defending the 7-3 offsuit. So when we try and when we consider his defending range, it's everything. So if he's got everything, he's gonna connect with that board sometimes, but he's also gonna completely miss it a reasonable percentage of the time too. And if he knows that Naman has no pair, it's a great spot for him to try and steal that pot away if he has missed. So it's maybe a light call, maybe it's not. Regardless, it's a tough spot. But yeah, take it away, Jordan. This is getting exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Oki just has aces, just puts in a pretty quick 4-bet. Johnny thinks for a while, but does decide to just fold. So, Mr. Rodden has won that big pot earlier against Dan, and ever since then, he's just kind of been running into it a little bit. Hasn't really been able to spin that up into anything more. And Alex has created an 800,000 chip gap on him, as they were neck and neck not half an hour ago. So we see that Alex is kind of very comfortable in his position, and it's going to be up to everybody else to try and catch up. Shouting out a few more people in the chat. Peter Waite, Ian Hussey, all leads. Nah, nobody's leads. Don't even try it. Mr. Fogarty in the chat, railing Benny Tioki, Naman, and Johnny. Let's go, lads. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Great to see you in the Twitch chat once again. I saw you walking around the other day. Best of luck for the series. As always, guys, if you've got any questions, if you want to know anything about what's going on at the APT series, feel free to send it in the chats. We will do our best to answer. As we see it folding all the way around to Alex again. He's going to get amongst it again. The 9-7-0 this time. Definitely using that positional advantage every opportunity he gets. Cooper with a dominating 9. Been pretty snug so far. Maybe he's considering a 3-bet with this hand. No, just decides to call.
He is in the small blind, so it's a little bit trickier to play from the small blind, but a hand like Ace-9 is pretty strong against the button open. So he's going to elect to defend it. And Tavian going to defend in the big blind with the King-4 getting a great price. We're now 6-1 on the call.
6-7 check.
As we see that Linsky does it again. Finds the pair, takes the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to know that he's got the best hand here. This Queen Jack board connects pretty heavily with a small blind defending range, and of course he's got 2 opponents in this pot. He doesn't have a great kicker with his bottom pair, but he does look like he does check it back.
It looks like we're rolling to a turn card here.
6 check. Or 7 check.
Cooper is going to check again, as the 5 doesn't change anything.
C8 bet, 75.
Yeah, at least he's still ahead.
It's like, he's going to stab at this. Roughly half pot. Does just have king high. Does have the king of clubs. Backdoor flush draws coming in, but he doesn't have another club to go along with it. This is just a stone air bluff trying to get it done, and it does get the job done. Nice pickup from Oki. Takes it down with just king high.
Yeah, a little bit of a cheeky bet there, but it's gonna do the trick.
Worst hand.
It's gonna be 174,000 chips that he was not entitled to, that he is adding to his stack.
Hi there, Austin.
going to get him very close to that 2 million chip.
Yeah, he's done pretty well since starting this. He had a 4-bet just then with aces. He's played a couple of pots against Alex. He's not been going too badly, just kind of cruising along as we see Naman now. Our short stack with just 13 big blinds after that payoff with ace-jack.
Yeah,
He's
he's
going to
currently
be
the only
in-
player below 20 big blinds, so there's a lot of plays still
One fold, see two
ahead of us
fold.
today.
In the danger zone.
Currently
See
on the
four
chopping
fold.
block.
Just see Ben with the queen-jack.
See 5 fold.
Decides against an open. Alex with the 7-4 suited decides on an open
See
though.
7 fold. See 8 fold.
Yeah,
I'm really curious
We see
what
the
Alex
power
does,
of that
like,
big
10-2
stack.
suited. 10-2 suited cut off the button.
See 9 fold.
And
Yeah,
no
I
defense.
imagine they're going to stay playing.
Closer to 3 million
Closing on
chips
3
now.
million chips now. Yeah.
Really, nothing has gone wrong for him so far. He hasn't had any spots that he's really thought at all about.
Self-deal.
It's just been smooth
He, of
sailing.
course, had that pocket tens that he started to lay down earlier, made a good fold there. He's lost a couple of very small pots. He's managed to minimise his losses there, and he's managed to maximise the size of the pots he's winning with things like second pair against Naman before.
Yeah.
He's making the right moves at the right times.
Yeah, unfortunately for everybody else, it's been a bit of the Linsky show at the moment. But still a very long way to go. Hour-long levels, anything can happen in this tournament.
Yeah, that's for sure. At the end of the day, we're playing no to hold it, so who knows how this goes.
Impossible.
Yeah.
See 2 fold. See 4 fold.
They tell you to play seriously and then play like absolute spastic.
See 5 fold. See 6 fold. See 7 fold.
Oh, I thought he was going to do it for a second. I was like, come on, mate, what are you doing?
See 8 raise. 50.
Folds over to Oki with the 9-8-0, going to find a raise.
He has got the button. And doesn't look like he's got much
9
competition.
fold.
I do think we're going to see
Blinds.
Josh
One
defend
fold.
the big. I don't think he will be folding the
heads
suited 9 here. Does defend, so heads up.
And somehow, Oki's got his
One
opponent
check.
dominated here.
Yeah, open ender for Rocky.
And wow,
Back to
this
flush
is a
draw.
flop.
Back to flush draw, bottom pair. Check, check. Josh ahead
See
4
one check.
now, but lots of good rivers for Oki. As I
Yeah,
think
also a
Oki may
great turn
stab
for him
this
to
ace.
start right betting.
Yeah, does stab the ace, and it's an interesting hand for Josh because he does have a pair, but his 9 blocks a lot of the delayed bluffs that Oki would have, Jack 9, 8, 9, 6, 9, stuff like that, but he does call. River is a king, so it gets even dicier for Josh's 1 pair. And I think Oki is going to fire again, probably for around 50k again. Very small bet.
It's a bit small, but it might do the job.
Josh doesn't
definitely
need to be
doesn't look
right
like a
too
bluff.
often. Josh doesn't need to be right too often. But there's just so many hands that beat you. You can probably start ruling them out though. Would Oki go this
Yeah.
size with an ace after check, bet, and then the king river? There's still a lot of hands that Josh is going to pay off with. Don't know if he would go for thin value or bluff with like a king jack or something like that. But that would be a hand that he may bet 50k on the river with. Have to assume that Oki probably would have bet a lot of his 10x on the flop, maybe even his 7x as well, so you can probably start to rule those out. When it all comes down to it, it's probably only some king x combos that Oki would bet for this size.
Raise 225. See 1
And
raise.
Josh decides on a
225,
bluff
see 8
here,
fold.
and just snap gets the job done.
Yeah, and I mean, given your breakdown there, Jordan, when he thinks this through, if he's convinced that he's up against something like a king, this raise is going to be a very effective bet. He's going to be able to get his opponent off the hand a super high percentage of the time, because is he really going to be calling a check raise with just a pair of kings on that board? You wouldn't think so. So that's a great little move there from Josh. Nice pickup.
It's an interesting bluff though, because what does he really, what's he really saying that he has when he check raises that river? Queen Jack?
Queen Jack makes some
King
sense.
10? King 10?
Yeah,
King
I mean,
10, Queen Jack?
definitely rivered 2 pairs. there's definitely some river 2 pairs in there.
Really
That's
make
about-
that sense.
That's about the extent of it, though. But at the same time, there's not a lot of bluffs too, right?
Yeah, but you're probably going to be check raising
Two
5s
call,
on
heads up.
turn, which is another hand that you'd feel like that's the prime hand that you're representing as a bluff, right? Because you block bottom set, that kind of thing. And we're moving on to this hand.
Two check.
Not a bad flop for Rocky. He's got a gutter and a nut flush draw.
25.
And 8 high for
you
Dan.
flop.
Just gonna snap fold. And everybody's having a laugh at just how big that flop is for Octavian. Let us know what you guys think about that check raise on the river. It's pretty ambitious.
It's a fun one for sure.
Yeah. And it's very easy from our perspective because we can see the cards. Can't have any clue what's going on the table. It's so much easier when I know what my opponent's got, guys. Why can't this always just be the case?
We would have made a handful more final tables if we could do this all the time, Jordan.
Oh yeah.
C5 fold, C6 fold. C7 fold, C8 fold. C9 fold.
Josh is trying to pick up a big hand. Ace king on the button.
C1 raise, 65. C2 fold.
See if Lamar's got anything to defend with. And he certainly does. This is a hand that he could just be getting in pre as well. He is pretty short.
Yeah, it's interesting. Versus a button, I wouldn't hate the rip here because he's got
All in, 4 all in.
just over 10 bigs and Josh is never folding.
Yeah, he does decide to jam.
C1 call.
He's going to get the bad news.
Yep, Naman with 3 outs, 20%. Going to get there. Not a
He has
favourite
hit one
in
of
this
these
one.
already.
Did hit one earlier against Ben. Let's see if his luck continues.
Some chop outs.
Against the Ace King, not really. It's a 9 river. That won't
not gonna do it.
trick. We're going to lose Naman in 8th position, taking home $8,100 for his efforts. A couple of fist bumps straight to the exit.
What are you playing, Martin?
Have to wonder whether he's going to be kicking himself about that Ace Jack payoff against Alex, but going to know now, unfortunately.
Yeah. If we look at this run out as well, it wouldn't be crazy to think that he could have lost the entire stack even had he saved that bet against Alex as well. I would king jack against Ace King on this board, button versus big blind.
I think he may have better defend though, because
very likely to be going in.
I don't know. I think he probably finds a defend
sure.
because he
I just
has
think
over
with
20 bigs.
top pair.
Oh, King 8-8, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it ever anything else, right?
That's very results oriented of you, Corey.
It is, but yeah. Sometimes it can just help to soothe the pain a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Joe reckons here comes the favourite. Yeah, I mean, he's picking up chips, he's playing well, it was a good check raise. Gets that job done with Ace King against King Jack, he's picking some chips up.
Okay. Yeah, I just ran out.
He's won all of those pots and he's still sitting 4th in chips. Goes to show just how much play there still is in this tournament.
Oh yeah, super deep. Russell commenting on the 9-5 suited check raise. Says 3 disguise because it's so uncommon and unlikely to be a bluff, which makes sense. Sometimes bluffs can get through simply because no one ever takes the spots.
No, you
if no one ever bluffs this spot, then thinking players will sometimes give you a bit more credit.
Correct.
So there's definitely some merit to that.
Another 13.
It probably worked a little more effectively in this case because his opponent had 9 high.
Yeah.
That always helps as well.
That's when poker in like the mid 2000s, or not even the mid 2000s, but like 2014, 2015 EPT, people would find the pure click 3-bet. People were 6-betting and 7-betting pre.
Oh yeah. Yeah, everyone's messing around, so of course everyone else starts messing around. There's some pretty silly hands that we got to witness in that time period.
One fold.
Oh, definitely. As we see Oki continuing his ace deuce shenanigans, opening it from under the gun again. Looks like Ben's considering something in the small blind with King Jack. Looks like he's just considering, oh, 3-bet?
6-5
Oh,
raise.
versus gun 1, this is pretty
65.
spicy.
It is pretty spicy, but if he knows how wide his opponent's opening, this is probably going to be pretty effective.
Yeah, I mean, Oki opening ace deuce, so he's just kind of asking for trouble. That's the second time he's done that, the second time he's been told, you're not allowed to be doing that.
Yeah, can't get away with that nonsense.
Mate, I remember a few years back.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Oh, it's so annoying. Yeah. So annoying.
Well, Jordan, I hate to point it out. Our picks
yeah,
of Liam and
where-
Iman have not gone particularly great.
I just realised the commentator curse. That is brutal.
It's like everything said James off yesterday. Literally, like
Commentator curse. Alright, well,
Oh my, can we turn that up a little?
it's against the rules, but let's pick another, okay? Let's pick another. There's still 7 people left.
Right, okay.
I mean, if anybody calls us
We're
out
going to
for
have
us,
to just pick one between us, though, right? Okay.
Alright.
Let's share one.
okay.
6-5 raise. 50.
What are your thoughts? We're also not
Well-
allowed to beat Alex.
6 fold.
Oh, okay.
Maybe all the
Alright,
blinds
that's
might
fair.
be maybe
That's fair
definitely
enough.
on loose.
I'm gonna go with, personally,
I can't hear it.
probably gonna go with Ben. He's been here before, he's done it before. Kind of knows what to do in these scenarios, so he's definitely gonna be, if he gets some chips under his belt again, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. As we see, I am just picking it really poorly right now because he's running clean into jacks with 4s. I think he's going to be
7
seeing a
raise.
flop here though, so this could be pretty expensive for him. Cooper is woken up with a hand.
85.
Yeah, this is not ideal. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna make my bid for the pick, Cooper. He's been pretty snug so far.
But now he's got jacks
definitely not
against
really done
4s.
anything wrong, and now he's picked up the sexy boys. So
Oh, come on, mate.
let's flip for this, hey?
It's been like a year since I've heard you say that. I would have loved for that time period to go on longer. I have to wonder whether or not Ben finds a defend. Does decide on a fold. That's a very disciplined fold, given how snug
That's a very
Cooper has
specific
been.
request.
Yeah.
Stack to
Great
pot
little
ratio is
objective
going to be
defender.
like 1.5 on the flop, so probably a bit too shallow for him to be able to realise adequately. As we see, Alinsky is playing the most hands, 40% right there with Oki.
Oh, yeah, 2 folds.
Ben has been the most snug so far, and then
I
playing
thought you meant
13% of his hands.
Yeah, Ben not really found a lot of opportunities to
Thought himself.
get involved so far. I mean, he picked up the queens against Naman's ace-7 suited earlier. He picked up the 9s against Liam's ace-king. So a lot of his hands have kind of just played themselves.
Yeah.
But with the depth of this structure, there's a lot of time for him to shine.
Oh, definitely.
All right, Jordan, you got to take red or black.
Fold, 1 fold, 2 fold. For the day.
0?
6-5
0.
fold.
Well played. I will
Are
take.
we flipping a
That
coin?
is what I would-
We're flipping for the backup pick. If it's a red flop, Cooper is our pick.
Alright. And if it's a black flop, then we're Ben, right?
Yep, that's it.
Alright, okay, fair enough.
Good luck, have fun.
Yep.
185.
Looks like
Cooper's
Cooper's
getting
getting
8
involved
fold,
here.
Yeah,
2
Cooper
5
finds the 3-bet with the King 9 suited. Gets it through. Alex is definitely standard Queen Deuce O open.
Yeah, I think Cooper maybe is seeing now just how wide Alex is opening, so he's
Yeah.
a little bit more willing to put his foot on the gas and punish Alex for that. We'll see if that continues and if Alex readjusts to that as well. That could be a fun little dynamic to keep an eye on.
Thank you.
Alright, players.
See 1 fold.
Ace is cracked in the Twitch chat just asking how Naman found his demise. It was a relatively standard hand. Josh opened up the button with the ace of king. Naman with just a bit over 10 big blinds. I think he started the hand with 12 bigs. Picked up the king jack in the big blind. He put the lot in. Got the snap call obviously, and he was not able to find the 3 outer. So he did hit the rail in 8th place for $8,100. Alright, Jordan, you've got your black flop.
check.
Congratulations. Right. Good luck, Mr. Turner.
As we see Mr. Rodden out flopping Alex here. 40. Alex is going to find the C-bet with the ace-6-0. John is going to find a call, I think, as we see it looks like we've got a dealer change coming in. Vivi. I got that name right?
Sure have.
Wonderful. It's been a while since I've gone to the series. So we see a club turn. No club for either player, but no club for either player, but Mr. Rodden does pick up a straight draw. Alex does pick up a pair though. Still behind the 7.
Yeah, I don't think he'll expect this 6 to be any good at showdown. Probably just about everything that's called flop, apart from some very select straight draws, are going to be ahead of the 6. This club now puts 4 to a flush.
And this is a spot where it definitely favours the pre-flop raiser, but you have to wonder whether or not Alex would have barreled a club on the turn. As we see, Mr. Rodden does find a bet on this river, 110k. Alex will think it through for a little bit, but I think he will just find a disciplined fold here. I don't think he wants to get too sticky against him specifically, though he is bluffing at the moment.
Yeah, I suspect that we're more likely to see a raise out of Alex than a call here, to be honest. Like I was saying before, this 6 actually doesn't have a whole lot of showdown value. He's only really beating things like maybe Queen Jacks, Jack 9s, and now a lot of those are actually winning because of the clubs as well. It looks like Johnny actually turned the hand over and showed that he was bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, and Alex was laughing because he almost called for the worst hand. These two guys played a gigantic pot on day 2 as far as I'm aware. Blind v blind. John thought that he tripled off kings on a, I think it was like a 10-8-3 queen X board. And Alex heroed the river, and John thought that he'd lost. Flipped over kings thinking that they were no good, that he'd just been called and he was going to be losing this hand, but that wasn't the case. Did find the double to make this run in this tournament.
That's always nice.
As we see Jalan in the Facebook chat saying Dargo for the W, let's go. Ace is asking what Naman GG'd for in 8, it was 8,100 Australian dollar dues. Next position will get the payout of 9,600, and the first place prize in this tournament will be 67,500 large ones. As we see Ben now, with jacks, opening it up.
And
Alex
they're back,
plays 7.
the sexy boys. Got them up to 50.
6 folds.
Decides against
7
3-bet. Hockey with ace-8 on the button, folds as well. And I think Josh is definitely going to be finding a defend here with the ace-6 suited.
For sure. Bad news for him is there's only one ace left.
As we see the upside down 6s. Not a good flop for Josh. Does still have ace high. Does have a backdoor flush draw. So he may peel one off here versus a C-bet from Ben.
Yeah, Ben probably not going to size up too big on this flop. It's
I
extremely
would assume
dry.
like 40k or something. 35k, even smaller.
Yeah, very small.
But just 1/4. Does find the call. Turn is a repeat deuce. A little bit scary for Josh because now he chops with all of the ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 type hands. However, he is still behind all of the pairs. Check on the turn. River is a 7, so still ace high for Josh.
No real reason for him to bet here.
He does just check and have to wonder what size Ben is going to go here for value, because I don't think that Josh would ever check a 9 or a deuce on the river, because he would try and extract value from the ace highs that are going to snap check back to showdown.
Yeah, the question is, what would Josh do with a pocket pair? Would he go for value against an ace high, or would he check and try and perhaps bluff catch? Ben thinks he's got a lot of pocket pairs in his range, then he can bet a bit bigger, because most of them are going to make the call. If not all of them are going to make the call. If he thinks that he's just going to be up against an ace high, or even weaker most of the time, then he really just has to size down and try and get a crying call. Looks like we've got a graphical error here.
It's against the rules for him to bet 9k. Yeah, I think it's an illegal bet if he bets 9k. I think it's probably around half pot, probably closer to 90k. So I think we'll have that adjusted in a second as we see the shot clock timing down 6-5. See if a timeback is going to get used here. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, so the time will automatically get reset, and a time bank chip will just be deducted now or at the end of the hand. So the players don't have to physically place the chips out. They will automatically access their extra 30 seconds, and they'll be charged a time bank chip after the fact. Josh is going to make the correct fold there and just get out of the way.
Pretty disciplined fold. Wonder what he may have done if Ben chose a more unique size. So what would Ben have done with a hand like King Queen or King Jack? Because he loses to all of the ace highs. Wonder whether or not he would have chosen more of a pot size bet to try and get folds from ace highs. But if he's doing that, then Jack feels like a really good hand to do that with as well.
That's it.
All of the ace highs are going to assume that it's bluffing King High, Jack High, 10 high. Does slide on a correct fold. Very nice fold.
Free money, bro. Free money. Oh, he's out. Howdy pass.
And that's a nice start for the commentator's backup pick.
Yeah. And picking up some nice chips there. Wasn't able to grab another 90k, but definitely going to take the pot from 4 then. As we see Ben opening the ace 10-0. Cooper now with ace queen. I think we're going to see a little bit more chips being added to the middle, probably to the tune of 160k. Looks like it's going to be around that amount. 150. All of these guys, most of these guys sporting long sleeves or jumpers, must be pretty cold. I've heard people referring to Southport Sharks as the ice box a couple of times, so I have to see whether or not these guys do add jumpers to the repertoire like Ben, if he does get colder. Looks like he's going to fold, making the correct fold against the ace point. So we see Daniel still in the danger zone, 17 big, sub 20 is the shortest stack. As you can see, Alex Ninsky is at chip leader with over 110 big blinds, cruising along at the moment. Still lots of play in this tournament though, guys. Hour-long levels. It's not going to be a sprint, definitely more of a marathon.
Of course, we saw just the one player at the moment below 20 big blinds, that being Dan.
I thought it was Telstra.
The rest of the players all pretty deep.
I thought it was NAB.
NAB.
I have no idea.
I fun conversation with my brother. I'm like, I never even thought about it. I was saying how like so many of the kids' toys have like Mozart or Beethoven symphonies on there. I find it so cool. I'm like, so cool. They're trying to get it in.
Benji in the Twitch chat calling for Dan to spin it up.
For free.
See if
They
you
don't
can
have to
reach
pay
that.
any money for it.
Alex with the 5-4 suited. Love this.
Yep. I'd expect nothing less.
They want to put some classical music on it. That's all to do with the
Josh with ace king. These guys are pretty deep. They're like 50 bigs deep, so it's going to be interesting to see what Alex decides to do with the 5-4. I think Josh has chosen a pretty chunky size though. Looks like 180k. Oh, he's at 155k. 180k.
No, you're right,
Ben
180.
with 9s. Uh-oh.
This is very awkward.
This is a very awkward spot.
Yeah,
Just aside from the fold.
Yeah, and I can definitely get behind this fold. This is one of those times where you know you're laying down a big hand, and you may very well be ahead. But when you try and map out how this actually plays out and the different ways that this can go, you don't really like any of them. The best thing you can imagine is maybe you put in the 4-bet and everyone folds. So you're almost turning the 9s into a bluff at that point.
Yep.
And that's definitely not an option you want to be going for. Now, we remember we've got those pay jumps incoming. There's some pretty big money to be played for, and a lot of money to be made from just sitting back and watching your opponents eliminate each other. Sometimes taking the low variance, the low risk option is the best option, and Ben decides that's the case here. Makes a nice tight fold with the 9s.
Seven folds. 8 folds. Okay, 50,000. 2 folds. 3 folds.
So we see Josh with the ace-10, going to open it up to 50k. See if Alex continues his any 2 defense. Looks like he does. 6-4-0.
Yep, he's in there to battle.
As we see both players whiffing. Backdoors to both though. The ace of spades are pretty crucial. Yeah, Josh with a pretty crucial blocker with the ace of spades.
Imagine a C-bet will get the job done here. That ace of spades, I think Josh will be pretty confident to fire a bet.
And a very quick fold from Alex. Not going to get amongst it at all.
Great question from Benji in the Facebook chat, asking if there is any value in flatting with the 9s. So the thing we need to think about, sort of like I was saying about trying to look at the different ways the hand can play out. Now, if we flat the 9s, let's think about what happens after that. First, Alex has to make a decision. If Alex raises, we're toast. If Alex calls, getting a great price, we're out of position against the chip leader and another big stack with pocket 9s, which is a hand that's almost definitely not going to be particularly strong on the flop. So in that situation, most likely, we're toast. Alex probably getting a good enough price that if he's opened a reasonable holding in the first place, he can call. But even if he folds, then we're still out of position against a 3-better with a medium strength hand in a spot where the ICM is really dicey, and our range is capped. In that situation, we're also toast. So while the 9s themselves are very strong, and in a vacuum, maybe there is some value in flatting them, when we start to look at how it's going to progress, most of the situations are not going to work in our favour. So it works out to be kind of a high risk, high variance sort of situation. And especially on a final table like this, there's definitely value in just getting out of the way.
2-minute call on the players' chance. Please start making your way back to your seats.
I appreciate you hitting us with that one.
See Alex opening here, the 7-8-0.
7 folds.
Cooper is going to defend the big blind with 9-3 suited. After a flop to go.
He does have position, he has a suited hand, he has a reasonable price.
You see a check from Alex. Both players whiffing this flop.
Yeah, very nothing flop for both.
Deuce repeats, doesn't improve either. If Alex stabs this turn, he will just snap take it down. Skeg asking if there's any short deck down in Aussie. There are some short deck tournaments that happen in Australia. However, from what I understand, it's typically in the lower buy-in ranges as a part of our self-dealt tournament series that is happening as part of the APT. I think it's an $80 to $100 buy-in. I'm not entirely sure whether or not the Mixed Game Academy has brought short deck in as part of any of their rotations, as there are a number of mixed game events that you can partake in at every APT series this year. Joe's asking when the APT is coming back to Sydney. I think it's in October. I will get that clarified for you because the Vault event will be on in October, which is a $1,250 entry tournament with a guaranteed 150k for first, is it, Corey? I think it's 150k for first.
30-second call.
That sounds correct. Yeah, so $150,000 first place guarantee. Let me see if I've got the dates here as well.
Webby just clarifying that apparently a lot of them have taken short deck out of the rotation. Yep, can understand that. It's a relatively difficult game to play, and especially to organise, given you have to take cards out of the deck to be able to play it. As we see Linsky continuing his aggression, opening the 10-4 suited.
This tournament has recommenced. Blinds are 1,000.
Looks like Cooper is going to find another 3-bet here, giving it some thought. He took King 9 suited before. I think Ace 3 is probably going to fall into that wheelhouse as well. Pocker's asking who the commentators are. My name is Jordan Bromley, and I'm joined by Corey Van Jarsveld, part of the LCA team. So we see Cooper does decide on a 3-bet. Looks to be for 220k. Oki gets away from the big blind, and Linsky is double checking a chip stack here. Wonder if he's got some nefarious plans. Cooper has 3-bet him the orbit previously with the King 9.
Maybe catching on that Cooper's not really respecting the raises anymore.
Yeah, wonder whether or not he's going to respect the re-raise though. As a 4-bet here would be so spicy. It would put Cooper in the blender. Oh mode, he's reaching for 100k. He does put in the 4-bet, 325k. Oh no, even bigger.
Is that a 400?
Is that a pure click 4-bet?
It's probably pretty
like
close too. Yeah,
it looks like he's just gone to 400k.
Like you were just alluding to the 2014, 2013 poker where everyone was just clicking it to each other earlier on, Jordan, and now we see that in action.
Cooper does use a time bank here. So basically what's happened here, those of you who've just tuned in, Alex has been opening quite an array of hands so far on this final table. And the information looks like it got back to Cooper, and he's 3-bet the King 9 suited and the Ace 3 suited from the small blind against Alex's button open. And for the first time, Alex has found a 4-bet with the 10-4 suited. Cooper does just bin it rather angrily. Alex is going to get it through, taking himself over the 3 million mark for the first time in this tournament. Alex really showing these guys kind of how you play in ICM situations on the final table, not giving an inch.
Yeah, it's very funny that so quickly the dynamic has developed like this. Just last 4-bet, we were saying, after the 3-bet from Cooper with the King 9 suited, this is something that could get interesting, could develop. If Alex works out how life is getting 3-bet, it'll be fun to see how he adjusts. And we see him adjusting with the 10-4 suited min 4-bet. Now, I guess the question is, does Cooper just stay out of his way from here on out, or does he like to play it a bit more aggressively?
I don't really know. He's got the best seat in the house, but it's difficult to play against when Alex is doing that. Can't really do anything about it.
5 raise, 60,000.
Oh, Webby's Michelle. Thanks for tuning in, Michelle. Great to see you watching. Thanks for coming to check out this final table. Shout out to all you guys watching in chat. Thanks for tuning in. As always, let us know where you're watching from. We've got people tuning in from all around the world. Joe making a shout out for the Goliath Sydney. Said it was a great experience. Glad you enjoyed it, mate. Hope you had a nice run in that one. Congratulations on the FT. As we see, the blinds have increased now from 12.24 to 15.30. Alex, the chip leader, with 100 blinds.
We had 1 time soon.
Just to confirm on that vault event, so the vault itself will start on the 23rd of October. That will be the first club in Sydney, October 23. Now I do believe there's a couple days before that that the actual APT series begins. But we will be there in October.
Luke McKenzie shouting out Johnny, saying it's red wine time. I know for a fact there are a few guys at this table who wouldn't hate red wine time happening early on this FT. Have to see how it plays out as we see Dan ripping in the Queen Jack suited. 13 bigs. Seems fine to me. Ben with 8s though. Can't imagine him folding this one. I think he may flick it in, though he is in a bit of a rough spot with the players behind, and he does only have 30 or so bigs himself. I think Dan and Ben have played quite a lot together, so definitely going to be a lot of history and quite a lot of meta thought going into this decision. Also has to consider, he has to consider 3 larger stacks than him behind. Can he use a time bank? Give this one a little bit more thought. Okay, he's saying the short stacks
with just above 30 big blinds. He's going to have to call for over a third of his stack if he elects to make the call, or he'll have to commit the whole lot. He's going to just jam over the top. The entire table still behind him, but he's going to have a pretty good idea that 8s are ahead of his opponent's range.
Does just find the call. He's going to want to hope that nobody wakes up with anything behind. Just run him with ace-5 suited. Does fold. Now
Couple
Josh
of
with 7
dance
isn't going to do
clubs.
anything. And these guys are flipping. As you can see, one of these hands does have a slight statistical advantage. Dan's going to win this one a little over half the time. Ben a little bit less.
Yeah, it's one of the few times where the overcard's actually doing very well against the pair. Typically it's the other way
As we see
around.
why, Jack on the flop. Just need an 8 or Dan will double, and looks like Dan is going to find a double up to 860k, and Ben, I think, is going to be our new short stack.
Yeah, he's going to find his way to the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment, but still playing 20 big blinds, and he's a man that knows how to use them. Definitely don't count him out just yet.
Yeah, as you see, Dan is all smiles finding the double there.
He wasn't giving you the check 8 speech, that's for sure.
Always seems to find his way to a final table. Dan does. Definitely been playing quite a lot of tournament poker in the last 12 months. He's definitely getting a name for himself in these series. Loves firing in the 1Ks and the Goliath. I think he played the 5K earlier in the week as well. I think he might have even cashed in that event. Obviously, as we know, was won by Yida Chung from Sydney, continuing his absolutely amazing year run, as much as he's going to hate me saying that. So we see a fold over to Oki, going to open the ace-7-0. A bit confused. The ace-7 is an ace deuce.
No, he's changed it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to get all the way through. Dan can't really defend with the 6 deuce offsuit. So we see that Ben is our short stack now. Dan and Cooper very similar stacks around that 800k. And we've got Josh, Oki, and Alex has developed a 1 million chip gap between himself and second place. Just kind of keeping his foot down with the aggression on this table. Definitely the man to beat. It's going to be difficult for people to play back at him when he's 4-betting 10-4 suited.
Yeah, he's going to put people in situations where they have to commit their tournament life to a pot in order to play it. That's a scary situation to be in when you've got such big pay jumps looming. Alex is very well aware of the dynamic and how to use it to his advantage. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
See Cooper opening it up with the King 10, folding around to Ben in the big blind, who doesn't want to play. Cooper's going to take a uncontested pot.
There's still only one player below that 20 big blind mark, and that's our current commentator's pick. He's sitting on almost exactly 20 bigs. Very deep poker, even though the blinds have just ticked up.
Yeah, average stack is hovering around that 40 big blind mark. So it's still quite a lot of play in this tournament.
Dean's saying he reckons Dan's not going to be folding an ace-queen pre. From what I've seen from Dan so far, we know that he doesn't like to fold too much. He definitely likes to battle.
Yeah.
Not seen a lot of Dan's play, but from what I have seen, he definitely seems like the kind of guy that's going to go for the win.
He definitely doesn't like to give up the aggression. He kind of keeps it up. As we see Mr. Rodden taking the aggression to Oki, 3-betting the ace 7-0, gets it through.
He's gonna take that one down. Nice little move.
Now, Oki's been hit with a few 3-bets now. He's fallen down to that 1.6 mark. He was close to 2 mil before. As we see a few guys standing on the rail, getting a view of what's happening.
Eight folds.
So it looks like Johnny's going to open from +1 here. Pocket 7s. Pretty nice hand to look at, but we see a 7 does get killed. It's going to fold around to Cooper, who's not going to defend his big blind. Gets it straight through. Not much action for the last few hands. It's just been raise and take it for the most part.
Aggression working out for Johnny.
Yeah. Ben's still our shorty. Next bust out will receive $9,600, but we all really want to focus on those top 3 positions. Third's going to be 29k, second 43k, and our winner today is going to collect $67,500. Not bad for a few days' work.
That's a pretty solid few days.
200, 400. 200 and 400 next time, please.
9 folds. 1 and 2.
So we see it fold around to Ben here. Ace Jack. Clark is going to find an open. Have to wonder what Alex is going to do with the Jack 9 suited here though. Ben is very short, oh not very short, but he's sub 20 big blinds. So maybe a little bit too shallow to find a 3-bet here. Does decide on a call. He's going to play this one in position. And the blinds aren't going to be coming along, so we're going to go heads up to a flop here. Ben is in front of the dominating Jack. But it really doesn't matter when your name is Alex Linsky, as he takes the lead with a pair of 9s and a gutter. Both players with a gutter out, however.
Yeah, Alex has definitely been finding some flops today. That gut shot has been pop the pot. For Ben to win this, he's going to have to catch an ace.
Ben does check it over to Alex. Alex does decide to check back.
Yeah, Alex would hate to face a check raise on this flop.
Yeah, turn is a 6. No club for either player. Don't know whether
Not an ideal situation for Ben.
No. He doesn't really beat any hands, and I don't know if many of the hands that Alex calls is going to be folding this turn, so I'm not sure how often this bluff is going to work. Hands like 10, 9, 8, 7, King, Jack. I mean, King, Jack you're ahead of, but no other hands are really going to fold, I don't think.
Yeah, this bet's kind of just going to be folding out things like maybe pocket 5s.
Yeah, 5s, 4s, 3s, deuces. Everything else is going to be calling, as we see Alex does. Off to a river, SPR is like 1.1, it's a total brick.
So the question is if Ben plans to follow through on the river here.
It's pretty interesting, because Alex can have traps on this turn. He can have the sets that trap. He can have 6s. He can have Jack 10, check back, and he is just going to try and show down ace high. No good though.
That's the difficulty with trying to play out of position.
I think a jam would work, but it would be pretty spicy.
Yeah, and it's tough to pull the trigger when you've got those pay jumps looming.
Yeah.
You're betting your entire stack that a guy is going to fold.
You are the clear shorted stack though, so if there's ever a time to kind of go after it, it's probably that one.
Yeah, it's very true.
What do you guys think? You pulling the trigger in Ben's shoes there or not? I'm not sure if I am. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, I don't know that I pulled that trigger.
I mean, you can rule out nines, queens, because Alex is probably going to 3-bet call off those pre. It's really only, even eights as well, it's really only Jack 10 that probably traps flop and just calls turn. I don't know, maybe you can just rip it. So see, Dan's going to find the limp here with the king queen. Folds around to the big blind. Going to check, I think. Yep. So heads up to a flop here, 105 in the middle, limp pot.
Interesting, we haven't seen one of these yet.
Oh, a 10 on the turn would be ridiculous here.
That would be unfair.
A 10 would be absolutely disastrous for Johnny. Don't know if we're going to see it though. 30k.
Only one big blind.
Found the call. He wants a 10, but he's fading a 10. That's 7, so he does take the lead.
Yeah, that's actually what Johnny's after. It's not out that he thought he wanted, but it turns out that's just what he needs.
Yeah, I have to wonder whether or not Dan is going to barrel or if he's going to give up. He does barrel. Probably thinks that he has a range advantage given that he may limp under the gun some strong hands. They're going to be ahead of a jack, but he does just bet half pot, which is kind of a nothing really bet. All of the hands that you're behind are always going to be calling this bet. Like even a 4 probably calls this bet. A hand like obviously 10-4, 8-4. All of those hands are going to be calling a gut shot on the turn. Obviously a 9 and a jack are never folding. But 8-7, so a gutter and a pair does decide to fold. Interesting.
Yeah, wow. Dan gets a cheeky little bluff through. Johnny maybe giving him a little bit more credit.
King high, you'll definitely take it.
Nice little pick up there from Dan. Edging back towards that million chip mark.
And back up near 900k. Ben, our shorty though, just 14 bigs. Linsky has extended his lead up to 3.2 million. A million clear of second place.
Yeah, this has really just been all Alex's final table so far. It's all been uphill. Picked up a pair here as well.
And given what he's been opening so far, I don't see him folding this one. Opens deuces. One of the deuces gets killed by Cooper though. One less out for him to hit his set. Oki with the ace-8. He's going to flick in a call.
He's got the button, he's got a suited ace.
We saw how well 10-4 performed for Alex before. Let's see what Mr. Rodden does with it.
He's going to take a different approach, surprisingly.
Decides on the fold. And Josh does flick in a call. So we're going to go 3 ways with 3 pretty different hands here. As we see a pair for both Oki and Josh. Alex totally whiffs. He does just have one out. So we can see 7% down the bottom left corner of your screen. So they're going to win this one by the case deuce or running 5-3. But crazier things have happened. So we see him c-bet for what looks to be half pot, around 100k here. 75k, sorry.
Well, he's just trying to get air hands to fold at this point.
Oki not having anything of it. When it goes bet call, Josh with a king. I don't know, it's pretty close. You can either fold or you can call with the backdoor nut flush draw, but he does decide to fold. Heads up to the turn here. Offsuit 6 doesn't change anything for either player.
No flush draws on board at all.
Rainbow board. Alex does have the worst hand he's probably going to have here though. Has to wonder, the question that he's probably thinking in his head is, will Oki fold a hand like the hand that he has in a spot like this? Because he probably assumes that on an ace-king X board, Oki's going to raise hands like 4s and ace-4.
375,000.
But what is he going to do with a hand like ace-8, ace-7, ace-9 suited? Even ace-10, because given the position that Alex opened from, he definitely has the range advantage. He can have ace-queen, he can have ace-jack suited, and he does fold, wow.
And yeah, look at this, Jordan. This is incredible stuff.
Alex just really doesn't care. He's just putting everybody in the blender. There's nothing that anybody can really do.
$1.2 million chips is the gap now between Alex and his closest rival.
7-handed and Alex has a third of the chips in play.
Great spot to be.
Sorry?
Pints of wine.
We're on,
It's on a
boys.
great path to increase his already impressive Hendon mob up another $67,000.
Free betting fuel.
Yeah, I mean
I bought a whole
67's
bottle if someone wants a
a
glass.
small dent to 4.1 mil, but it can still make it look better if he adds another first place.
Yeah, yes, because I don't want to trouble table.
As he has had results in this event multiple times. I think he has won this event twice. So definitely one of his favorites to play.
That's 60.
He seems to be enjoying himself. I still can't get over how bad that moustache is, but that's neither here nor there. Even he's laughing about it.
Oh, you haven't given it a
As
tip
we
yet,
see
there you go.
Oki opening the King Queen to 60k.
Here we go. Next hand.
So one raise, 200.
We've got a comment about Johnny drinking red. I don't know if he's drinking red or if he's drinking a Coke Zero or a Coke. It looked to be from a glass, as like a Coke glass as opposed to an actual wine glass. You see, Josh has got jacks here, and it looks like he's going to 3-bet. Up to 200k. So a little over 3x. Back over to Oki with King Queen.
Does have position.
Looks like he finds the call. I'm not sure about this. I definitely probably would have just leaned fold with the King Queen out of position, but he finds the call. Whiffs the flop. Jacks are still ahead. What size do you think is good for Josh to choose here?
He's probably want to go around the half pot size from out of position, set up a size where he can jam the turn. He does elect to check though. Question is if he's looking to check raise or just check call. This is a pretty dicey turn card here. You wouldn't expect Octavian to have too many 7s in his range. The only thing you would think would be some sort of suited connectors that he elected to call the 3-bet with.
And Oki has bluffed at pots like this before. Took it down with the King 4-0 earlier, and looks like he's firing out a third here, 150k. It's a pretty dicey spot for Josh. I don't think he can fold just yet, but he's going to be really put to a decision on the river if Oki fires a second barrel. As we see, there's a little...
either.
No, and that is really not one of them.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Oki has to wonder whether or not Josh gives up a hand like ace... sorry, Josh has a hand like ace-10 that he checks twice with and then calls with the gutter. But as it turns out, Oki does think that, and Josh is going to take down a pretty nice pot, taking himself over the 1.4 million chip mark. And Oki now has fallen down to 1 million. He was at 2 not long ago.
Yeah, Josh gets let off the hook a little bit there with that check back on the river. He was going to be put in a really difficult situation should he face a river bet.
If the ace
Probably
doesn't drop,
ultimately would have to lay his hand down on an ace river.
but, you know,
We got Oids and Illashark.
could have turned back
Oids
to
and
diamonds
Illashark's
with an
asking a
ace
question
after
regarding
the
chip stacking, saying, assuming it's a personal preference, but is
It's
there a
not
reason
one- was
to
not one
stack
of the
the
cards
chip
I was willing
towers
to go.
in more than one level? Unfortunately, I can't really assist you with this question, but I can ask somebody who is used to stacking large amounts of chips. Corey, how do you stack chips when you win tournaments?
60,000.
So, Jordan, firstly, give yourself some credit. But secondly, so my personal preference is to just stack them in piles of 20. And unless things are going particularly well, I generally won't stack them more than one level high. But yeah, in a nutshell, it is just a personal preference thing. It's recommended that you keep them in stacks of 20. And then if you're building up more levels, then to try and keep each level in stacks of 20.
I'm not sure whether the question is about stacks of 20 as opposed to kind of similar to what Alex is doing with his chip stack, with stacks on top of stacks. Notice how he's got chips on top instead of to the side.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I typically won't stack chips on top of other stacks of chips. I'll just keep them in piles of 20 and leave it at that. But it is really just personal preference for the most part. If I'm having such a good day that I'm running out of room in front of me, it is what it is. It's a great problem to have.
We don't really get to the point of Jamie Gold where he just had like half the table covered in chips. These days, the tournament directors, as we can see on screen, do a very good job making sure that the players are able to colour up, giving them a lot more room to be able to navigate their chips around with, as opposed to having chips everywhere. As we can see, Alex is stacking up the 1k chips that aren't really going to be useful to him anymore. Going to free him up a lot of space.
Coming after me,
yeah, I understand what you mean regarding the multiple stacks on stacks on stacks, people creating these ridiculous towers of chips trying to navigate cards around. If I see a guy building a ridiculous chip tower, I'm just never going to give him any chips because he's obviously not playing poker and he's only going to be playing the really good hands. If I see an engineer at the table building the Arc de Triomphe in front of me, I'm just going to ignore him and try not to play hands against him.
Yeah, he's probably not going to risk those without a really good reason.
Yeah. It's actually funny, during the World Series of Poker in Vegas, I think there are certain meetups that players will have where they try and build the most ridiculous chip stacks possible. So, some of those ones, I've seen photos, it is crazy.
Oh, sorry.
Guys with engineering degrees that want to play poker in their spare time. Shout out to Joanne in the Facebook chat saying, take it down, Josh. Definitely a lot of supporters for Josh here. He's been doing pretty well up to the 1.5 million mark. So we see a blind v blind battle here. Ben with the ace-5 suited. I think he's just going to rip this. There he goes.
Yeah, easy jam here for Ben.
Alex is asking for a count with a 10-9. Don't think he's going to be calling. It is 12 bigs. 10-9's a little bit too ambitious. But if he knows if he's got a deck read and he knows what the flop's going to be, then he may just flick it in and decides against it. Travis making a very good point regarding the stacks being clearly readable. There is a specific ruling within the TDA rules that you have to be able to discern the total amount of chips in a player's stack. So you can't have stacks of 16, you can't have stacks of 26. And plus it's easier for you to be able to tell how many chips you've got if you've got them in stacks of 20. 20 stacks of 5k chips is going to be 100k. 20 stack of 25k chips is going to be more than I've ever had in a tournament, so I'm not sure what would be, Corey.
That sounds like 500, Jordan, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're better at math than I am.
I don't spend a whole lot of time with that many chips either.
Rick Hughes saying that Dean Stacey makes a lot of the best chip stacks. Yeah, Dean's a regular in the APT circuit. I know for a fact that he collects quite a lot of chips and always has fun stacking them up. As we see Dan here with the ace-queen. Don't think he's going to be folding this one.
Get out of line here.
Oh, 7 deuce. I only just saw that. What's he doing? Is there a bounty that I don't know about? What's this about?
See 2 raise,
170k.
A few people getting cheeky with these loose opens from the early positions, but they're getting punished every single time.
Fold. See 9 fold. On the lines, he goes for it.
It looks like he does show it as well. Shows that he was having a little bit of fun with it. Alex is probably a little bit annoyed because he would have loved to have played 7-6 suited against Dan as a big blind defend. Not to be though.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Illashark. I had something similar happen. I actually heard a story at the World Series of Poker just gone, where obviously they bring in a number of dealers. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tables at the World Series, and they have to have dealers for all kinds of tournaments. I heard a story of a dealer that was relatively fresh to dealing tournaments, and it was the break, and there was a request from the tournament director for the chips to be coloured up. So the dealer thought, oh, okay, that sounds like fun, and proceeded to grab the chip stack from each of the players at the table and then stack the chips by colour, as opposed to what's happening on screen right now where they're racing the chips off.
Oh no.
So they needed to check the cameras and try and get everybody's chip stack back as close as possible to what they were. But yeah, that was one of the many disaster dealing stories that I heard about the World Series of Poker. Saw the chips
Yeah,
by colour. These ones are red, these ones are green.
Oh no.
Anyway, back to the action. Looks like Josh is deciding on an open here. Looks like he's going to find one.
See one raise, 65.
Opening to what looks like 60k.
See 5 folds.
Ben with
6
14
folds,
bigs
7
gets out of the
folds.
way. Does fold all the way over to Oki in the big blind. Looks like he's going to find a
See 8
defend.
calls, heads up.
Oh, there are plenty of horror stories about the World Series that I can tell you about as we see the flop.
See 8
Jacob
check.
back in the dealer chair. Welcome back. See, Alex, that's how you pull a moustache off. That's how it's done.
See one bet,
One of the
180.
greatest moustaches on the tour for sure.
Oh, it's iconic.
See 8 call.
As we see a C-bet of 50k and a pretty annoyed flick in a 50k defend.
6.
Defending that big blind, keeping the action going from Octavian.
Yeah.
So we see the 7 deuce 3 flop, ace 8 for Octavian, ace queen ahead, but Oki does have a few backdoors. Backdoor flush draw, but that ain't gonna help him. Dead on the
never
turn.
mind.
Queen is pretty good.
Great turn card for Josh.
Yeah, Luke McKenzie making a point in this Facebook chat saying that Johnny's on the red, game over. I understand he's a bit of a menace when the red wine comes out. As you see, it
Yeah,
looks like Josh is debating what size he's going to continue on the turn here. Probably something around the 125k, maybe even up to 155k would be suitable. Around 2/3 on this type of board. Looks like he tends to agree with me. As he's going to get it through. Oki not going to call twice with his ace high.
I think just on Luke's comment, I think this 7 deuce open a moment ago perhaps tilts the odds between red and Diet Coke slightly in favour of the one.
I mean, 7 deuce I can't get behind, but 10 deuce absolutely should be pure open.
Agreed.
Yeah. Definitely. If there was ever a tournament or a period of time where you should be opening the 10 deuce or have a bounty on the 10 deuce, this is it.
Everyone fold. See 2 folds.
See, over to Ben, our short stack at the table, just a little over 14 bigs. Sides against an open. Alex gets the green light.
6, 7 folds.
Opens it up to 60k. Oki thinking
You
on the
reckon
small
Alex has
one.
looked at his cards?
Yeah. I mean, he's got King Jack, so he must have.
See 8 calls, 60.
Oki does flick in a call from the small blind with 9-7 suited, a little bit wide, and it's red
3
wine.
runners.
It's definitely red wine. Queen 4-0 comes out. As that
check?
kind of hits everyone. So Oki's got a gut shot.
9 check.
Alex with 2 pair. Mr. Rodden with a middle pair. I think we're going to see a turn in some
6
capacity.
bet,
Just not sure what
75.
size Alex is going to bet.
Sit
Looks like
8
he
fold.
decides on a third. 75k.
Johnny might want to stick around for one bet with the second pair here.
Captain Red's count out a call and he flicks it in.
Heads up.
Brick on the turn. Doesn't get more bricky than the deuce of clubs. Shout out Tegan in the Facebook chat. Wishing good luck to everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
See 9 checks.
I'm just getting an update from the Facebook chat saying that apparently the 7 deuce open is standard from Johnny even after no red. So our read was off there.
Yeah.
And these guys have played quite a few hands together, so we have to wonder what Alex's strategy is going to be to try and get the max value from Johnny here.
250.
Looks like he's continuing for around 250k, roughly 2/3.
This is a very connected board. A lot of rivers can completely change how this hand looks. So he's going to want to try and charge the max now before any scary rivers peel off. Of course, a spade, ace, 10, 9, all those cards change the situation quite a lot. Even a board pair can change things pretty significantly.
got an
APT
update
live
for you
popping
guys.
in.
Yep. Saying that apparently the
progressive,
PTO getting some numbers at the moment, around 44 runners so far. So definitely jump into that one if you guys are after some bounty action. These tournaments are so much more fun when you make money when you bust people.
Yeah, I've got to say my biggest regret of not being there and in the mix right now is that I'm missing this PKO. That's going to be a very fun tournament. If you guys are around, definitely recommend getting amongst it and giving that one a go.
As we see, Mr. Rodden eventually does find the fold with the Queen 4-0.
Nice one.
We see that he has slipped down now to that sub 2 million mark, and Linsky has extended his lead. He really hasn't really bled any chips. It's only been up and up and up. He's at 3.5 million now.
Big fold.
Yeah,
we saw that in the Twitch chat we had some love for the moustache. Sorry for cutting you off. Just needed to point that out.
Yeah, for sure. We've just seen
I call that the
Alex is losing pots. They're very, very small,
I don't know
and he's just managing to maximize the value he's getting out of his good hands. And it's just been consistent this whole final table. That's been the story. And we see him already up to 3.5 million chips now. A huge stack.
6-7 fold.
Of course, the other thing to note too is he's not just waiting for the cards. We saw him make the 4-bet earlier on with the 10-4 suited once he identified that Cooper was getting a little bit out of line.
Cool.
See, it looks like it is spread one. As we see, Hockey opens the button with the 8s, and Mr. Rodden just wants to play King 8-0 from the small. Why not? Get amongst it. Doesn't connect with that flop though. He's only got 2 outs. Does check whilst staring lovingly at Oki. Oki does flick out 75k.
Fold.
Does get the job done with that C-bet. Hey, we've got an imposter in the Twitch chat. Dan, you've got a tournament to win. What are you talking to people in the chat for? Love the pink jumper, by the way, mate. Really brings out your eyes.
I highly approve of the pink jumper. Dan having to make another fold there, the King 10 off from the early position. He's had a few of those hands that he'd love to play, but not really in the right positions. He's had a Queen Jack, I think he had a Queen 10, something similar to that before. Just hands that are close, but no cigar.
9 fold, 1 fold, 2 calls.
We're just going to gloss over the Jack 3 suited.
I mean, were you expecting something different, Jordan?
+1 open, Jack 3 suited, 67k up top.
We both got long legs, so yeah.
Looks like we see it just in from Dan though, the King 4-0. Checks it over. King Queen 5 does flop top pair. Alex is going to C-bet. Looks to be in the 65k vicinity.
6-2 raise.
Maybe 40k. Check raise here from Dan.
This is probably the biggest pot we've seen Alex lose so far.
6 fold.
He does get out of the way.
Bullying now.
And we see just how wide these guys are playing. Alex and Octavian both playing a lot of hands.
That's what I like. Fast to see, boys.
I want to see who wins the battle between red wine out of the pint and cruises.
I'm surprised he doesn't just drink it straight out the bottle.
Shout out to the Twitch chat. Jahesh Richards saying aces one time for my boy Scoop Daddy. With all of the fingers up in the air.
Players in the mini main flight field, lines are up.
6-7 raise, 60.
Players in the mini main.
Can't do aces. How does ace queen sound? Is that alright? Is that a fair compromise? So see him open it up to 60k. Josh now with nines. Gonna find a flat for the button. What do you think of this flat instead of a 3-bet, Corey?
Now there's definitely some incentive to keep the variance a little bit lower, given the final table dynamic. However, I definitely wouldn't be opposed to seeing a 3-bet out of these nines as well. I think it's one that can definitely go either way. Josh wanting to keep the pot controlled and just try and use his positional advantage throughout this hand. But on this ace-high flop, it's not going to be loving it. You may be calling one bet. It's not a large C-bet at all.
Yeah, you can't fold for this size. I definitely prefer the flat, given that Ben is in the big blind with 13 bigs. As we see another club peel off, both players with a club, but if another club did come, it would be pretty disastrous for Josh. Cooper with the nut club draw and top pair.
We see Cooper take another peek at his cards there. I wonder if that's maybe giving something away.
Looks like he's going to find a barrel. I don't think it needs to be big. Could be around the vicinity of 80 to 85k. Looks like he goes around half pot.
Bets. 140.
And snap fold from Josh does get the job done. We continue 7-handed. We see that Alex still does have the lead. He's 1.5 million clear of second.
Yeah,
it's definitely pretty comfortable.
Plenty. 2 outs is plenty. More than enough. My grandpa always said, if you know the gutshot's coming on the river, you can call on the turn. So living up and saying I've been living by. If you know, you know.
You got the feeling.
Yeah. All these charts and GPO and stuff. Rubbish player, mate. You got the feeling.
Yeah.
It's got to feel right.
Agreed. Seat 7 fold, seat 8 fold.
Johnny now with 10s.
Seat 9 raise, 65. Seat 7 fold.
Seen him loosen up a little bit, but these 10s are definitely a hand that he's going to want to play a red wine or not.
Seat 5 fold, 7 decimal. Seat 6 fold, just another 5.
Alex in the big blind. You know he's defending wide, and he continues to do just that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah!
Oh, this is not fair, Jordan. This is not how it's supposed to go. Oh, this is really bad news here for Johnny. Not only has he been outflopped by a straight, but he's actually still got an overpair.
What do you think of the second nuts? Is that alright? Is that okay?
Bets.
Will that do?
65.
Defensive 7-5-0 is the chip leader.
You see a C-bet from Johnny. It's a slam dunk check raise for Alex.
Yeah, I definitely think Alex is going to be putting some chips in here. And I know for a fact these guys have been going at each other for the last couple of days. So I'm not sure how Johnny's going to react to this check raise. He may just think that Alex is trying to bully him around.
Yeah, and I mean, a hand like 10s here are pretty vulnerable. There's not a lot of turn cards that he'll want to see. Obviously a 7 is great news, a 10 is pretty good. Apart from that, most other turn cards are pretty bad news.
Yeah, but given the flop already,
that could give him reason to bucket some more chips in.
Yeah, I mean it's even worse though, given that this board just hits the big blind's defense so heavily. But I know that these guys have been going at each other for the last. Wait, he rips?
Yeah, and he does just that.
What? Wow. Wow. Well, that's what can happen after 2 days of absolutely going at each other. I mean, he's not dead. He does have 15%. He's got 3 7s and running boats. That's an out that can help him.
9,
that's not a river though.
No.
Wow, Alex has just got all the chips. He's got half the chips in play.
Yeah, just look at that leaderboard, Jordan.
That was an absolute bow-tied gift.
Alright, John.
Yeah, that was it
Wow.
was just like I was saying, Jordan. Sometimes when you've got a hand like tens that's vulnerable, but almost certainly the best hand,
That would have been a horrible. way to
sometimes
lose.
it can be easy to just
I saw that turn card. Oh my!
go for it and maybe overplay it a little bit. You see,
And the nine
like you
would feel so
say,
much
the
more
big blind is going to be hitting that board pretty hard. But with that redraw to the straight, with an overpair against such an aggressive opponent that you know is going to be going for it, and has demonstrated that he'll go for it with that chip lead, Johnny just didn't believe his opponent. He decided he was going to bet his tournament life on the fact that he was correct. But
Guys, that
he
pot
was not
itself
correct.
was 40%. 40% of the chips in play.
Yeah, that's a huge benefit to Alex.
Honestly, guys, that was probably a $30,000 chance. Given his position in the tournament, that was potentially worth $30,000. Anyway, we continue on. Oki does open the King Jack offsuit from under the gun. Dan now folds ace 10, discipline laydown.
You know it wasn't you, Dan?
Joey Hickory plays for wine. Hey now, we never got confirmation that it was wine.
Yeah, we're just gonna assume it was that Diet Coke for now. Play does continue six-handed. Players have locked up just shy of $12,000 each at this point. We're about to start getting to some pretty meaningful pay jumps. So 11,850 the next payout, up to 15.5 for fifth, 20,500 for fourth, 29k neat for third, 43,000 for second. First place is going to be taking home 67,500. They're going to score themselves a vault ticket, and of course the trophy to go along with that.
Just got a message from Josh Mack in the Facebook chat saying the ICM value of those chips was $41,000. Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Bottom two.
So yeah, roughly 30k. Given that he's just busted for 9,600, there's roughly a 30k worth of value that he just missed out on by ripping those tens. And yeah, if Alex wasn't going to be the guy to try and beat in this tournament, he's definitely going to be the clear favourite. Like $1.05 to potentially take this one down.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how tough Alex was going to be to chase down at the 2 million chip mark. They started with 2.2, I believe, or 2.1 million.
He's more than
when we began a couple of hours ago.
Almost tripled his chip stack as the chip leader. That is insane.
I mean, he's got about a 4 million chip gap on his closest opponent, Jordan. This is not going to be an easy guy to chase down.
He's over 100 big blinds clear.
He almost got it.
Pretty nice spot here for Cooper. He has got that queen high flush.
Nock, he does have a jack high flush.
Jack high.
6-7 calls.
He is going to make the call and win a nice pot.
Yeah.
I do think Octavian is betting for value here.
What's going on there?
Yeah, but he does
high flush, which is reasonable, but it's just not
versus an under the gun range. I think with the queen of spades, probably just a call. Trying to extract any more value is just way a little bit too thin.
Yeah, especially considering the board actually does pair on the river as well, which on a board like that against under the gun isn't the most we've ever seen, but it's definitely still a factor. But anyway, with the queen of spades, I don't think it's a nice call there. I think it's a nice little reward there for it in about a $500,000 chip pot.
Value count myself, eh?
Now, we weren't sure how long this final table was going to go for today. There were whispers that we could have been here for late into the evening, around 10 o'clock if everything went to plan. But with the amount of chips that Alex has at this point, I don't know whether or not it's going to be going for that amount of time. Could be a relatively quick affair if he keeps this going. You see, Ben looks like he's going to rip in the Queen 9 suited from the cutoff for a little over 11 bigs. 12 bigs. Folds around to Oki in the big blind.
It will be a call.
Looks at one. If it matched his calling, not the case. Does get it through.
And keeping himself relevant. He's currently the clear shortest stack. Octavian, the only other player at the moment below a million chips. Ben's definitely going to have to take his spots here and keep himself relevant, look to get himself a double up and get back get it back amongst the pack.
Yeah, Neil makes a very good point in the Facebook chat. Ben just basically picked up $2,200 for free with that jam. An easy ladder, almost worth a whole buy-in, is huge in this position as the short stack at the table.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I was actually thinking about
the value of playing the short stack is just surviving and getting these pay jumps. Obviously, we want to do our best to chip back up and get back in it, but when we're able to sit and watch the bigger stacks bust, that's a massive, massive benefit for us, and that's what Ben was just able to do.
Yep.
He's picked up another hand here, this 10-9 suited.
Interesting one.
He definitely could elect to just jam a hand like this. It's going to have good equity when called.
Alex with King Jack and Cooper with Ace Jack. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
If Alex folds, Cooper could have a pretty close decision on his hands. It is a little under 15 bigs, so it's not a small amount of chips.
No, this will definitely put a dent in his stack. Now, the question is Ben going to be jamming his range, or is he going to be min-opening the strong parts of it? Because if he's going to be min-opening things like Ace-King or Aces-Kings, this Ace-Jack does pretty well against this jamming range. If Ben's going to be jamming his entire opening range, then when we factor in the ICM, this Ace-Jack's going to be pretty close. But Cooper does make the call here. Open outs and 2 live cards for Ben. 11 outs.
And that won't do it. We lose Ben.
7.
So Ben was able to pick up a ladder off the back of that jam from Johnny, but he will bust in 6th position, taking him $11,850 for his troubles.
Now,
was able to
at least get me one more job.
we need
I
to
reckon
not
Alex is
curse
gonna
anyone else.
Yeah, I think we're
Yeah, let's give that a break.
Actually, I'll take 7
yeah,
We went very close to getting bottom.
We're doing the
Honker's asking how John busted.
I'll do that now.
Basically, what happened was John opened from middle position with pocket 10s. Alex defended the big blind with the 7-5 offsuit. Flop was 8-9-6 with 2 spades. Alex checked. John bet half pot with 10s, so he's got an overpair and a gutter. Alex check raises, and John decided that he had had enough of Alex's shenanigans and check jammed for 70 bigs. Clean into the second nuts. So wasn't able to find a 7 or a running boat, and he busted in 7th position. And all of a sudden, Corey, we are down to 5 players.
Yeah, wow, that was quick.
And all of these players are really, really close in chips. I swear.
Except for one.
Except for one.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is actually kind of accurate there, Jordan. As long as you forget that the chip leader exists. I mean, the gap between Cooper, who's in second, and Octavian, who's at the bottom of the chip stack, is 800,000 chips. So Cooper has about double the bottom chip stack. So that's a pretty even distribution, all things considered. And then you notice that Alex Levinsky is still in the mix with 5.3 million. He's got more than triple the stack of his closest competitor. Looks like we are going to be taking a short break. Don't go too far, guys. We've got plenty of action still to come. Top 5, everyone's locked up $15,500. We'll be back shortly to see if Alex is able to continue crushing this final table, or if one of the other guys are able to close that gap.
Alright, welcome back guys, as we get things underway after the break. See, it looks like we've had a little bit of a spread out of all the players that are left. They're not all going to be congested on the left and right sides. They can sit a little bit closer to each other and hold hands and talk about all that fun hands that they're playing, about how to play 10s on 986. No, I'm kidding. Welcome back, Corey. Have a good little break.
Thanks, Jordan. Yep, stretch my legs a little bit.
Alright, good luck everyone.
Ready to get back into the action.
At least this one was
And the
made
big
to blow.
question is
So you know it's the wrong one.
whether we make it to the next break. Alex has been on an absolute warpath, and he's already accumulated half the chips in the tournament. So, is he going to continue the path of destruction, or are one of the other guys going to manage to weather the storm and accumulate and start to put themselves in a position to battle for that trophy?
Yeah, well the blinds have increased, so now it is 20k and 40k. Alex still has enough. He's got, what's that, 135 bigs? It's plenty, I think. Everybody else is hovering sub 50 big blinds. Even lower, maybe even sub 35 big blinds. So everybody else is pretty short. Alex has definitely got quite a lot of leeway. Does just jam on Oki. This is what he can start doing. These guys can't really do anything. Everybody's in the cage. Ace 2's O.
That Ace 8 is a hand that he would love to pull off in a typical spot there. I mean, if we consider how wide Alex can be shoving that spot, the Ace 8's actually going to be doing reasonably well. But guys, just remember how much value there is in just surviving. There's some pretty major payouts coming up. So with 5 left, we've got $15,500 locked up. If you can just not be the next guy out, that's going to guarantee you at least another $5,000. So it's getting to the point where it matters now.
Yeah, Alex kind of gave Oki a lesson on how to play Ace 2, so Oki tried a few times but couldn't quite figure it out. As we see it fold over to Dan on the button, King 7 suited. Alex decides against, it looks like he's laughing about the fact that he folded a hand. Decides against the 8-3. Pretty good flop for both these guys. Cooper with a gut shot, Dan with a king high flush draw. I think we're definitely going to be seeing a turn here unless Dan has just bet like 300k. Looks like he has bet 50 and I definitely think Cooper's going to peel one off here.
Does have
looks like he's finding a check raise with the gutter. Don't hate this. Definitely want to be check raising hands like this. It's just a little bit different in a limped pot.
165.
Testing on.
Hit 2 calls.
Zero chance that Dan folds his king high flush draw here.
He could even raise, but he decides on a call. 470k in the middle. Now open-ended now for Cooper and a pair for Dan. Just like last time, he's turned a pair and a flush draw.
This time he's in much better shape.
No, definitely.
Hit 6 bets, 150.
Cooper continues for a third pot, 150k. Dan, quick call. All of a sudden, there's heaps in the pot.
Yeah, this is getting.
There is another 7. Wow, that's a huge trigger.
7.
If Cooper goes for this, it's not going to be the best outcome. He's going to think that all of the clubs brick and he doesn't have a club.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper's hand probably makes a really nice hand to be jamming. It's basically the bottom of his range. He's got no showdown value. He doesn't block the clubs. He has some removal to like 7x hands if his opponent was floating something like 7-6.
Does decide
I mean,
to check.
it's ambitious, but
yeah. That was close. He probably really wanted to move it in, but decided against it. Just like that, Dan is equal second in chips. Alex is 4 million chips clear of second place. Just to let you guys know again, Alex has more chips than everybody else combined, 5-handed when the 35, when the average is 35 bigs. That is insane.
yeah, this is quite a situation he's found himself in. Great spot to be Alex Linsky right now.
Game is easy when you have a deck read. If you know the flop is going to be
Yeah.
896. Not much you can really do wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm on water. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, definitely recommend flopping straights.
And the water, please.
Highly suggest incorporating that into your strategy. Flop a few more straights.
C1 raise, 90. Thanks, Jen. C2 fold. C4 fold. C6 fold. 2 kings, eh? 90. So you're definitely calling my champ. C8 calls.
So we see Josh with queens. Looks like he's going to get a defend from the big blind. A little bit of a hesitation from the dealer, getting some clarification. Just see, he is defending the king 7 suited. And he's going to flop king high.
It's fine with the check, man.
A couple of backdoors there, but it's ambitious.
Yeah, very clearly in the lead with queens.
You have to use balls if you were like.
I'd be surprised to see a 1 big blind bet here. 40k would be pretty nice.
Nah, we made 13. I believe it.
Do you want to make a side bet? I'll get after king 7 your king.
Looks like that's what we get.
C8 fold.
Very small bet. It's going to do the trick.
45k. Just had to prove me wrong.
He's taking exactly.
Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Let us know if there's anything else that you're playing over the course of the remaining tournaments here at the APT. We heard earlier that the PKO that's running today has already over 45 runners, so definitely a worthwhile tournament to jump into. The Tricart is happening as well, the grind of tomorrow, and still many flights of the main event to go. Definitely still lots of action to be had at the APT series down at the Southport Sharks. As always, if you've got any questions about poker, any questions about what's been happening so far in this tournament, or in any of the tournaments to come for the rest of the series, please feel free to send it in. We are all over both Twitch and Facebook chats, so wherever you're tuning in from, we'll be able to answer those questions for you. Alex getting amongst it.
Anyone just tuning in, this is the Goliath final table, $2,500 buy-in, $67,500 first place.
Yeah, that's sweet.
It's been 2 big days of play already. And now the final 5.
It was a king 7, so I don't lose $50. We find
He had king 7 and he's annoyed that I'm right.
He's hoping to for basketball. Keep asking him until he stops talking about the king of clubs. Once he starts forgetting that, he starts telling us he had jacks. Is that mine? Yeah, must be right. C4 raise, 80. C6 fold.
Ladies and gents, do let us know who you're cheering for. Jordan and I have taken 3 picks total. And currently none of our picks still remain on this final table, so...
Yeah, no, we're kind of useless.
Sure you are. Yeah, we had a really shocking run. But we will be here throughout the week, bringing you guys all the action of the Australian Poker Tour, so hopefully on some later final tables we can do a little bit better. We decided not to make another pick today after the run we've had so far. We didn't want to curse anybody else. And guys, if you are playing this week, making final tables, and you would prefer to avoid the commentator's curse, also let us know.
That's why I snap call when you're like, that's why
We won't be able to help you out with that though.
It's like, there's no way you fucking put up 2 games. Yeah, no, that's why, yeah, I said that too. I was like, that'd be
See it folding over to Josh once again.
He would have pulled out of the handshake in the last minute.
Doesn't get amongst it. Dan is going to attempt to fold and eventually manage to do so from the small blind. Alex is going to take it down with 4 high.
We know he wasn't folding anyway.
No, he was probably 3-betting. So we see Alex just keeps extending that lead. 4.2 million now. Not much.
Oh, small lead.
Yeah. Over 100 big blinds. Over 100 big blinds clear of second position.
Yeah, even with that massive chip advantage for Alex, we see only one player at the moment below that 20 big blind mark.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of play. He is
While there is
commandingly in
quite
the
a
lead,
mountain,
but
yeah, quite a mountain to climb, but there is the time for it to be done.
C4 fold.
decides on a fold with the Queen 3 suited. And looks like Cooper with Ace 5 suited, counting out his chip stack, considering what the best decision is here against Josh's open.
Looks like he's going to go the aggressive route with this Ace 5 suited.
C6 raise.
Does elect to 3-bet.
180.
Be in the vicinity of 280k.
C1 all in. C6 fold.
Josh just 4-bet jams on him.
Yeah. He is not a believer. He's going to take that pot down. I think he might have showed actually as well. Showed he was maybe, not sure if he thought he was bluffing with the best hand or if he just thought his opponent was up to no good.
Gets it done, adds some chips onto his stack. Doesn't take the chips from the person that he probably needs to be taking them from though. As
yeah.
He's definitely a favourite in this race, but anything can happen.
I mean, yeah. That's possible. C1 fold, C2 fold.
I mean, again, we have 1 hour levels. There's a lot of time for people to make things happen.
C4 all in.
And Alex just putting his chips to work. Like, these guys can't do anything.
Power poker. What are you guys going to do about this?
C6 fold.
Both of them, I mean, both of them are sub 20 bigs to be fair though, so Queen 10's definitely doing pretty well. Oh, he looks at a king.
Such a good start.
Decides against it.
King or spade. I have so many options. How do I miss? How do you miss?
Another one going the way of Alex.
Yeah, he's just picking up another 100k uncontested. Easy game.
Quick, he's coming back.
Even if he gets called and loses there, he's still 3 million chips ahead minimum.
Told you to hurry up, Jacob.
Yeah. He's in a great spot.
We both.
Yeah. He's got almost 60% of the chips in play.
The players here in the Sharks as you are being eliminated. Here come and play some extra games. We're running a $750 dealer's choice. 22 different variations of poker. Hard limit, no limit, fixed limit, draw games, stud games, flop games. We've got it all.
As we see it folding around to Oki in the small line. Jack 4-0. Don't think he'll play this one. Does just fold.
C1 call.
Oh, sorry, Cooper opened.
Heads up.
Looks like Josh has defended, so we're going to see a flop here.
C1 check.
Interesting flop. Bottom pair for Cooper. Flush draw for Josh.
C6 check.
Does go check. 10 of hearts does give Cooper an open ender along with his bottom pair. Josh still does have the 8 high flush draw. Checks again. River 9 would be interesting, giving both players a straight. It's not what happened though. Cooper does make Broadway.
Yeah, Cooper goes from bottom pair to the nuts. Be pretty confident now.
Check. Check. Could have won some chips. He said fold. That was a troll.
Oh, you said fold. I'm like, what?
said fold.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I'm like, what the fuck?
I was just like,
Fold before Cooper even got a chance to bet.
Yeah, like, he's going to bed, then he checks back, I'm like, must be bluffing, and then shows up with the straight, I'm like, what the? You boys working, these friends? What is going on here?
Do we all agree that he gets an all?
Just for anyone that's tuned in recently, now we are playing with a shot clock.
And the headphone that
So you
changes
see that
social behavior, so
cube
I reckon
contraption.
I reckon we'll just boot him from the 40.
Players will have 30 seconds for each decision.
Yeah, I didn't
You
hear
see
say
there's
fold.
a
I'm like, what?
pile of larger chips in front of each of them. Those are the time bank chips. Those can be redeemed for 1 minute of extra thinking time for any decision. Those chips get refreshed every couple of levels. So at each break, players will get their time bank chips refreshed. This basically just eliminates any excessive tanking. Players with those chips still do have access to all the time that they should need for any big decisions that they face, unless they get put in a lot of particularly difficult situations. We shouldn't see anyone really stretched too much for time, but of course they've always got to keep it in the back of their mind and not be spending time that they don't need. Gets a few more hands in per hour. Make sure that we get plenty of play here in Goliath.
That's a good one.
As we see whether or not the aggression is going to keep up here. Looks like Oki is just jamming in his remaining, looks to be 14 bigs with ace queen. Over to Alex with king 8. Don't think he's going to be calling this one.
585.
Yeah.
Does get away from it. Oki's going to pick up some chips.
Anyone know who's commentating?
Commentating? Yeah, Jordan and Corey.
Kempson? Corey van der Woeste. Yeah. The Dutch.
Maybe he sounds less like a Vito when he's on
See that fold?
See it folded over to Josh once again with ace queen this time.
C1 raise.
Josh's turn to get ace queen.
C2 fold.
Alex now with queen 7-0.
Gonna bump up from the cutoff.
Just thinking.
Defending his blinds a lot, but in the small blind, this queen 7 is not typically a hand he would want to defend. Of course, in the big blind, we'd definitely see him
raise, 350.
And give a spin. Looks like he's going to put in the 3-bet.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Queen 7-0. Yeah, I mean he's run into a pretty good hand here. Josh with ace queen.
C1 all in.
Probably thinking that Josh needs to be playing very snug given how short Octavian and Cooper both are. But Josh just decides to kind of give it to him and puts in the jam. So Alex is going to give that one up.
Probably has an idea Alex is definitely 3-betting a bit wider, so when he's got a hand as strong as ace queen, he just doesn't want to let that go.
And it's the first time Alex has kind of been misstep that's happened so far in this final. It's the first time that somebody's played back at him in that way. Obviously we saw Cooper take the 3-bet with the ace 3 suit, Alex 4-bet the 10-4. But since then that's kind of been the only scenario where somebody has played back at him, so it's probably going to be a bit of info about Alex that Josh isn't really going to go down without a fight, so it's going to be interesting to see how Alex adjusts from here. As we see Josh taking it down again, this time with ace jack. See that he's closed the gap a little bit. 3 million the difference now.
Still definitely some work to do, but it's great progress for Josh.
I prefer a click because it's probably just all the same.
Guys making some comments regarding Alex heading to Vegas for the WSOP. I can guarantee that he will be heading over there. So if you have him at his table, unlucky. Sorry, at your table. Definitely going to be a lot of fun to play against, especially in Vegas. I thought he runs good here. Wait until he gets over there.
C2 raise, 100.
Did you see Dan opening to 100k?
C6 fold.
King Queen O.
C8 fold.
Interestingly, he did limp this hand earlier, so he's mixing up his strategy a little bit. Joseph saying, here comes Joshy boy. Reckon he's going to start opening it up a bit. As we see it fold around, so Josh doesn't defend the ace-5 against the open from Dan. Against a 3x, it's probably just a little bit wide in his eyes. Don't hate the fold. As we see the payouts on screen, $67,500 for first. Still quite a lot of money up for grabs. Second place will be taking home 43k, so still a pretty good result. It's going to be a $24,000 heads-up battle, though, so 10 buy-ins worth of heads-up battle to come.
Yeah, a lot of excitement still to come. Now, between our next place finisher and our first place finish is a difference of a bit over 50 grand. So lots to play for these guys.
All in.
See Alex opening the 10-9-0. Cooper with ace-jack. Decides to just rip it. He's got about 20 bigs. Let's see if they get through.
20 bigs against the super aggressive chip leader.
Yep.
With an ace-jack suited. It's a nice jam there from Cooper. Gonna get him
Octavian
almost back to
still
the
at
million
short
chip
stack.
mark.
Octavian still has short stack just below 15 bigs.
What did you call? C6 fold. C8 fold.
I wonder if you can change the colour of the shot clock. That green is very stands out, doesn't it? I think I've seen ones that look.
It really does.
C2 fold.
Some other colours as we see that Alex gets another walk.
No, he doesn't have,
Dan doesn't want anything to do with the blind be blind.
I think I'd like my shot clock to be disco lights.
That would be so annoying. That would be incredibly annoying. Imagine just like running deep in this tournament, having like 3 big blinds, and you're painstakingly having to be put to the shot clock for every decision, and there's just a disco going on next to you.
No, he said he had 4 different hands. Yeah, but Ace King of Clubs is like Ace King of Clubs is the most blind.
So there's a good chance that one of them was the draw.
Yeah, maybe, but like there's a good chance that it isn't as well, right?
I mean, that shot clock does speed the game up a little bit, but those disco lights that speed up the heart rate a little bit too. Davian asks for the all-in triangle, which in this case is a circle.
And Alex gets a count and then folds pretty quickly. Decides against putting the call in with 4s, just wants to maintain the chips that he's got and keep applying the pressure. To be honest, Octavian picking chips up there isn't that bad because it means that he can keep putting pressure on the likes of Daniel and Cooper. Because if Oki is still in that danger zone, he doesn't really want to get rid of him because these guys can't really make any decisions given that Oki is so short.
Yeah, I mean, the people that are going to benefit from getting this pay jump are basically everyone except for Alex. The chance of Alex busting 5th right now is pretty close to 0%.
Yeah.
It would take an absolute disaster, and then another absolute disaster, and then another absolute disaster.
Yeah.
For him to be hitting the rail anytime soon. So this next pay jump is almost meaningless for Alex. He's not in a situation where he needs to take high risks or play high variance situations. He has all the time in the world on his 5 million plus chip stack to just take the spots and just use that chip stack to his advantage, pick up the small and medium pots, and just go from there.
Kings, I didn't want to see an ace and then lose my marbles. But I just take it down, mate. Better safe than sorry.
As we see, it looked like Dan limped from the cutoff and then Oki jammed from the big blind and Dan folded. So more chips there for Oki, taking himself back over the 650k mark.
Getting just shy of 20 big blinds now.
All in. C8 all in.
As we see it folded blind be blind. Oki's going to rip.
If you guys could just take your cards off the scanners for 1
Josh is
second,
going to peel his hands. Looks like he's having a bit of a laugh about it. Does just fold.
What if I don't want them to see?
Yeah. Yeah, you can put it back on now.
Put it back on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll still fold.
Oh. You have all your options back now?
Yeah.
They wanted to reconfirm it was Jack again.
No, they looked at it and went like, no way he went.
No way he did that. No way he jammed that. Oh, we just scanned it again.
See that
again.
Alex is the most active player at this table, with Oki close behind.
The bird is equal to or greater than
Alex has basically been using the aggression as often as he possibly can. Definitely been working out for him.
Dan, interestingly, the bottom of that BPIP count on, I believe it was 17%. He's not really had a lot of opportunities to play hands. He's just not really been dealt much or had the situations arise where he can get in there and mix it up. He has held on.
One call.
Come around and we're top 5. He's locked up 15.5 grand. Well, he's not one of the biggest stacks on the table. He's definitely still in it. He's going to raise the Queen Jack. Josh, king high at the moment in the lead. Alright, ball in the small blind.
You should have seen him before. He slow rolled me.
Quick check flop.
Nid roll. It was nid roll.
7 on the turn for Josh. Another quick check. See if Josh goes for value.
Yeah, I value count myself. I was speech talking, trying to get him to win, and he beats me.
Like, he's trying to
Just thinking about it, looks like he's going to go very small.
Yeah, when I said 4-5,
Roughly half pot, 130k.
Yeah, like normally,
Then not having any of it though, just folds.
But I thought you had the king of ace, so I was like,
look, I understand. The way the hand played, the check for space, is probably the bottom of my range.
So you see Alex is still 3 mil clear.
How many left?
Josh, a very clear second place here as well. He's got about a million chip lead on.
Yeah, seriously, I'm saying.
Miles out in front.
I'm obviously not getting it.
That's plenty.
You'll be like, okay, like 15. Will you play my stack for me?
C6 fold. You gave me a drink. I remember on the app when.
Looks like Oki's having a look at the clock, figuring out whether or not he wants to jam or open or limp or decides on an open. King Jack suited, 80k.
That's pretty sick. So how many do they have?
Alex in the big one with Queen 6. He's been making some
That
pretty
reminds
wide
me of the
defense
old
so
school,
far.
Poker Stars.
Besides what that missed time.
It's like, and then you just got to get to the 8 on. There's only 10% of the field left.
Let's see if he has a decory this time.
That was the best.
C4 check.
He flops a pair, but Oki flops better.
80. 8 bet 80.
He fires out a C bet of 80k.
I remember a guy that just did that. Like that's all he was running.
Yeah, all he played. Yeah. I got to Cebu, Macau. Like I got to a
C4
It's fun to call.
and like it was always the same. 3/4 of the
Off to
field.
a turn we go. Another king. Interesting turn card. These guys played a pot earlier where both of them turned trips. Bit of a different scenario here. He just fires out again, 200k. Don't know whether or not Alex is going to call again, given just how short Octavian is in this spot. So crazier things have happened so far. Looks like he does put in the call. Probably a bit disbelieving with the flush draw that's out there.
That repeat king making it far less likely that Octavian actually has one of them, but of course we've got to ask ourselves, what bluffs does he have? Alex thinks he can have the flush draws. Definitely makes sense for him to peel one on the turn, but now we find him on the river here, and this is a pretty dicey spot, Jordan.
Yeah. Interestingly, we've seen Octavian give up a couple of times when he has had bluffs that haven't gotten there. So it's interesting that he's found the triple. And it's interesting that he's found the triple when Alex can definitely have kings of his own. Like if he's got Queen 6-0, then Alex has got all of the offsuit kings that he will be defending. And Oki is still finding the barrel on the river. Basically just has to think about whether or not Oki would barrel all of his flush draws on the turn, or whether or not he would give them up on the top card pairs. And yeah, Alex does make a disciplined fold, and I like that fold.
Yeah, it's a great fold there by Alex.
Good fold, mate.
So you see he's slipping down a little bit, but still over double the next closest person.
No, that's
Cooper
not a real
now, our
one.
current short stack, still above 20 big blinds.
You should have given it to me before I shipped it all in on the... Next time before I go all in, I'll put it on.
Yeah, I can do that. 5-7 comes 6-8-9, 4th grade.
I see your race, Mr. Bond.
A high hand.
Fucking Alex is so stingy. He's sitting there with 5 million, he doesn't even want to give me 400k.
I have straight flush.
C8 fold. C1 bet, raise, 90.
So you see Josh finding the open for the King Queen O.
I thought you had call.
Folds around to Cooper in the big blind. I think he will be defending this one.
But
Very
my
pretty
hand's
hand from
effectively
big
the
blind.
same strength as King 3.
90.
Excellent.
Just get a clarification.
Pocket 5. 6 calls.
Yeah, Travis, we were mentioning this earlier. We don't know how Alex can even consider showing face, moustache versus moustache. There's definitely a clear winner.
6 checks.
Just like on this flop, there is a clear winner. Cooper flopping a pair of 8s ahead of the King High of Josh. There is an ace out there, so Cooper's going to be a little bit hesitant to put too many chips in there, given that Josh can have an ace quite a lot in the opens.
21 bets, 85.
Looks like Josh
85.
is going to find a C bet, and I don't think Cooper's going to go anywhere with the middle pair and all of the back doors. Even though he is sub 20 big blinds, it still feels like a very clear call.
6 calls.
Looks like that's what he decides on. Off to a turn we go.
6 checks.
Quick check on the turn from Cooper.
Total brick, doesn't improve anything on the turn.
C1 checks.
Does decide to check back.
6 checks. I give up. C1 checks.
And another brick river, and Josh just decides to give up. Doesn't decide to try and double barrel to get folds from those weaker pairs. Let's just show it down. Cooper's gonna pick up a nice pot. So all of a sudden we don't have any guys in the danger zone anymore. Dan and Cooper are our shortest stack. Oki has done a good job to basically double.
You should have seen the needle Alex was giving Liam.
Alex has lost a little bit, so has Josh. Still
goes
cruising
by,
along here.
Comes out,
Still
like,
lots of
how's
poker
the
to play.
packers going, mate?
Definitely evened out a little bit. Alex still obviously a very clear chip
The tone
winner.
is so new.
Josh is still a pretty clear second place. But our shorter stacks now are playing around about 30 big blinds.
Dan, tell Will what the guy said in the chat.
Make sure you guys are comfy, settled in.
C2 fold.
A lot of Evo reps here. Says Naj, yeah, shout out to the Evolution 24/7 Gym, the sponsor of the, I believe it was the sponsor of the 5K event that happened earlier this week.
C8 fold.
As we have a slight issue in the video, guys. We won't be long, just getting that one adjusted for you. And we're back, sorry about that.
Big blind, please. C2 fold. C4 fold.
And Alex doesn't really have many hands to play at the moment. He's
C6 fold.
chilled out quite a little bit. Quite a lot. As we see Oki blind be blind here with Jack 8-0, decides on a limp. Don't think that's going to get through. Josh with 9s.
Yeah, this is going to get more expensive.
How big do you reckon?
Something like 130, 140 seems reasonable. Looks like he's gone a touch bigger.
C8 fold.
Yeah, it looks like he has decided on the 180, so a little over 4x. So you see Alex is the most active pre-flop raiser. Dan, the least, only 6%. Maybe a surprise to some people out there.
That's sort of a mixture of Dan not really getting dealt a lot of hole cards in the first place, but also he has elected to limp a few spots as well. We saw a couple of spots where he elected to limp under the gun. I think there was 1 or 2 spots where he limped in late position. So that's contributing to that pre-flop raise percentage being quite low.
C6 fold. C8 fold.
Whole lot of garbage hands this time round. Dan the only one with a real holding in the big blind. Josh may elect to limp. Looked like he did, and Dan instantly punished him. Nice small pot there.
What was your star's name back then? I had a few. What were you playing the saps with? You would have played.
legit. Like I don't remember much from back then, but I just remember you.
Chats have kind of quieted down a little bit. Don't forget to send in who you guys think is going to take this one down, where you guys are watching from. If you've got any questions about the series, we're always happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. Thanks for tuning in as always. As we see the man in question does decide to limp blind be blind, and Alex will check his big blind. As we see top pair for Dan and 4 high for Alex.
On the cards, bro. 4 fold.
Yeah, Alex has done some battling so far, but this 4 high is going to be difficult to do anything with.
I'm asking right now.
Yeah, definitely.
I might missed it.
Crux in Twitch asking when is the next Eden Till series. I believe we're going to be back there in September. In September each year we are at Eden Till, so I look forward to seeing you there. One of my favourite series on the calendar.
How come he's
always
not
there, firing away.
From here as well.
Donating to the prize pool.
Let me confirm, Jordan, but I think we might actually have one
punching someone
earlier.
Oh, am I wrong?
Part of me wants to say that we've got Eden Till in July.
Oh, okay, I've got the dates wrong.
Let me confirm.
Fair enough, I guess
though.
for that. 80.
And
Sorry?
also that also could have moved since I last checked.
See 1 fold.
Travis asking about Adelaide. I think there is some talk about potentially something in Adelaide, but I'm not certain. At this stage, I don't believe so. JMC confirming it's in August this year. There we go. Split the diff.
Right, yeah, well, we were close enough.
I did not expect.
C4 check.
As we see Oki and Alex getting amongst it. The 8-9 deuce flop. With both players. Alex with king high, Oki with backdoor flush draw and ace high.
C4 fold.
Alex does just give it up.
Who was it?
So not really much happening for these guys so far.
What? It was
Kind of feeling each other out
Yeah,
at
I
the moment.
don't remember a name, but...
It's been a quiet few orbits. Quite a bit of chaos.
I've seen fucked up here as well, so you know.
Quieten down a little bit.
I have no idea.
I'll give you $50.
You what?
I'll give you $50.
King 7?
Yeah.
I knew it. King 7, right? Was it King 7? I knew it. $50, thank you.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'll agree with you 100%. I'm good for it. I believed you.
Because of the 2K bet, eh?
I knew it was fucking fold.
Yeah, you have some fucking balls on you, man.
He wasn't going to shake my hand.
C4
I knew he
fold.
was going to pull his hand back and he offered his hand. That's why I said
I knew as soon as you offer more than
About
like
1.2 something.
1.2.
like, as soon as I go 50, you're like 2K. I know you're full shit. But
all the time. Fuck, I could be like, I could have anything. 2K is pretty like.
C6 calls. Option. C8 checks. Heads up.
People with a pretty reasonable hand there in the small blind. King 8 suited. He's just going to go ahead and limp in this time. And Oki actually going to improve. Going to catch the top pair here. Pretty nothing flop. King high usually going to be the best hand here, actually. Not the case this time.
C8 call. C6 check.
So Coops checks again. Oki fires out the 100k that he had in his hand.
C6 calls. C6 check.
4. Clean run out. 9-4 the best hand. He's going to show it down and he's going to win that pot. 420k going his way. Cooper going to slip just below the 20 big blind mark
Steady
now.
wins the race. 4-meter tortoise.
Still a stack that can damage almost any of his competitors.
I should have paused that. Oh no, not that one.
I was gonna say,
No,
I'll
no,
take
another one, another one. guy, the King Kangaroo's trips. Guys telling me I should be tripling off there always. I didn't.
They say 2 triple off. You jump off.
Now saying triple off. Yeah.
You didn't have a
Was he damn with the Queen 10-0?
I might have.
He's been living quite a lot. Wonder if he's going to keep doing that.
Yeah.
See 2 calls. See 4 folds.
Looks like it, yeah.
See 6 folds. See 8 calls.
And Cocky with deuces. Looks like he's going to limp as well.
Josh going to get a free flop with the 6-4. This could cost Josh a few chips. He's caught middle pair and a gut shot.
Ooh, against a set.
Yeah, bottom set for Octavian here. He's going to go ahead and lead out for 50,000. Josh going to make the call. Dan out of the way. Nothing on that flop for him.
Now he has an open ender. This is spicy.
Yeah, Josh is going to think it's a great turn for him, but actually it's probably just an excuse for him to lose more chips.
Sit 8 bets, 155. 155. What do you got? I got the bar.
Bet at 155 here.
Calls.
Another quick call from Josh. Going to have to catch an 8 or a 3 on the river here. Oh, that's not the card that he's after.
Ooh, that is not good news. The 4 of hearts, a dagger on the river. It is a limp pot, so...
Jockey. I don't think this is going to be going all in by any stretch, but it's hard to think that Josh doesn't lose at least this bet. He's going to think it through though. And it's a large bet too, 400,000. Very polarizing. This 4 can actually beat just a bluff here. But can you really fold trips?
2's full.
Josh thinks no. Now he's going to boost his stack over the 2 million chip mark. That's a big swing in chips there. Really unfortunate river there for Josh. David in the Facebook chat, thank you for the compliment and thank you for being here and hanging out. Glad that you're enjoying.
Tilting run out.
He's back. Time to get the wine in.
Is it 6 PM already? Time's flying. C4 fold. C6
Alex not
fold.
going to open the 7-3 suited.
C8 fold. C1 call. C2 check.
So Travis over in the Twitch chat asking if we ever hit Adelaide. Now I know the APT series does. We've got someone working on getting us some dates for upcoming series at the moment. So if we can find the dates that we intend to be there next, we'll let you know. But APT does run series in Adelaide.
APT Tasmania would be awesome. Yeah, I've heard that there's quite a big poker scene down in Tassie. You guys are very passionate about it down there. As you see, Octavian waking up with aces. Don't think Cooper is going to be hanging around this 80k bet size. I think the price of poker is going to be definitely increasing.
C1 fold, C2 fold, C4 fold.
It's like a bit of a smaller 3-bet. That looks like just 180.
Yeah, it's a click.
Black aces.
Yeah.
And Cooper's not falling for that.
Yeah, no, he sniffs it out right away.
Dream spot opens under the gun.
It's perfect, right? He's
Yeah,
got
that's definitely an inconsistent sizing with what Octavian's been doing the rest of this final table. We've seen him actually going a slightly bigger than 3x size from the 3-bets that I can recall.
Yeah.
So he's gone suspiciously small, and Cooper is not even considered.
We already said if we end up 3, the ball's
out
line
of the way
straight away.
Octavian is just going to win the minimum on that one, perhaps.
No, 6 o'clock. I'll be serious till 6.
C8 fold, C1 fold. C2 raise, 100.
Looks like Dan's opening it up to 100k. Alex hasn't folded just yet. Looks like he may have a hand here.
All in, C4 all in. C6
That was just jam.
Fold, C2 fold.
Biscuits, middle. Let's go. Oki with Queen 8 does get out of the way. Looks like Dan got out of the way as well. Not going to see an all in.
C2 open to 100. C4 went all in. Everyone folded.
More
So
shit
Dan
then
opened
for Alex.
Queen Jack and Linsky just jammed the Ace 10. Yeah, so still keeping the aggression up, but a bit of a stronger hand on the scenario.
C1 fold, C2 fold.
Can I get all dealers for the players' chance to return to your table, please? That's all dealers for the
C4
players'
raise,
chance.
80. C6 fold.
Now we can go back to what we were doing before.
Alex, of course, going to open a king on the button.
Heads up.
Suit ace for Octavian. He is currently second in chips. He has decided to take a flop.
C8
3-0 flop. Ace high still in the lead. 2 clubs on board. Alex, the only player with a club.
C4 bet, 55.
Would you expect to see a continuation bet?
C8 calls.
A quick call, it looks like.
Like a small bet.
55.
Maybe not ready to give up ace high just yet.
C8 checks.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Now in the past, Alex has barreled these types of hands and gotten folds from Oki, and he hasn't gone too big, and it looks like that's what he's doing this time. Gets it done. Another very nice decision from him there.
Yep. Another
Taking
pot
down
going
those
the way of
pots.
Alex.
Yep.
I had a good answer.
Let's get some more.
I'll just tell you 10 different hands like you do.
So Jordan, looks like the next Eaton Hill event was in September. Looks like the dates have changed, so it's going to be so it's going to start in July, but most of the series will be in August.
Yeah,
Sorry,
fantastic.
I have 1.2 to start the hand. Thank you. 130.
130, C8 raise, 130. C1 fold.
Fold your hand, deuces full with you. You never fold and touch up.
It's pretty fucked.
That'd be insane.
How much you have?
It was an extra 1.2 more.
C4 raise, 80.
I almost feel like I have to.
C6
Like,
fold.
what are you calling flop? I can never
You see
start
Alex
straight.
open again, up to
What are you
80k.
calling?
Sevens
Flop
this
with
time.
turn.
Definitely a hand that he's going to want to put chips in the middle with.
Sorry?
A PLO player is probably more
Looks like
inclined
it's
to
over to Dan, who's going to find the defend.
You know what I mean? Like,
Seven's fast from like most of the hands that Alex is
like my
going
initial
opening.
thought was to shove, and then
Definitely.
I have a pretty clean bluff capture.
Yeah,
But like, you never bluff him, so I should be shove.
I'm going to take a flop. And
top
beautiful
set.
flop
I'm
alley.
bluffing, but we haven't played it.
Top set is not bad at all.
That's a pretty optimistic line.
Yeah.
If you like.
Fortunately for him, Dan has
But like,
completely
like,
whiffed.
would you turn like 5 pieces into a bluff?
Check, check. Ace on the turn. So if Dan wasn't worried already, he'll definitely be worried now.
And he does just fold this bet.
Yeah.
Alex going to take another one down.
It can't beat anything, right? It's a bluff. Like, it's only a bluff for...
As we see that he is still hovering around that 5.2 million mark. Oki has done an amazing job
It's
to
funny that,
multiply his
that
stack
other
by
hand,
4 from where it was
you
earlier up to
check raise,
2.3 mil.
The bottom pair.
Back up to second in chips.
Yeah, I
Most he's had at the table so far.
It was funny because I'm like, well, it worked.
Definitely
Like,
got
yeah,
in the mix and
that's
he's
right. Like,
rewarded
it worked,
for
just
it.
not the way I thought it would.
Yeah. What a waste of time. Yeah, it's a pretty disgusting spot with deuces. I reckon you
Yeah.
just got to fold.
It's,
No one's capable of
Six
bluffing
fold.
that spot, or very few people are
It's
capable.
very harsh.
Especially
Tavian with the ace 10. It's going to be opening into Alex big blind, so it's going to be interesting to see how this hand plays out.
Going all right.
I imagine it's going to start with Alex defending the big blind.
10-6-0.
Alrighty, players and dealers in the big
call.
Looks like he is going to defend.
500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind.
Never a doubt.
That's dealers and players in the
10,
big
10, 6.
area
No
blinds
kidding.
are up.
8-5-3. Pretty good flow for the big blind defense. Oki does have the ace of diamonds. I like to check back.
Also, 3-minute call for the players. This is your 3-minute call.
Good turn for the big blind.
C4 check. C8
Alex
check.
does check. Oki with the check back. The river is what looks to be a jack. Jack of diamonds.
Now, this is actually very similar to the hand that Alex played against Naman earlier today.
Yeah. I wonder
where
if
he
Alex
made
is going to
triple
take the
hands.
over bet.
C8
Nah, he
check.
just decides to give up.
10.
Doesn't decide to do it against Oki in this scenario. Just shows it down. Takes the loss.
How much are you falling?
I was thinking, I'm
See,
like,
Dan looks like he's
225.
hungry. Cooper is our shortest stack.
Coming, it's going to be big.
It's funny how
Hovering
like,
around that
the queen
600K
stacks
mark
in
is
your
15
hand, right?
bigs.
Like, okay, anything he bets up to this? Cool.
I do believe our blinds are due to go up in about 10 minutes time.
Shout out to David in the Facebook chat. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to learn something, don't look for the chat.
All good.
Focus on what's happening on the table. The chat
C8
just
folds,
talks
C1
nonsense.
folds, C2 folds. cut off.
As we see, let's see how wide Alex is going to get blind be blind. It does just limp, and I don't think this is going to get through ever. I think we're going to see a 15 big blind rip from Cooper.
All in, seat 6 all in.
There it is. 5-3-0 in the bin. Bit of a chop.
Alex probably was going to be jamming had his hand have been suited there. We've seen him
definitely
really going for it.
Neutral.
So if his hand was marginally
that was
better, he
reward
would
for having
have been in
100K
really bad shape.
more.
And Cooper would have been happy to double up.
Yeah, I'm happy to run that.
Fortunately for Alex there, he's able to just lose the one big blind.
Yeah, lose the mint.
That's
As
Cooper will
things
just be
are
happy to
kind
have
of
chips coming his way.
whenever you got that deep, you want a couple of flips.
things have kind of chilled out a little bit lately.
Players, this is your 1-minute call. Please return to your tables.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's really a
80.
different feel to just before we went on our first break. There's chips flying everywhere at that point.
all in,
There's a lot of
C6 all
lot of
in.
three betting going on.
C8 fold. Oh, sorry.
Cooper going to go for the aggressive rejam here. Knows Alex is opening wide, so he's going to jump on it right away. In fact, he didn't have too bad of a hand there to be opening the button, but can't call the all in.
No, definitely
Back to
not.
20 bigs.
800k for Cooper, up from 500, so a pretty good spin for him.
Yeah, great couple of hands.
The Tacos players, James players, if you're not yet at your table, please return to your table.
So we see Dan is still playing very snug, not really letting any of his chips go to waste.
4 fold. 6 fold. See that call, T1 check. Heads up.
We see a blind battle here.
See that check.
Nothing for either player. Rocky's still ahead with ace high.
Josh got basically the nut low here.
T1 check.
See that ace high is still ahead.
Josh should probably be taking a stab at this. It's virtually impossible for him to win by checking, and there's a lot of air hands that he benefits from getting to fold. So he's going to take a stab. I like this bet from Josh.
Yeah, Oki can't really call too often. He basically has to assume that Josh is going to bet a hand like this. Oh wow, he flicks in the call.
Yeah, wow. This
That's
is a
gangster.
great bluff patch, yeah.
Ace high, get it done.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a huge call. I mean, when you think about the hands that you have to put your opponent on, they need to be holding 2 cards that don't contain anything queen through 7 or 3. They need to have none of those cards. And they also can't have an ace and a higher card than you.
I was sitting there thinking, I hope he's thinking the only way he can win the hand is
Or even just an ace would be a
Smaller. Maybe smaller is harder for me.
You're basically banking on your opponent having specifically
One big and then I'm like, oh, no.
2 cards that are a king, and then a 6 through deuce, excluding a 3. Which is pretty specific.
Hey, he managed to
But
find
he's right. Yeah.
Managed to find it, so that's fine.
85 he folds. C6 raise 80.
Oh, this is pretty brutal. Cooper off 20 big blinds. Wow, look at this, Jordan. There's been a whole heap of garbage, and then all of a sudden we've got 7s, 9s, and ace queen in the same hand. We're only playing 5-handed.
Oh, Oki just jams.
Wow, he just
Alex is out of the way.
in.
Puts the biscuits in.
Josh probably just gets out of the way here, and maybe Cooper does too.
Call. C2 fold. C6 fold. That's queen.
Oh, that's alright.
Josh decides not to. He probably reads this as not nutted.
Oh wow!
He probably expects that if Octavian had a really big hand, he would have 3-bet smaller rather than just elect to go all in.
I wish he would have amazing spot for Cooper.
Oh yeah.
King 8 doesn't improve. 3 on the turn. 10 on the reel. Wow, we lose Josh in 5th place.
Yeah, it's not going to do
Big
it.
call off doesn't pay out. He was ahead of Daniel and Cooper, but he put the chips in with Ace Queen.
I still run inside his super
pretty
system.
big
You gotta
call
play
off.
the right man.
I don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm folding the ace queen in that spot.
Yeah.
Look, it's probably. I mean, ace king is for sure going in. So ace queen is going to be the line either way, but I think I'm going to lean towards folding it.
Oh yeah.
Cooper and Dan both going to be thrilled to see the 9s hold up there. That's going to lock them up $5,000 each.
Yeah.
And we continue 4-handed, $20.5 grand guaranteed for each of our remaining players. Now, Oki, that's going to put him in arm's reach of the chip leader.
Yeah,
He's
very close.
Well over the 3 million chip mark now.
C6 fold. C8 fold.
Definitely looking like it could end up as a heads-up battle between Alex and Oki. So unless Cooper and Dan have something to say about it.
Of course, they're not going to be giving up anytime soon. Yeah, just look at that. We've got 2 guys. In a couple of minutes' time, they're both going to be below the 20 big blind mark.
720.
And then we're going to have 2 big stacks in Alex and Octavius.
Alrighty, Dukakis players, champs players, and dealers, your blinds are recommencing 1500, 3000 with a 3000 big blind ante. Your button has been redrawn to seat number 1. Dealers, you're right to shuffle up and
Seat
deal.
2 fold. Seat 4 calls. Option. All in. Seat 6 all in. Seat
Great
4
jam
fold.
here from Cooper.
Alex,
goes
like
ahead
one
and
down,
moves in,
only
tries to
one
take
shot.
cheap
Too
flop.
late.
King Jack for Cooper. Sub 20 bigs.
Always
He's
raising.
going to take that one down.
Yeah, yeah.
James in the Facebook chat suggests no gamble, no future. I definitely like your
I reckon that's worse
mindset
than the
there.
other way around. If like you look down at a duels or 3 first,
Yeah, just
you
run
don't
it.
have much hope, right? You're like, yeah. But if you always end up with a kill or something first, it just feels that much worse.
Just ask Peter P.
Yeah, but Peter just has.
Of course, if we do assume in that spot that Octavian's going to just be 3-betting his premium hands for the smaller size rather than jamming, that Ace Queen's probably going to have a queen flip a lot of the time with quite a few extra chips in the middle. So, in terms of the chip EV, the Ace Queen is surely going to be a winning call. The problem is that when you bust, you miss out on that pay jump. Now, if you're just going for the win, and that's your primary objective, you can definitely see getting the Ace Queen in there. If your objective is to get out of this tournament the most money, I think you'll find that the Ace Queen is better to just pass up on. And, and hope that maybe Cooper's picked up something that he'll call off with, and he can perhaps get the ladder that way, and then just continue with your million chips.
As far as the nickname goes,
Yeah, look, I tend to agree. I'm not the most adept as far as ICM goes. There's definitely going to be some guys that I know are watching that are probably going to have a much better idea than I will in that spot. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Ace Queen is like bottom of what you want to be calling off there, given the way the stack distribution is.
C4 raise 100. C6 fold, C8 fold.
So we see Alex opening up the Jack 10 from under the gun. Dan going to call the Jack deuce suited, defending his suited Jack in the big blind. And that is not good for Dan. I think Alex is going to c-bet this one pretty liberally.
C4 bets 50.
And get it straight done. More chips going Alex's way. Back up over 5 mil.
Has anyone used the
Luke reckons he rips that ace queen in that position all day. Yeah, well, you might be right.
Still got 8, yeah. Everyone's been pretty quick, so.
Yeah. Chat pros are often better than I am.
Yeah, you guys got topped up in the last break.
I hope David is hanging out and still doing his best to learn.
100 against you, C8 raise for 100. C2 fold.
As we see, it looks like Octavian's opening, but I think Alex is probably going to use this as a 3-bet here. I would not be surprised to see this 3-bet. He took it earlier against him.
450.
Yeah, he's reaching for big chips. Does raise it up to 350k. Quick fold from Oki. Alex extends his lead.
Yeah, so there's a delicate balancing act that Oki sort of needs to conduct here. Now, if he busts the tournament now, so Alex is the only player that can bust him. If that's to happen, he's missing out on a lot in pay jumps. What's it, $23,000 in missed pay jumps?
Yeah.
Given that he should be able to expect to outlast the 2 short stacks of a pretty high percentage of the time. So that would be a disaster if he bust. The other side of the coin is that if he catches Alex out, getting out of line, and he's able to find a full double, that's going to put Octavian on almost 8 million chips, and he's in a very, very good spot to just close the thing out. So there's a delicate balancing act of trying to ensure you get those pay jumps, but then also trying to increase your chance of closing the entire tournament out and getting that trophy. So it'll be fun to sort of watch if that comes into play and how significantly that comes into play as this four-handed play progresses.
As we see here, it looks like.
First place in the Dukakis phase.
As we see here, it looks like Daniel's opened up a little bit, finding the open Queen 9-0 from the button. Big one defend from Cooper. Check on the flop. Dan delay C-bets. Don't think Cooper is going to be folding just yet. I think even though he is short, he is going to flick in a call here after the flop check through. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on certain rivers though.
Yeah, this is actually a very key hand for both of these guys. See, there's almost 600k in the pot, both of them with just 400 behind. So this is a very significant pot in terms of both of their tournament journeys. It's going to go the way of Cooper. That's going to get him to about 1 million chips. It's going to leave Dan below 10 big blinds now. Blinds have just ticked up a couple of hands ago to that 25,000, 50,000 mark. It's going to leave Dan with 9 big blinds, and Cooper with about 20. Of course, 2 very clear short stacks and 2 very clear large stacks.
You see just 8 big blinds. Definitely the shortest he has been at any point in this tournament. I understand he's had quite a lot of chips the whole way through. Alex with King 10 is going to open it up.
Seat 6 fold, seat 8 fold.
Gets it straight through. Oki wants nothing to do with him. Queen 5 again, but not suited. It's a pretty easy fold. As you see him back up to 5.3 mil.
You got 1 or 2 reds underneath that.
Joe makes the point that you can't wait around all day for kings or aces. Sure, but also is Octavian going to be ripping ace 10 or ace jack? That's kind of the question you need to ask yourself. After Cooper opens off of 20 bigs, is Octavian going to rip ace jack? So we see him again with ace queen, blind be blind, gets it straight through Daniel, no contention there. Yeah, the Seiko, the pay jumps are pretty huge. It's a 24k heads up battle that we're going to be playing shortly.
Yeah, Jordan, just on that ace queen hand for Josh as well. If we look at a slightly different situation where it's gone an open from Cooper and a call from Octavian, that ace queen is a really, really nice hand to jam. If you're in the situation where you get to make the all in, and you can also win the hand by getting your opponents to fold, that's great, and that's a slam dunk spot to jam. The situation where you have to call off for your tournament life, sometimes it's correct to make some really big folds.
125, seat 8 fold.
And I think this is this hand is probably on the border, and I think this is one of the times where we make the tight fold.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Yeah, I can know. Like 800.
MJ, I'm going to be honest, I'm not actually certain regarding the suited 8s there for 8 big blinds. I guess it probably would be 7-8 or 8-6 suited. I'm not sure about 8 deuce and stuff like that, because if they're jamming any 2, you can be dominated by all the 8x. As we see Alex jams here on Cooper's open. 10s for Cooper, ace 7 for Alex. 70-30. And that is a set.
Yeah, that's a great flop for Cooper.
Yeah. Cooper is going to find a full double here.
That'll be some sweat, right?
Alex can't win this one.
Finally, something going the opposite direction for Alex. It's just been all about Mr. Linsky this final table so far.
Yeah, Alex basically thinking that Cooper can't really call off too many hands given how ridiculously short Dan is at the moment. But Cooper thought otherwise with 10s. It's probably 10s plus ace king you're calling there, ace queen pretty close. Definitely not calling ace jack. Does find the double. See Octavian with ace-5 suited. I think he's definitely going to open this one up.
C8 raise 100, C2 fold, C4 fold.
Now with that double up for Cooper, Alex and Octavian stacks are now pretty close. There's only what, maybe 15 big blinds or so between them. So that's going to maybe restrict Alex's ability to pressure Octavian. Still does exist, but he's going to have to risk a lot more in order to do that.
6 fold.
And that's going to close that gap a little bit more. Just 600k is the difference. Dan, extreme short stack at the moment, just 6 big blinds. He's going to have to find a hand soon. We're playing 4-handed, so every 4 hands, it's going to cost him 125,000 chips.
No pain. Flop the sets.
I was going to say there wasn't a lot of pain there.
There was no pain.
Not even a sweat. Normally always a sweat.
Next hand, he'll have to put about a third of his stack into the middle before he gets cards. If he waits, but he's not going to wait. He's picked up an ace.
Ace is
Double
good enough.
together, Dan. Pair it up.
And that's going to get through too. Rubbish for everyone. That'll keep him afloat.
8 bigs. As you can see, the gap has been closed considerably. There's only 700k the difference now between Octavian and Alex.
Got to spend money.
Alex has had the lead this entire final table and he still holds it.
20.
Alright, players in the main flight D, your blinds are up. 400, 800 for 800 big blind ante. That's players in the mini main flight D, your blinds are up.
C4 fold.
See it folded over to Oki again. King 7-0 should just be a rip.
C6 fold.
Biscuits should be into the middle.
All in.
And he does, and Dan should be calling this, and he does.
Mass ball for Dan.
Call, King 7, Ace 8. Around about a 70-30 in this one. Dan's in pretty good shape to double. He's got to fade a king or a 7. Queen deuce doesn't help either. Oh no, 7 on the turn. King on the river. We lose Dan coming in 4th position, taking him $20,500. Didn't really get the chance to do anything on this final table. Kind of hamstrung between Alex going crazy and Octavian not really giving an inch. So
yeah,
we are suddenly down to 3.
When you consider how few opportunities Dan actually got this final table, the fact that he's managed to finish in 4th place for 20 grand, it's actually a huge effort. So congrats to Dan on making the best out of a difficult situation.
And just like that, we're down to 3.
Our podium is set here at the Australian Poker Tour for the Goliath.
Wash your dirty hands.
Will I give him a good riffle?
Alex and Octavian, the 2 biggest stacks. Cooper, definitely still in the running. 1 double up, you can see him take that chip lead.
Big blind on your
It is $2 a minute if you like to hand that.
Yeah.
Put your hand up and it will come around.
raise 6 raise to 100.
Cooper right into it. Ace 8 suited. Looks like the blinds have increased as well to 25k, 50k.
C8 calls.
Oki flicks in a call. 3-way with 50k out there. Alex decides against a call. Queen 5-0. Heads up.
Heads up.
Deuce, deuce, deuce. Pretty reasonable chance this one gets chopped up. That's not guaranteed.
As you can see that Octavian has literally more than half the deck to chop at least.
C8 calls.
And flicks in a call. 10 on the turn. So yeah, these guys are chopping it at this stage.
Yeah, so only an 8 or a 7 will change the result of this one. But of course, they also have to get to showdown for it to be chopped up.
6 bets, 225.
Can we just get a deuce on the river? Just because?
C8 folds.
Oh, Oki decides on a
Cooper,
fold.
with
Yeah,
the
it's
aggression,
aggression
he's going to
from
take
Cooper.
that one down.
I feel
Closing
like I'm
that
at a
gap.
snooker table. I feel so much
Cooper
bigger
now
than
is in
them.
a situation where if he finds double up, he takes prime spot on that leaderboard.
You got like just under 4.
Yeah. You want to go like that?
Got made in the middle.
Yeah, 3-9.
Are you? He wants you towards me more.
Okay.
Musical chairs.
He wants you to sit like
Moving around.
here.
There.
Behind the reader, behind that reader, like directly.
He wants me to sit
I love
there
it when
or my
Twitch
chip
Show
stay
comes
there?
out with emotes that I've never seen before.
So can my chip stay there?
Monka.
Yeah, just for the camera.
That's great.
No worries. Oh, I'll give him my chip side.
And you need to move that way a bit.
Yeah, Oki folding the ace on the turn. Pretty interesting.
Like directly behind that reader.
I guess he just thinks that
That's
Cooper
everyone
always
got
has a
it.
pair.
Just so, what have you got, chips?
3.9.
3.9.
Or a better ace.
4.1. 4.2, thank you.
Yeah, I'm
To
just
me, though.
thinking, guys, because every time the graphics pop up, they're literally right behind the graphics.
Oh, the hand.
Can't see anyone.
You're
Oh, great.
silly.
It seems that everything is all good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sit 8 raise, 100.
Oki opening up to 100k. Alex with King 6 suited. All you solver kids in the chat will know how good this one is. Looks like Alex does too.
Sit 3 raise, 350.
Finds the 3-bet to
Alright,
375k.
those in
Looks
the
like.
big PKO, your blinds are up as well. 600, 1200 with 1200 big blind empty.
350k,
As
sorry.
players and dealers in the big PKO, your
Cooper
blinds
here
are
with King
up.
Jack O. Some thought.
6 fold.
Sides on a fold. I don't think Oki is going to be folding in this situation though. I definitely think he's going to be defending.
Suited
Suited call.
A6, three-handed on the button.
That's what he does.
Heads up.
And Alex is in rough shape here. As you see a queen high flop, nothing for either player. Alex does have a backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draws. Octavian is still ahead though with just ace high. Alex is going to find a c-bet here. Looks to be roughly 1/3 pot, 250k. And just gets it done. Easy game. The aggression continues. Ace just became the second best hand in poker. What are you talking about, James? Good to see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. One of the best dealers in all of poker. Alright, you guys are firing out some more emotes in the Twitch chat. Let me see your best ones. We've seen Monka. I want to see some other good ones.
Sit 6 call. Option.
As we see Cooper with the Queen Jack suited. Just going to limp blindly blind. Looks like
Today
Oki is
trades,
going to cut
160.
out a raise to 160k with the 930. Cooper is going to call.
Heads up.
Turn this rubbish hand into a bluff, try and steal this pot away. It's not going to work so far. He has flopped
Got it
up
for
though.
Oki. Is he going to play with a heart as well?
Sit 8 bet, 130.
Well, it does have position
Six
as well. And that's going to do the trick. Nice little steal there.
Yeah, keep them coming, guys. These emotes are fantastic. As we see, it looks like Cooper's got a bit of a decision here. Looks like he's going to open the ace-2 suited. Tavian with king-8 suited. We saw Alex 3-bet the king-6. So Tavian got similar things in mind. No, just decides to call. And Alex with a 9-7-0 decides against to defend.
That shot and backdoor nut flush draw here for Cooper.
Sit 8 check.
love to fire a C bet. He's going
bet,
to.
125. See that fold?
He's successful. He's going to take it down, keep himself alive. Like still on top of that leaderboard, but these chip counts are relatively evened out, considering just how dominant Alex was a little while ago. We had something like 4 point something times his nearest competitor.
Yeah, he had 60% of the chips in play. He had 5.8 million, so he had 60% of the chips in play, roughly. Crazy.
Yeah, and that was with 4 opponents still left.
See that 12. C3 call option.
Alex now with the Jack-9 suited blind blind. Looks like he's going to implement a calling strategy. Cooper with the Queen Jack of clubs again.
6 raise, 175.
He's going to raise it up.
Oh, I can count. So, it was over 2.
Wonder whether or not Alex is considering using this hand as a limp 3-bet.
Oh no, it's under.
I don't think he's going to be folding it.
He does decide on a call, so we're going to see a flop here.
Queen Jack suited didn't work for Cooper before, but this time he has the betting lead position and he's got his opponent dominated.
Alex does have a gutter.
C3 bet, 125.
Is that a donk? Alex does
That's very
donk.
interesting.
I love this. You guys wanted to learn some stuff about shorthanded final table poker? Here we go.
Yeah, this is not something that we see very often.
The limp call donk, 4 on the turn. I think this is a turn card that you want to continue as a 225k bet roughly.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've looked at this specific flop, situation before after limp call donk, and now we have 4 to a straight and 3 to a flush. But continuing the aggression certainly seems to make a lot of sense.
150k, it continues a quarter. Alex definitely been in the lab, knows what he's doing in spots like this. Very impressive to watch.
Thank you.
Queen Jack of clubs not doing any favours for Cooper. And looks like we're going to take a short break.
It's a quick bathroom break, guys, so I think the guys will be back in just a few moments. I don't think we're going to send it to a break screen, because I think it is a very short intermission, but we'll be back relatively soon to continue the action.
hold. And please ladies and gentlemen, total 23, your time's dealer's choice is about to commence. Starting game over here at dealer's choice will be Omaha High. So it's a fixed win at Omaha.
Alright, we got a short break. Welcome back to three-handed action.
Well, we'll be underway in 30 seconds.
Going to see if these guys continue kind of feeling each other out as far as the three-handed play goes.
Seat 6 call, seat 8 check.
Stacks are quite deep.
Yeah, so the shortest stack player is Kupo, who's got a little over 35 bigs, so still quite a lot of
Oh my
play.
god, only 2 cards here?
Bear Grylls really likes the dealer. I'm not going to read out exactly how much he likes him, but he likes him quite a lot. He's a great dealer.
Seat 6 bet 50.
Always does a fantastic job. He's one of my favourites. Unless he's dealing for me, then I just run terribly. As we see, he's putting some people in some tough spots here. Oki with bottom pair, and Cooper picks up a gutter on the turn.
King of Diamonds for Octavian's definitely a relevant card. Make you feel a little bit better about the situation.
5.
Big bet here from Cooper though.
I don't know how Octavian's going to respond to this. Pot size bet on the turn. Does he just fold?
Yeah, it's going to get the job done.
Nice play from Cooper, blocking Jack 9.
Yeah, Cooper actually able to induce a pretty big fold of Oki there. Pair and the second nut flush draw.
Somebody in the chat saying Bud Light versus Tuies. Admittedly, admitting to drinking Tuies is infinitely worse. As we see Oki with 8s. These guys have been doing a lot of limping. Wonder if Oki's going to do the same thing. Doesn't look like it. He's reaching for raising chips. And I don't think 3-deuce-0 is going to get it done. So.
Yeah, we've seen Alex defending wide, but this is a different story.
Yeah, I reckon that's the way to go.
Do you see Alex in the background? Oh, is it Alex or is it Brian in the background?
Looks like whenever you guys want to break.
And we're changing the game to PLO5.
I was going to say, if it was Alex in the background, make sure if you're at APT, you go and wish Alex a very happy birthday.
It's your guys' game, you do what you want. We'll change the game to PLO5.
Don't hesitate to tag him in the comments to let him know as well.
Yeah. So friends with Alex Hansen on Facebook, and it is his birthday, so wish him a happy birthday. As we see Oki getting another one through, getting himself up to 3.7. Alex has re-extended the lead a little bit. It was 500k before, now it's up to 1.1 million.
Standard.
And with these hour levels, there's still quite a lot of chips in play. 10 million chips in play, so 200 big blinds on the table still.
C3 raise, 100. C6 fold.
Alex opening the A6 suited.
C8 call.
Oki with the call. Dominated.
He's dominated, yeah.
Neither of these players connect with the flop. Alex still ahead with ace high. Assume he will c-bet this at a pretty high frequency. That's what he does. Looks like he's reaching for... Looked to be 150k, but he decided against it when when Oki just folded straight away.
Makes it easy.
Yeah. Krark's making a point that Krark's making the point that Cooper's got the pins out. Yeah, from what I understand, it's actually pretty cold down there, but maybe it's warmer inside the venue than it is outside. I know it's pretty chilly in Brisbane. I think it's around 18 degrees at the moment. Yeah, I know you guys tuning in overseas probably laughing at me calling that chilly, but I'm from Cairns, so leave me alone.
C8 call.
See Oki now with the 850. Alex with 6 deuce.
C3 check.
Does decide just to check.
Heads up.
And out flops Oki, bottom pair.
Okay, check.
Be surprised to see Alex bet
C3
one big
bet,
blind
50,
here. Yep,
C8
and he does.
call.
50k. Try and get calls by all the overcards, all the broadways. Takes it down. Over 5 mil once again. MJ Sydney Aussie says it's 22 in Sydney today. Wow, you live in Sydney? I couldn't tell.
Fold.
And Oki folds the Jack 5. Alex
Three
Queen
calls.
Deuce just limps again, continuing this blind be blind limping strategy.
6-6.
Cooper with the 5-3 does just decide to check.
Heads up.
As you see, this is definitely a better flop for Alex.
C3 check.
He's limping
Alright,
range,
players
you
in
have
the
a
mini
lot
main
of
flight
that
D,
in his
your blinds
range.
are up. 500,
Check,
1,000
however.
to 1,000 big blind ante.
Alex still ahead with
As
Queen
players
High.
in the mini main flight D, your blinds are
C3
up.
check.
Checks again.
Super likely to be playing the board by the river.
Also,
Cooper
players in
doesn't
the
decide
mini
to
main
stab it, he
flight
just does
D,
check.
this is going to be your
Interesting
last
river.
level of late registrations and
Alex
re-entries.
checks. I'd like
If
to
you
actually
still
see a
have 2
stab here
re-entries
from Cooper.
and wish to sacrifice
C3 bet
your
50,
stack
get
at
the
the end of the break,
One
raise
big
your
blind
hand
for
and
Alex.
the tears becoming over.
And a quick fold. Gets the job done.
Trying to see if she can organise a babysitter.
You what?
She's trying to see if she can organise a babysitter.
Celebration time.
Yeah. Now it's gotten really hot.
It does.
I was freezing and now I'm hot.
I'm getting nervous.
That's the one. Shouldn't have said anything. Oh no, he's on to me.
C3 raise, 100.
Actual big brain Cooper. Linsky, King 8-0. Looks like he does over to 100k. Cooper with a suited queen. May consider a 3-bet or a call from the small line.
C6 calls, 100.
He's going to come along.
Just find a call.
C8 calls.
And Octavian doesn't really care that he's got Jack 6-0. He just really wants to play. 3 ways, all of these guys to a flop. And
C6 check.
4-1 to Octavian.
yeah,
Pair of 6 is going to put him in the lead.
C8 bet, 100.
and he does just donk into the pre-flop razor.
C3 fold.
This is definitely a flop that favours the big blind.
It looks like Alex is going to get out of the way. Cooper does have double backdoors here. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. Looks like he's going to put those to good use.
Raise,
Finds the check raise. 350k. It's a nice combo to use. It's a very good turns. You can barrel on, get folds from 6x and 3x. As we've just had a slight pause on the stream, give us a second guys, we'll aim to resolve this as quick as possible.
Very nice little check raise here from Cooper. You probably plan on following through on any diamond turn card. 9 or a 10 are both really good, obviously.
Heads up.
Of course, if he manages to hit top pair, he's going to be reasonably confident that he's ahead as well.
Give us 1 sec, guys. We're just having to fix this slight glitch. There we go. So it looked like Oki did call. You see a king on the turn. It's not one of the best backdoor cards for Cooper to barrel, so it looks like he is going to give up.
C8 checks.
He checks back, off to a river we go. Ooh, that's an interesting river. If Cooper was check raising a hand like 10-8 suited, 8-9 suited, he's just not there.
Yeah, this river does actually connect with a lot of the check raises that Cooper has on the flop. He either had a good hand and was check raising for value, or if he was check raising as a bluff. A lot of those hands have improved now.
If he bets this river, he's only representing a specific collection of hands. This is a time bank chip. He's going to get an additional minute. He locks 10-8. But all of these questions need to be asked. Does he call these hands from the small blind?
6 bets.
Looks like he's bet roughly half pot, 550k. 575k, sorry. And these are the questions that Octavian needs to think to himself. Chip leader opens button. Cooper finds a call from the small blind. Check raises flop and then checks turn. Does he check turn with hands like 7s, 6s, 3s? What does he do with a hand like 10-8 suited? Does he call that hand pre-flop? 8-5 suited. Probably doesn't call that one pre-flop. Octavian can lose us to 8-9 as well, but you have to wonder if that goes for that size in the river. A nice hand from Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper's going to get it through. That's a nice pot going his way.
Yeah, alright.
I think you folded right.
It's like he's considering showing a bluff, doesn't decide to. So we can see that these guys are playing for 67k up top, 43 for second and 29k for third.
Yeah. Punish you.
So Cooper's been adding to his chip stack. It's crazy to think that he was down to 500k earlier, and now he's back over 2.3 million. So 9-5 and Jack 10, just going to be a limp pot here. Alex has gotten the better of Octavian for most of the final table today. Both players connect with this board.
75.
Alex has had the better of just about everyone on this final table today.
2-3 raise, 225.
So see, Octavian does bet his top pair, and Alex does find the raise with a gutter and 2 overs back to a flush draw. A lot of chips could be piled in on certain turn cards, and 8 turn would be a disaster for Octavian.
It's the second hand in a row where Octavian flopped 1 pair and then had to face a check raise.
4 does give Octavian more outs if he feels like he was behind. Does have an open ender on the bottom side.
Like you say, Jordan, that 8 would be fireworks. It'll be in the favour of Alex. Deciding whether to go for a second barrel here.
3 check.
Size against it.
Oh my god, it's the 8 river.
Oh. It's all coming
Well,
up Lindsay.
I mean, of course it's the 8 river. What else was it going to be?
8 bets, 180.
Now the only thing working in Octavian's favour here is that it's the 3rd spade. So
Yeah.
that flop flush draw has come in as well.
Also, he loses to just a naked 10. So,
Yeah.
if Alex was check raising a hand like, or raising a hand like 10-7, 10-6, it gets there on the river. No, yeah, this is just disgusting.
3 raise.
Definitely not the side of the straight that he was hoping to hit.
The annoying thing is, the annoying thing for Oki is that if anybody is capable to have a bluff here, it's probably Alex.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is not an easy spot by any stretch. There's a lot of players where this is an easy fold. This is a difficult spot to find bluffs in general, but we know how capable Alex is. And he's going to make the decision. This pot's getting big. 1.5 million in there already. And
Wow, quick fold. That's actually a very, very quick and disciplined fold. Guess Octavian just doesn't think that Alex would bluff a hand like 7-8, 6-8, 6-7.
This has got to start getting frustrating for Octavian. I mean, that's the second hand in a row where he's flopped a pair, got check raised, and then end up having to fold the river. There's the same line in both hands: check raise flop, check check turn, and then a bet on the river. This case it was a raise, in the other case it was a bet. But having to fold both those rivers after very similar hands, it can be tough to remain disciplined when things like these continue to happen.
Alrighty, attention players and dealers in the PK.
Yeah, raise my Will you bet if I check?
All players and dealers in the PKO. City saying you're on will be on a 15-minute break.
6 calls.
You see Cooper finding
More than what you bet.
a call versus Octavian's button open.
Don't know what's
A bit wide, but he was opening ace deuce over before, so
6 checks.
you see a
Yeah,
jack
you're not
9
wrong.
deuce flop. We saw Cooper check raise the 6-4 earlier. I wonder if he's going to do the same thing here, but Octavian doesn't decide to bet. You see a 10 turn, gut shot for Octavian, middle pair
6 checks.
for
8
Cooper.
checks.
Check once again. Cooper is a 6, so Cooper is going to have the best hand on the river here.
Checks. Seat 8 checks.
And he's going to show it down and just win.
Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Couple of big blinds heading his way. We see now Cooper tied second with Octavian
early
now.
for,
Alex
rowdy
very
race.
clearly in front, 3-0 chip lead.
6 p.m.
Yeah,
yeah.
Alex is back up to where he was before. He's got over half the chips in play.
Almost like turning to you again. 4 clubs.
See, Alex is going to open up the button again here. Keep the pressure. Good hand this time. King Queen suited. Cooper with 7s. It's going to be a pretty big pot. Cooper is definitely looking at how many chips Octavian has. And this is where that hand from before comes into factor. We mentioned, what does Cooper do from the small blind with a hand like 7s? And the answer is just call. And flop top set against top pair. The 1 out of 7. Wow, this is crazy.
Very dangerous for Octavian here.
Sit 8 bets, 150.
If he elects to donk here, it's going to be the third hand in, what's it been, 4 hands, where he's been check raised on the flop.
3 folds.
And it looks like that's what he's done. He has bet 150k, half pot.
Yeah,
And I think he's going to get check raised. I think he's going to get check raised again.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test of Octavian's discipline here. This will be the third time in, I think there was 1 hand between the last time he got check raised. He's folded both the others. Is he going to be able to make the fold this time?
Yeah, he must be getting frustrated with how this is going so far.
It's easy to start leveling yourself when this happens. These guys just seem to be check raising me and then getting me to fold rivers. He hasn't seen either of their hands yet.
And this is the type of trouble you get yourself into as well when you call a hand like 10-7-0 from the big blind. Like, you shouldn't be calling this hand pre. Just folding this one. And looks like he's put in the call. We're going to see a turn card.
Difficult for him to do anything else on the flop here with top pair, but how is this going to play out?
4 on the turn, so 8-5 makes it straight.
10-7 going to maintain top pair.
Double checking his cards.
SPR 1.5 here. See what size Cooper elects to bet.
Wouldn't hate him seeing go a third, like 400k. Sizes up nicely for river. Just wonder whether or not he wants to go a larger size due to the flush draw and how draw heavy the board is.
Yeah, it's
like,
a bit of
what's Octavian going to do with a hand like ace-5 of hearts? Looks like he is going a little bit bigger. He's going roughly 2/3.
About
Oh, sorry, roughly half pot. 700k. Very much cooks the SPR for the river. And off he jams, and yeah, that's rough. That is a dead 10-7.
And yeah, just like that, Jordan, we're going heads up.
Inconsequential 8 on the river. And we have lost Octavian in 3rd place, taking home $29,000.
Huge effort for Octavian. Congratulations on a 3rd place. Congratulations on a $29,000 payday.
Yeah.
We are going to lead into heads up.
And you should definitely keep his head up. It's been a pretty up and down tournament for him. He was at 500k at one point. He was the shortest stack with 6 left, I think. And now he's spun it all the way up to 3rd place, taking him 29k, a little over 11 buy-ins. But now it is down to heads up. Alex and Cooper. Alex with a slight chip advantage. This is going to be a very close heads up.
Do I sit there or you want to stay here?
Yeah, I mean,
Going to be $24,000 to play for. 43,000 for second. 67,500 for first.
Let's bow.
Chips get shoveled Cooper's way. He's going to have to stack all of them up.
Now, Jordan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this heads up is between our final table participant with the highest Hendon mob total cashes and the player on the opposite end of the spectrum. I had a look
think
before,
you're right.
and
Yeah, Cooper has 13,000. Yeah, Cooper has $13,000 in cashes in his Hendon mob, and Alex has just a little bit more. Alex has 4.07 million. 400 times cashes. These guys going head to head. $67,000 up top in this.
So you're telling me, Jordan, that between the two of them, they have 4.08 million in
Yes,
total
that is
cashes?
correct. That's correct.
175.
Cooper raises 175.
So yeah, I mean, this is obviously it's been a masterclass from Alex on how to play a final table, and how great to see Cooper come in and put up not just his biggest live score, but a live score that's going to trounce his entire Hendon mob.
He's tripled his Hendon mob in one score.
Yeah.
Alex checks.
As we see, heads up is kicked off here.
And he hasn't even finished the tournament yet.
Apparently, Cooper won 32k last week in Sydney, so his Hendon mob hasn't quite been updated since that series.
Great, gotcha.
Cooper check.
So this will just about even his previous Hendon mob if he's to buff second.
Yep.
Awesome. What a hot streak from Cooper. Great to see.
Yeah.
See if he can close this out. He's got quite the opponent to be up against in a heads-up battle in Alex Linsky.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. From the looks of things as well, it looks like this is kicked off and there wasn't any pause to discuss a deal. These guys are just going straight into it. So 24k heads up. These guys in two very different positions as far as experience. Alex has played a number of gigantic heads up battles over the years. There's 67k up top, fellow Dean.
And,
Final hand predictions? Oh, I don't know.
Not only that, Jordan, Alex has been right here before. Alex has previously won the Goliath.
If Alex is able to take this down, he'll be the first ever two-time Goliath winner.
400.
Yeah, this is a very fun storyline that's developing here. Cooper looking to go from a 13k Hendon mob to winning 100k in about a month's time. Alex looking to go to be the first double Goliath champion. And wow, look at this flop, Jordan. Cooper with the nut flush draw, a monster hand heads up, and Alex has flopped the bottom two pairs.
Wow, this is huge. I wonder how Alex is going to continue with bottom two on this type of board. Looks like he is just going to call, so we're going to see a turn. 1.4 in the middle. 6 on the turn. Cooper picks up additional outs with straight draw down the bottom.
There's not really any cooler rivers here. But Cooper does have a hand that he could just barrel off. With the ace of clubs, it's not crazy to think that all the chips could get in here as a bluff.
I wonder what Alex is going to do here, thinking that he's up against a hand like an overpair with a club. Like ace-jack with the ace of clubs.
Tricky spot here with the 2 pairs.
Looks like he is just going to call, so he's going to run the risk at the river. 3 million in the pot, already one of the biggest pots of this tournament so far. River is a brick, nothing changes there. Cooper now.
It's
SPR is roughly 1.
Yeah, it's not crazy to think he might jam this as a bluff.
So far when he's taken his bluffs, he hasn't really gone polar, he's gone more of a half pot size like we did earlier against Oki.
10-minute break. Can I get all dealers for the PKO to return to their tables, please?
Definitely thinking this one through.
Yeah, he's going to spend 1 tank chip on this.
All in.
And it looks like he's gone all in. Wow,
Oh
this
wow,
could
he
be
does
it.
jam.
Jordan. Alex, the flop bottom 2. He's got a decision perhaps for the entire tournament. They've just started heads up and it could be over as soon as it began.
Wow, this is a
Can he make
huge
this
rip.
call?
This is a huge jam.
If Cooper gets this through, he's got 6.2 million chips.
And for the first time, all FT, Alex would not have the chip lead.
And then, of course, the other side of the coin. If Alex makes the call with 2 pair,
it's all over.
He wins. I mean, 2 pair heads up, Jordan. It's hard to make 1 pair heads up, let alone 2 of them. He loses basically to a flush. He's got to ask himself, would his opponent ever do this with 1 pair? If the answer is yes, I think he's got to make this call.
Like, what does he do with kings, queens, aces?
Exactly.
I don't know, heads up, I think 2 pair is just too strong.
Alex in the tank here. He's probably going to spend a couple of those chips.
Oh, definitely.
All dealers for the PKO, please return to your tables, thank you.
He's also got to think about how snug
Wow,
Cooper's in the bar, and he
Jordan.
finds the fold.
That's massive. That one's going to hurt Alex. If Cooper's able to complete this comeback and convert it into a victory, that fold might haunt Alex. All he had to do was put a chip in the middle, and it was game over. The trophy was his.
For the first time, all FT, Alex does not have the chip lead. Cooper runs a gigantic bluff with the nut flush blocker and gets the job done. That is a huge hand.
You gotta give props to Cooper finding the cojones to go for that one. Playing heads up for 24k. A month ago, his Hendon mob was 13, and he finds an all-in bluff for a full pot size bet on the river. Virtually even stacks to start the hand. He's managed to pull it off, and not only pull the trigger, but get it through the 2 pair of Alex.
Please return to your table, thank you.
Oh wow, Cooper with a straight flush draw here.
75, Alex fold.
Gets it straight through.
Wow, and we continue heads up. Cooper closing in on a 2-1 chip lead.
Alex raise 100.
I have a feeling Alex is going to go down without a fight though. I think we could be in for a very, very long heads up battle. This isn't going to go over quickly. Alex with 10s, Cooper with ace 8. Alex hasn't had many really good hands so far. This is one of the first time he's had pretty strong holding pre-flop.
Yeah,
So
the
we see the
first hands he had
953.
into fold.
Yeah.
Alex bets 250.
Finds the overbet. Love this. We're going to find out very quickly how much work these guys have put into heads up.
Cooper folds.
Fold from Cooper.
There you go.
One going to Alex. Alex, the current effective stack, playing 80 big blinds. This is a very deep heads up.
Yeah, this is not going to be a short heads up, guys. Get comfortable. I think we're going to be in this one for the long haul today.
Cooper call, raises 100. Alex call.
Right, open from Cooper, call from Alex.
Alex checks.
Ace Jack Jack with a couple of clubs. Cooper's ahead with that King High, but Alex does have that Queen High flush
Cooper
draw.
bet 60.
Hey, Ryan.
I'm going to fire a
calls.
small bet here. Alex with flush draw, obviously not going anywhere.
Finds the call. Turn is an offsuit 6.
Checks. Cooper checks.
Alex with 17 outs, as you can see top of screen. Check, check. River is a 4.
Alex checks.
It's not that crazy to think that
Cooper checks.
Queen High could possibly be good. Heads up, people are playing very wide ranges. And Cooper, thinking the same about his King High, decides to take the showdown.
Yep,
He's
King High will be good.
Ready for the dealer.
We can see 6.4 to 3.8. These guys have been playing for almost 5 hours at this point. The trophy comes onto the table.
Thank you.
Alex is playing to be the first ever 2-time Goliath winner.
Alex raise 100.
He's going to raise the Ace-3-0 from the button. I think Cooper's going to defend the 6-deuce, and he does. As we see bottom pair for Alex, but a flush draw for Cooper. We've seen Cooper play his draws pretty aggressively.
75.
Saw him check raise the 6-4 earlier on the King 5 deuce.
Cooper calls. Cooper checks.
9 of clubs on the turn. Bad news for Alex, flush for Cooper.
Alex checks.
Repeat King now. Cooper's still going to be pretty confident with this flush.
Cooper bets 600.
Looks like he's going to fire out a pretty big bet. Looking like he's trying to target a king that check back the turn.
Give this one some thought. Just bottom pair here.
Alright players, in the mini main flight D, this is your 90-second call. Start making your way back to your tables. This is your 90-second call.
Thinks it means value. He's right
Yeah,
this time.
Cooper's opened it up to a 3 million chip lead. He's played so well on this final table. He had 500k, which was 14 bigs at one point, and he's managed to spin it all the way up to 6.6. So it's been an absolutely crazy run for him so far. And it looks like he could be poised to take this one down as well. Should be a very fun heads up to watch.
Cooper raises 100, Alex folds.
Nothing happening in this hand. Get straight through with queen 3.
Yeah, 8-3, not a whole lot to write home about. We want to be playing a lot of hands and heads up, but not literally every single one of them. 8-3
Especially with the
falls into that
yeah,
category.
especially with the full big blind ante. Definitely want to be playing a lot more hands, given that you've got more invested.
I mean, this
Kind of changed the heads up game as far as that
Unless I'm
goes.
bluffing.
Strategy changed quite a lot. You can do quite a lot of limping. Haven't seen any of that happen so far yet though.
Alex raises 100, Cooper folds.
As Cooper doesn't defend, then I do so.
Alright, poker players in the mid-main.
Do you guys think it's going to take this heads up down? Got a clear leader at the moment.
1200, the
The blinds are 25-50, so
players, shuffle up and
got over
deal.
70 big
All
blinds
stacks
effective.
are live.
Very deep for a heads up match.
Fill in all stacks.
I'm thinking, Jordan, maybe we should have just each taken a backup commentator's pick. Maybe that would have been the strategy.
I hadn't seen you make it before.
Yeah, our commentator curse didn't really help anybody today.
No. No, very close to just bottom 3.
Yeah.
But we'll get him next time.
Yeah, looks like we are going to see a flop here. Queen 10 versus the 6-4.
Alex check.
Top 2 for Cooper.
Big flop for Cooper here.
Cooper
He's
bet,
connecting with the
75,
board
Alex
quite a
folds.
lot in the start of this heads up. He's been able to break some chips his way, open up a pretty commanding lead. 3.2 million now.
Not only that, when he's not connected, he's made the best of it as well. That ace high bluff, that jam on the river, that could be the key hand of this heads up battle.
Yeah, same with you, man. Just let me know.
Massive bluff, get Alex off the 2 pair.
Fellow Deed's got a Kmart run good in the chat for Coop.
Alex raises 100. Cooper calls.
We're off to another flop here.
Cooper checks.
Which is a very interesting flop.
Wow.
Bottom pair and an open ender for Alex. Top pair for Cooper. Lots of very interesting run rivers here.
About as much of an action flop as we could expect from both of these hands, and the flop actually goes check check. And
Looks
so
like it was a limp pot pre. So there's not much in the middle.
Cooper bets 320.
Looks like Cooper's going to find an overbet in this spot here. It's like 2x pot.
Yeah, big bet. 320 into 150.
Alex calls.
And it's going to do
Pays
the
it
job.
off. 6 is good.
320.
Cooper now 2.5 times the size of his chip stack as Alex does, opening up quite a big lead. Very nice river bet there. After it goes check, 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 check in a limp pot. It's a very nice size to take to get called by 1 pair. Interestingly, that's exactly what Alex did to Naman earlier on, so.
Yeah, Cooper showing that he's also got the moves. He's done a great job with his chip lead.
Yeah.
So yeah, we need to go next level.
Yeah, skip it. Skip it. We had a top regular.
Yeah.
Next hand. Yeah.
Once again, guys, thanks for tuning in. It's great to be able to bring you the coverage of this final table.
Yeah, this hand.
These guys playing for $67,500 up top. Second place will take home 43. As you can see, the players that busted out previous. Thanks for the nice words, fellow Deed. Thanks for tuning in. Lots of support for Coop Daddy in the chat.
Yeah, Everyone loves an underdog story.
Everybody wants Coop to scoop. As we can see, we've just had a quick freeze in the stream. We'll be getting that one sorted for you momentarily.
Phrases, 125. Keep it cold. Keep it checked.
A couple of small net problems in the building, but we're getting on top of it. There we go. Back to the action.
Wow, 8-4 suited versus 8-4 suited, but one of them is not like the other.
One of them is definitely not like the other. Ben asking how many legends started this. In the top right of the screen, you can see that there are 2 left of 102 entries in this tournament. We've got a very happy whale in the Facebook chat saying that Feltham is an absolute sicko. Yeah, he's been able to spin up like crazy in this event. We mentioned earlier that he had 13 or 14 bigs at one point, and now he has got a 2.5 to 1 chip lead over Alex Heads Up. So he's definitely done an amazing job.
As you were saying before, Jordan, Alex has been the chip leader from the beginning of the final table all the way until that huge bluff by Cooper. Cooper, the only one to sit down today, other than Alex, to be a chip leader at some point. Now he's in a position where he's got almost 2 to 1 against Alex Heads Up to try and just win this thing outright.
Yeah.
Been no talks of deals, so we've still got the full money to play for. Got 24,500 plus the vault ticket and trophy still up for grabs.
Check.
Both players catching a pair here. Top pair for Alex.
Alex, check.
We do have a check.
4 on the turn doesn't change anything. Still just pair versus pair at the moment.
Keep it check. Alex bet 200.
The Alex bets 200k. I think Cooper will definitely be calling this, going to a river. Fellow D talking about the jump in cash from second. Yeah, it's pretty huge. It's a 10 buy-in heads up battle. Cooper does call off to a river. King doesn't change anything.
Alex will certainly go for some more value on the river here. Question is if Cooper can get away or if he pays it off. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty thin. 6 does make a straight.
Going 350.
Cooper gonna bet at 8x as well. Does decide to check back and he's gonna take that pot down. Back up to 3.8 mil.
I'll think about it. Yeah.
Got 150 people tuning in on Facebook. Thanks for watching, guys. Roughly the same amount on Twitch. Let us know where you're watching from. We had guys tuning in from the States earlier today, as well as New South Wales, down in Victoria and Melbourne as well.
Cooper calls. Alex check.
As we see Cooper implementing the limp strategy. You're going to see a flop here. Blinds are up. And Cooper does outflop Alex on this scenario.
Bet 60.
Got BK2 London watching from Vegas, Val watching from New Zealand. Thanks for tuning in, guys. As we see Cooper is going to bet 1 big blind and find a float from Alex. 4 on the turn gives Cooper an open ender, as well as his middle pair. Does go check. River 9. Alex finds the 9 on the river.
Alex bets 240.
Looks like he is going to go for value. Looks like he's betting 240k. Because we are having my co-host having some issues at the moment, but he can be back shortly. Looks like Cooper is cutting out a call.
Cooper calls.
Let's put it in, and he's going to see the bad news. That is not a good river. Yeah, shakes his head a little bit. Shout out Josh Barry in the Facebook chat. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in, Borat from Kazakhstan. I don't believe you, but thanks for tuning in.
I raised that hand.
Oh, did you?
I know for a fact you're not tuning in from Kazakhstan.
I don't want to say anything, obviously. I'm not going to let
this heads up battle continues.
Here we are. Those will be here for 5 hours.
Alex Rays, 125.
Looks like Alex is opening it up to 125k, 9-5 suited. Dominated though by Cooper. 10-5 of hearts. Is going to defend. One spade and 2 clubs here. Nothing for either player. Looks like Alex is going to c-bet for 225k, roughly 2/3. Gets it through.
225.
Nelson saying, let's go Alex, thanks for tuning in. You can see that Alex has started to close the gap a little bit. Cooper's still in the lead though, not really giving him too much to work with. Alex needed to find a lucky river to get some chips then.
Cooper raise, 125.
Ooh, Alex with kings. Raises it up to 500k. And gets it done. 6-2 suited, not going to be good enough to call in position here.
600? 500.
What was it like being on the main event, FP?
Surreal.
Would have been fucking insane.
Crazy.
Yeah, I remember watching you on that.
Yeah. Would have been nice to win a hand, but...
Yeah. I remember you had 10s in that cooler hand. It was like kings, aces.
Yeah.
That was fucking nuts.
Raise, 125.
10s again on that.
Cooper fold.
Yeah.
Wasn't a fun final table.
Yeah. Cut out as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
You what? I did snap fold.
Yeah.
I folded ace queen as well on the previous one. Couldn't get anything done. But
Pretty cool, but
yeah.
Was it your first time playing it, or
No.
you played a couple times?
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cooper raise, 125. Alex raise,
Alex has
500.
Cooper dominated again. Don't know whether Cooper is going to fold to the 3-bet this time with a suited hand. Looks like he is eyeing off his chips. Looks like he does find the call, so we're going to see a flop here. 1.1 in the pot already. Cooper in very rough shape. He does flop a gutter, but so does Alex, and Alex has the 10 of clubs, so this could get a little bit pricey for Cooper.
Alex check.
Alex does check. Looks like Cooper's reaching for chips. Looks like he's going to bet roughly a quarter. 260k?
Cooper
270k?
bets, 285.
$185, so he does bet a quarter-size pot. A quarter-size pot bet, sorry.
Right, Tim,
Alex
I'm
with-
back, and it looks like Alex is closing this gap.
Welcome back.
Alex calls.
Thanks. My net seemed so disappointed with my read that it sent me to the naughty corner for 5 minutes. But I've served my time.
Alex checks.
3 of diamonds doesn't change anything on the turn. Alex does check it over to Cooper once again. James making a point that Cooper wearing shorts. Yeah, apparently it's actually pretty warm in the venue. Cold outside, but warm in the venue. I don't think Alex is going to be folding against this 1/3 size turn barrel, but he is going to be a bit worried given that it's going to be a 1-to-1 SPR on the river. As we see, there's 2.6 in the middle, or a little bit bigger than that, sorry.
Yeah, with the
And
with
a
the
repeat
straight
jack
flush draw on the turn.
on the river.
Alex got to get to this river, but the question is what now? Seen Cooper make one huge bluff already in this heads up. Alex make one big fold.
Interestingly, in the reverse from last time, it's a very similar flop actually when Alex is the same flop. Alex had 8-7. Board's read out a little bit differently. Cooper's going to fire it out.
Exact same flop, actually.
Alex does beat 8-7 now on the river. Shaking his head a little bit, can't really believe what's going on. He was always behind a jack.
Now, is Cooper really going to get another one of these through? On the jack 8-7, 3 clubs, is he going to get the triple barrel through twice in the same heads up match?
It's interesting that Alex double blocks 10-9 this time. And he also blocks a number of the suited combos that Cooper may have called pre-flop. Ace-10 of clubs, King-10 of clubs, Queen-10 of clubs, and 10-6 of clubs. Obviously 10-9 of clubs. Which are all flushes that would probably play this way. And for the second time this tournament, or for the second time of this final table, Cooper has put Alex in a very tough spot, and both of those times have just been heads up.
Yeah, Cooper showing that he's not intimidated at all. He is willing to battle. He's willing to put Alex in the tough spots.
Alex made the wrong fold last time. Let's see if he makes the wrong fold again.
This has already cost him a couple of time back chips.
Yeah.
We've talked about how these guys will have plenty of time to make their decisions throughout this final table, but now that we're down to heads up, given that they're going to be playing every hand, those time bank chips could become a valuable resource. They could become a factor.
Yeah, definitely.
As we see Brian taking a third one away.
Alex is shaking his head. He can't quite believe this hand.
Alex folds.
And he does fold.
Wow. And Cooper's going to get another one through. I don't think I've ever seen someone triple barrel this exact same flop, suits and all, twice. Even just in the same tournament, let alone the same heads up.
Exactly the same board.
Eh?
Exactly the same board.
He's going to get both of them through, and he's going to put himself in a nice lead once again.
He's definitely putting a clinic on this heads up battle.
Still do ICM if you want. I'll still do ICM.
It's interesting that on that river he elected to go half pot instead of the jam like he did with the ace of clubs.
I won't ask again. What? I won't ask again.
Yeah.
Played the river differently
I've been
twice.
asked a couple of times.
Equally successful both times.
Yeah.
Once again, he's a 2-to-1 favourite in terms of the chips.
Give a check.
Gut shot here for Alex, and best hand with Queen High.
Alex bets 150. You can just shuffle your
He's going to see bet. Roughly half pot.
Cooper raise,
Oh,
450.
this is a wide check raise. Gets it done.
Yeah. Cooper keeping his foot on the gas.
What's your plan?
Captain John saying that we give so many props to Linsky, he doesn't know how to play heads up. Yeah, I mean,
Sounds good. I wouldn't mind
that's a comment I've read. Fair enough. Of all the comments that I've read from Twitch chat, that certainly is one of them. Oh, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, main event fighter, your blinds are also up. 800, 1600 with 1600.
Cooper with the Queen 4-0. Looks like he's going to open this one up as well. 125k.
Nice hand for Linsky here. Next 5 suited heads up.
Alex raise 500. Cooper fold.
And he does get it through. $7.2 million for Cooper, back up to where he was before.
7.4.
Over double what Alex has at the moment.
7.5.
It's the least amount of chips Alex has had at this table since 8-handed play started.
That's definitely a good thing for Cooper. If he can keep this up, he could be taking this trophy home.
Alex raise 125. Cool. Cooper calls.
Open from Alex and defend from Cooper.
Cooper checks.
Cooper is going to outflop the King 7 of Alex here. Just the bottom pair. Back to flush draw. No continuation bet. It's a nice turn card there for Cooper. Back to a flush draw, and it's actually an undercard to his bottom pair.
Checks.
Another 4 on the river. Cooper makes trips.
It's getting better and better.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not really going to be able to get much value here from Alex, given that Alex just has king high and hasn't bet at all. Wonder if he's going to go for the overbet like he did before. Looks like he is reaching for big chips.
Cooper bets 500.
Yeah, 500k. He's just not going to get anything from that. A bit of a rail is forming. Liam watching from the sidelines. Taking a break considering he's already won one tournament this series.
Yeah, you thought it would give someone else a chance.
Yeah.
Alex raise 125. Cooper raise.
Blinds have ticked up to the 30,000, 60,000 mark now.
Cooper 3-betting the Queen 5-0. Really widening it up a bit here.
Yep, getting a little bit cheeky. Does the trick.
Hey, Alex.
Sending that chip lead. 3-1 chip advantage now. Almost.
5, right? You had 5?
You'll get 10 in the dinner later. I'll take you out to dinner.
Take it at 1.7. That's the cap.
Yazzie77 in the Twitch chat says that he's impressed with the Aussie players.
I would read into that comment.
But,
if you read it closely, I would not read into that comment.
Yeah.
We've got some high quality trolls here in the chat.
Yeah. Look, I was just gonna say, I like the people I'm not impressed with to play poker with me.
Oh god. You guys trying to get us. Oh. Oh, that's funny.
Wait, the boys on the street said 13,000 in my bag, and Alex has
Just a little bit more.
Cooper basically accomplished the 3-1 chip lead. Just a little bit further.
He's definitely in charge at the moment.
Whoever wins has to shout. Shout what? You owe me. No.
I can't put a start.
Not really giving an inch either. Alex worked his way back for a little bit, and then Cooper ran that bluff with 10-6 suited and got the job done.
Yeah, you're right. 10 back.
Alex is going to call the 5-2 so. It's very wide defend heads up.
Alex checks.
King 7-8.
Cooper bets 100. Alex fold.
So Cooper is going to c-bet and get it done. 2.5 million now for Alex. It's getting shorter and shorter.
Cooper very much in the driver's seat.
Oh, hello, Liam. Welcome to the commentary booth. How you doing? Oh yeah.
You've come to the rescue.
125.
Well, we had a considerable viewer drop when we went 8-handed, but I'm not sure why that was. You gotta let me get a jab in. How you going, mate?
Cooper calls.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, I heard you had a very tumultuous day too, as we see a flop of Queen 5 here. Not really giving an inch, is he?
Alex bets 60.
Yeah.
Cooper raise is 400.
Did you think
Speaking of battling, Cooper coming
yeah.
with the check raise.
Surprise there, Alexander 2.3, over 3-1 chip lead now. What did you think of the 10-6 suited hand? Did you get to see that one? Yeah, Cooper opened button, Alex 3-bet the big blind. And then tripled not all in on Jack 8-7 all clubs for Jack 10-6 of spades. Very spicy.
Cooper raise 125.
Yeah. Got the job done.
Speaking of 10-6,
Alex checks.
Well, when you're outflopping Queen 10 on a 7-6 deuce board, it's pretty easy.
Cooper bet 60.
So we see him do that again here. Wonder what Alex is going to do with 2 overs to back to a flush draw. Yep, and he does float.
you've
There
got
we
some
go.
backdoors.
Yep, that's
check.
one of them.
Oh, jeez.
Locates the queen on the turn. A 10 would be a disaster for
Cooper
Cooper.
checks.
Check, check. Jack on the river. Yep. Glad. Yeah, sure. No, that's good to hear.
Check.
It's definitely a guy in need of coaching, so glad you're able to help him out. Would you be able to talk up a little bit, Liam? We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. That is much better. There we go. Thank you, Taylor.
Cooper
So
managing
you've been
to lose the minimum there.
So you've been doing quite a lot of coaching with Alex, have you?
Yeah, just mainly about just outperforming people that
Yep.
had a raise.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's all pretty good stuff to learn about, to know.
Yeah, I mean,
Thanks, folks.
he was missing it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Can you guys in chat hear Liam a little bit better now?
They're wishing I
But-
was mute again.
Yeah. Not really. That's alright. I don't know if you can get the mic a little bit closer to you, Liam, but they're having a little bit of trouble trying to hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll work with it.
That sounds
It'll
better
be
to
alright.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do I see now? Cooper's got about 7.
Yeah, so
About that,
Cooper's
yeah.
got a 3.5 to 1 chip lead.
It's a testament to how
Cooper raise 125.
facing a 3-point deficit. Alex still has absolutely fine.
Yeah. You see him with 9s here, he's going to find the 3-bet. Cooper got spicy with ace 4 earlier. I wonder if he's going to ever consider this as a 4-bet jam. He's looking up the clock, he's giving it some thought.
Yeah, got 1 point.
Asks for a rough count.
Thank you.
I don't know about that. It's less than 40 bigs.
Cooper has been he's been making some plays so far.
Cooper fold.
Yeah, he does fold.
He's not going to make one here.
Getting 10-4 forwards. You bad man. Decent hand to do it with.
Alex raise 125. Cooper fold.
Yeah, same like.
Yeah.
I think we can hear Liam in the background at the moment, guys, but I don't know if you will be able to hear him. So just give us 1 sec. He's just going to fill us in on what's going on his end. We'll come back to you in a moment.
That's fun.
Cooper raise 125.
Okay, so we've just heard from Liam that apparently his mic is having quite a lot of issues. So he is going to head off and jump into his next tournament. And you're going to have to just keep dealing with us.
Cooper fold.
As we
Luck,
see,
Liam.
125.
as we see Cooper doesn't decide to defend the 8 suited. Unfortunately, Michelle, I'm not going to be able to ask him about the King 6-0. That sounds like a very interesting story that I'd love to hear one day.
Big blind. Alex raise 125.
Alex slowly starting to claw back. And 7s for Cooper. Might slow those plans down though.
Cooper raise 450.
Yeah, 3-bets it.
3-bet. Haven't caught Alex's hole cards just yet. Looks like he's got a decision though. Nelson in the
Nelson,
Facebook chat.
Yep.
So I am Corey Van J. I'm joined by the one and only Jordan Bromley. We are the LCA poker team. Thanks for joining us.
And we
Jordan,
started off pretty close in chips. Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, I've just noticed that we've got the trophy brought out to the table now as well. I don't know if that's been there for a little while or not.
Oh, Corey, that's been there for half an hour.
Yeah, right. Well, shows I'm paying a lot of attention.
Oh, thank you for the kind words, Nelson. Thanks for tuning in. And yes, I saw a comment on the Twitch chat asking about how many chips Alex has had compared to his FT. Yeah, he started off on this FT with around 2.2 million, and he started heads up with 5.3, and now he's down to 2.5. So Cooper's been doing quite a good job so far in this heads up. Hasn't really given an inch. He's really taken it to Alex, and he's crushing him, for lack of a better phrase. So Alex looks like he is going to find the float here with Ace 9 on the King Queen 5. 7 of spades on the turn. Another player with a spade.
Cooper checks.
Check, check. River is the 4 of hearts.
Cooper has held with his pair of queens.
Alex checks.
Alex does check. Cooper has been using an overbet size on spots like this when he gets checked to on the river. He did it before with 5-4 where he bet 2x pot. I wonder if he's going to do the same thing. Looks like he is reaching for quite a few chips.
Cooper bets 375.
Looks like he's betting 375k and a very quick fold. So Alex not going to be paying off the river overbets anymore. Looks like Cooper is just going to take the pot down. Still chilling around that 7.8 million mark over 3 times however many chips Alex has.
He's in great shape here. He's been really battling in this heads up. He's got paid in a couple of spots. He had those 2 big bluffs, those 2 3 million chip pots that he was able to steal away from his opponent.
Alex raise 125.
Alex with 9s now.
Cooper calls.
Yeah,
Going to defend the 10-3 suited.
Cooper checks.
4-4 deuce. Very
Pretty nothing
bricky flop.
here.
Interesting one though, given that you have a lot more 4s in your range in heads up. You're going to be calling hands like 5-4-0, 4-3-0. The big blind ante, probably more likely to be playing them.
Alex does go ahead and fire with his 9s. Very small bet size, just below 1/4 pot.
Cooper thought about it for a little bit, but it looks like he decided against the check raise. He's been pretty aggressive in a lot of these spots so far.
Yeah,
Not
he
on
has
this
the one.
occasion, though.
He has the one suit that doesn't have a backdoor flush draw, so he elects to just pass this one up.
Happy days, eh? Playing a heads up tournament. Happy days.
Yeah.
Oh, another real hand.
Raise 125.
125.
Ace King for
Ace King
Cooper.
out for Cooper.
Alex calls.
And Alex is going to defend the 6-5-0. Out flops the Ace King. Middle pair.
Classic Alex Linsky fashion. He has found
Does
a pair on the
check back.
flop.
4 on the turn. Picks up a gutter. To go along with his middle pair.
For no help at all to Cooper.
Alex bets.
Alex probably figures that if his 6 was behind, he would have seen a bet from Cooper on the flop. It'd be very likely that he's ahead at the moment.
Cooper calls.
Cooper is just going to float with Ace King.
Of course, if Alex hasn't connected, that Ace King will be the best hand.
Jack River is interesting because King Jack and Ace Jack and Jack 10 suited are definitely hands that Cooper could have checked the flop with as well. Maybe not Jack 10 suited. So Alex might be a little bit worried about that river.
See if he elects to go for thin value, but he's not going to this time. Just going to check it over.
Does
Now
check.
Cooper deciding whether to just show down his ace king or try and get a pair to fold. Alex just took the showdown. Alex is going to take that one down.
They're very steep.
He's getting very close to the 3 million chip mark.
It's interesting because when Alex checks the river, I have to wonder whether or not he's going to check a hand like 5-7
No, don't bluff.
or 8-5, or whether or not he's going to bet those as a bluff. I have to wonder what Ace King is actually ahead of in that spot.
That doesn't actually.
Yeah,
Maybe a
that's
hand
right.
like Ace 5, but does Linsky 3-bet Ace 5 pre? It's interesting. I have to wonder whether or not your Ace High is ahead there. I mean, you have the best Ace High. But from what we've seen so far, we're not sure whether Alex would check that on the turn.
Lines are up.
Yeah, for
1,000,
sure.
2,000 with 2,000 big blind ante. That's plays in the mini main. White D, your blinds are up.
Raise, Alex,
As we see Alex open up again from the button.
Cooper fold.
Not a real hand for Cooper.
Not 7 deuce in the bin. We saw Mr. Rodden get amongst the 7 deuce earlier. Didn't really do too well for him.
No.
And still got a 0% success rate so far on this table. Shout out to Ian and Jane from Bundaberg. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Great to see you watching once again. To try and catch up with you guys at an upcoming series. I've been in hiding a little bit lately, but I'll definitely make a point to try and catch up at the Eaton Seal series. As we see a 7-5 deuce flop here. Top 2 for Cooper. Gut shot for Alex. Definitely could be a pretty spicy one.
75.
Yeah, we've seen Alex check raise a couple of these spots already today. If he goes for it again just now, it's going to be music to Cooper's ears.
Alex raise 300.
And he does. Looks like he's check raised it up to 400k. 300k, sorry.
Cooper's going to be loving this. The question is, how does he proceed?
I
A lot of
definitely
turn
like.
cards, but changing a lot, so
Yeah, I think I like a flat call.
he definitely doesn't want to scare his opponent away. Give Alex room to continue bluffing.
Nope, looks like he is going to find a flop 3-bet. And that's what he does. It's going to be up to around 600 or 850k. A very quick
Cooper
fold from
not-
Alex. Doesn't want any more of that.
Not wanting any of those scare cards to peel off. And he's back to a 3-1 lead. You've got to wonder if he'd found the flat call there, he would have been able to squeeze out much more from Alex. And of course, there's always the chance that that straight comes.
Alex raise 125. Cooper call. Cooper checks.
Cooper going to catch another pair here.
Alex checks.
Top pair, in fact. Not much on this board at all for Alex.
Cooper checks.
He may elect a continuation bet, but no, decides not to. King of Hearts on the turn.
Alex bets 200.
Gonna go for the delayed C bet. Cooper not going to be folding a jack.
And no, he doesn't. Does flick in the call.
So that is going to put
Cooper
four to a
checks.
straight. Probably not a bad hand for Alex to use as a bluff.
450, 450.
It's hard to have a lot of natural bluffs here, considering that almost every card above 6 makes some kind of hand.
I have to guess that a lot of those hands are going to want to show down, though.
Yeah, well, that's it. So he's not going to have many bluffs. So the ace-3 seems like maybe your worst hand. Unless, of course, you're playing the board.
Just random hands like Queen 5, Queen 4. You're ahead of all of those. It's only really the 9x combos that you want to worry about. And I don't really know whether whether Alex would play a king this way either. He definitely could have a hand like King 5 suited that check back the flop. But this exact size on the river, Cooper's using his second time bank.
It looks like he wants to fold. He's giving this some thought.
Cooper calls.
Wow, he puts in the call. What a call.
Yeah, that's a huge catch.
If that's not an example of Cooper just absolutely knowing exactly where he's at. He has played this final table absolutely perfectly, and this heads up especially. He really is just absolutely at the top of his game, making the absolute best decision in every spot.
Yeah, this has just been the final table.
It's been a clinic.
It was just all Alex.
Yeah, it was all Alex until Cooper got chips.
Yeah, until it wasn't. Cooper's just been unstoppable. This heads up.
Yeah,
he just knows exactly where Alex is at. Almost every situation. He got a huge fold out of him earlier with the flop 2 pair. Got another pretty big fold out of him out of the pocket 10s. He's made a big bluff catch here. He got paid off an overbet earlier on. Now he's got a huge lead. Alex
he's
down,
really
I think just below 30 bigs. Yep. Yeah, 30 big blinds for Alex now.
He's really not made a wrong decision. It's been amazing to watch.
It's been spectacular.
Alex calls.
See Alex here limping from the button.
Cooper checks.
Check from Cooper. Off to a flop.
All reasonable hands.
Cooper checks.
Oh boy.
And they both connect with this flop. King Queen 10, open end of a straight for Cooper. Middle pair for Alex.
Huge flop for Cooper.
And he's going to continue the aggression. He looks like he's going to find another check raise.
Cooper raise.
Check raising very liberally.
Yeah, that reputation gets you paid off in times like these.
And Cooper has just been relentless with the check raises. I think this is maybe his 8th of the heads up. He's just been absolutely going for it.
Yeah, I mean, even if we think back to when we were 3-handed, he found a couple of check raises against Octavian, one of them being those pocket 7s, and he managed to get paid off the whole lot with those as well. He does get his check raise called here, 660k in the middle, SPR of about who?
James making a point saying that this is the first check raise I disagree with. I don't think I can agree with that. Alex limped the button. First limp, one of the first limps. Have to wonder what exactly his limping range is going to be, and if it's balanced, unblocking all of the pairs on this flop, it feels like a really good raise. Because you unblock all of the pair combos that Alex can have in this spot. It feels like, I mean, obviously it's the second best possible hand, but it feels like a very nice check raise. Unblocking all the pairs.
I'm definitely on board with the check raise. I can see some argument for slow playing on the rainbow flop. I still just think the check raise is still just going to outperform the slow play here.
And Alex calls again, so he's definitely been thinking about all of these check raises so far that he's been dealing with, and it looks like he's going to be put to a decision on the river. Another 5. So if he did limp a hand like Jack 3, Jack Deuce, and he piles this river, Alex is going to have to call because all of those open-end is bricked, and he's already seen that Cooper has jammed bluffs so far in this heads up. This time he actually has the goods.
Look at the odds that Alex is getting here too.
Oh, he's getting infinite to 1.
He's got to call 800 to win. So there's 2.7 out there. He's getting 3.5 to 1 on a call. The question is this ever a bluff? And from what we've seen from Cooper so far, the answer is definitely it could be.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a shout of GG in the chat. I think it's probably going to go in here. I think Alex is going to make the call, and this is probably going to be all over. Off the back of the bluffs that Cooper's run already, if Alex does find the call in this pot, doesn't want to get bluffed 3 times.
Yeah, well, Cooper really has just had Alex's number this whole heads up. He's got the big bluffs through, he's made the big hero calls, he's got paid off light when he wanted to, and now he's got a situation where he's got almost Alex's entire stack in the middle. He's got him put to a decision for the last few chips that he has. If Alex makes the fold here, he only has about 13 big blinds to continue with. Cooper will have a stack of 9.4 million. They'll have an 11 to 1 chip advantage. And if Alex makes the call, it's all over. Fantastic, fantastic showing from Cooper. This heads up.
And he does call.
And it's done. It's game over.
We have a champion in the $2,500 Goliath event. Cooper Feltham takes it down, winning himself $67,500, his biggest score ever. A score that takes his Hendon mob double what it is right now, taking down one of Australia's finest and cementing his legacy as the Goliath champion for the APT Southport series for 2023. Get your hype out in the chat, guys. You guys have been supporting Cooper the whole way, and he absolutely destroyed this heads up. Didn't set a single foot wrong.
I mean, his name is Feltham, and that's exactly what he did. He's going to take this one down, $67,000 and the Goliath trophy. Big congratulations to Cooper. What a showing. What a masterclass of a heads up. That was brilliant to watch. Huge congratulations. Thank you, everyone, for joining in, for watching the action. Congratulations to all the group of supporters in the chat. There was a lot of you guys as well. It's been a blast. Glad you guys were here.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. We'll be back over the next few days. We're going to bring you coverage of the Drakakis Players Championships. We're going to bring you coverage of the grind. We're also going to bring you coverage of day 2 of the main event as well. So make sure you guys are tuning in over the next few days. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Corey Van J. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you over the coming days.
Thanks, guys.